Honored to stand before you on the auspicious occasion. Sir, बिठा रहे हैं sir. So I request Professor G.S. Bajpai sir to please.
सर प्लीज बैठे खान साहब आइए चलिए
A very good morning to all. Today we have come together to honor and celebrate the significant milestone in the realm of criminology, 50th anniversary of the Indian Journal of Criminology. 50 years ago, a vision was born, a vision that sought to deepen our understanding towards criminological aspects, its causes, and its impacts in the society. So I request Professor G.S. Bajpai sir, the editor of Indian Journal of Criminology from last 1 decade, to share about his thoughts about Indian Journal of Criminology in context, the journey and the development, session 1. Sir.
फर्स्ट पेज Respected Professor Amjad Khan, Professor B.B. Pandey, Professor Balraj Chauhan on the dais, and a lot of friends and colleagues, Professor Arvind Tiwari, Dr. G.K. Goswami, Professor Purvi, Dr. Madhukar, Professor Vijay, and this is a very special occasion. All the fraternity people who are somehow interested in criminology are here for this important event, which is commemorating 50 years of the Journal of Indian Journal of Criminology. I am very thankful to all of you. It's challenging to reach at 10 o'clock to Dwarka at this place. A lot of people are expected to join today in this event. Before I commence this session, let me give couple of remarks by way of giving some background. This entire idea of commemorating 50 years of Indian Journal of Criminology came to us because of the fact that 2014 I was given this responsibility to edit this journal. And when last month Professor Pandey was here, so I have just mentioned this idea that let us mark this important occasion of commemorating the 50 years of the Indian Journal of Criminology. So that the people would know about the developments in this field and also the growth of scholarship which has been contributed by this journal in its entire journey. So initially this program was simply meant to have one session where we can just share a couple of insights about the journal and its growth. But then Sir has suggested that let us also have some discussion forum where we can also look at certain chronological issues for discussion. So it is in this sense we have structured this program. I am aware this program has been structured in a very unconventional manner, where you conventionally come in a conference and make paper presentation and kind of thing. I have experimented with the design of this event where we have identified certain themes in terms of having one or two discourses in one or two sessions with some time limitations, because a lot of people have really shown interested to give their remarks at different discourses. So it is in that sense we have designed it. I didn't realize, frankly speaking, that this program will evoke so much attention. I was pouring with requests from all corners, but I had kept this program on invitation basis, and therefore I could accommodate a very few people who are present here today on our request. I am really thankful to Professor M.Z. Khan for agreeing to come to this place, because in this hall we have four past former presidents of Indian Society of Criminology: Professor M.Z. Khan, Professor B.B. Pandey, Professor Balraj Chauhan, Professor Arvind Tiwari. And I also thought, since criminology has been a focal point of my interest also, therefore I thought, and we have set up a Center for Criminology and Victimology at this university. And for last almost 10 years, we have produced sizable material, information, research studies, and therefore we have contributed to this. But I thought that this should be one of the occasions whereby we can at least give a basic idea and introduction to all those who are interested but somehow not much aware about what is happening at the national scene as far as the Indian Society of Criminology and Indian Journal of Criminology is concerned. You know, I have decided through this presentation, I'll be very brief. I'll be talking about the 50 years of this journal. What are the important highlights? What are the important trends? But I'll also be speaking about, very briefly, a couple of things. Before I speak about the Indian Society of Criminology, let me first, Indian Journal of Criminology, let me very briefly give you some basic idea about the Indian Society of Criminology. Because Indian Society of Criminology and Indian Journal of Criminology go hand in hand. At this occasion, we are releasing this special volume to commemorate the 50 years of this Indian Journal of Criminology. And I'm very thankful to all those who have contributed to this special volume today. And especially I'm thankful to Professor B.B. Pandey, Dr. Goswami, and Latika, Dr. Latika Vasist, and a lot of people. But I wish to highlight the paper which has been submitted by Professor K. Chokalingam. He has conveyed his message to us. Due to some reason, he was very inclined to be the part of this event, but somehow he couldn't make it because of some urgent personal reason. But he has insisted me to give a brief reflection of what he has conveyed in his article about the growth of Indian Society of Criminology. So let me very briefly tell you that Indian Society of Criminology as a non-profit organization was established initially with the Department of Psychology at University of Madras in the year 1970. Which means the society has also now 50 year plus old. And this is the occasion to acknowledge the contribution of the pioneers who have been instrumental in the setting of the Indian Society of Criminology. To start with Professor T. Shanmugam, then Professor and Head of the Department of Psychology and its founding Chairman, Professor N. Pichandi, the former Director of the Tamil Nadu State Forensic Science Laboratory and its Vice President, and of course Professor K. Chokalingam as the founding Secretary of the Society. So Society was formally inaugurated by the then Chief Minister Tamil Nadu, Mr. Karunanidhi, in a grand function in the university. And the Indian Journal of Criminology as the official publication of the Indian Society of Criminology was, it came into being in the year 1973, especially with the efforts of Professor N. Pichandi, who has served a very long time as editor of this journal, along with Professor K. Chokalingam as journal secretary. So the first issue of Indian Journal of Criminology, Volume 1, Number 1, came in the year 1973, Volume 1, Number 1. And there were a number of other developments in the later years. I am not going into the detail. Then the subject of criminology started in different way, especially after the UNESCO report. There was a impetus because UNESCO has requested different nations to identify the scope to start criminology as a subject in different universities. The matter came to the MHA, and then MHA took up this matter with the UGC, and then UGC has given its consent to start criminology as one of the master level specialization in different universities. And a lot of people are instrumental. I am unable to take all those names, especially in different parts of the country. But the first full-fledged department, started in the year 1957 in Sagar University, Madhya Pradesh. But before that, the subject was being taught in different form of diploma and different form of PG diploma at different institutions. This history is very well documented now, especially when we have conducted a study for ICSSR. We have documented all those developments. And University Madras later on 1983, and then Tata Institute of Social Science. So all these centers have really contributed very significantly as far as the setting of different criminology departments in the country is concerned. I am here today just to give a very brief presentation about this particular study. It's a bibliometric study which documents the papers which have been published. The idea is to find out a pattern in the growth of this subject and the study. So this article basically delved into the bibliometric review of research article of 50 years of Indian Journal of Criminology from 1973 to 2022 to explore the different trends, practice and patterns, and 646 research papers and 948 contributors, and it also involved 8,907 references. So this is the analysis of this. This is a unique attempt. This paper has been published in this journal. So all the methodology and other details are available. The idea of the methodology, of course, I am thankful to Professor Priya Rai, who is a university librarian here. She is the expert in the bibliometric methodology, because librarians are very well versed. So she has proposed me that there can be a way through which we can show a quantitative trend in the growth of literature and the growth of scholarship in the field of criminology in all these years. I said documenting 50 years of contribution in terms of including all the papers which have been published in last 50 years. It's an ambitious and daunting task. But then she said that we will do it. So to tell you very honestly, though I am presenting this paper today, but this paper took almost 3 months of hard work on the part of the team who is also responsible for organizing this particular event. So, she is the co-author of this paper, and as I have said, 646 articles in 50 volumes from year 1973 to 2022. And this period of review I am presenting today. So first of all, as I have said, the Indian Journal of Criminology as a journal, it came into being because of the effort of various people. But this journal was meant to be interdisciplinary, journal, involving the contributions from criminology, human psychology, sociology, forensic science, law, and till now 69 issues have been published, having 646 articles under seven editors' vision. To give you some idea about the background, how this journal has come to NLU Delhi. One of the things that I must mention, this journal was never moved ever, in the history of Indian Society of Criminology, away from the headquarters Chennai. It has been publishing from the headquarters only. There was no, but I remember in 2014, there was a conference in Tirunelveli in which all the people who are here, including Professor Pandey, Professor Amjad Khan, Professor Chauhan, Professor Mehrajudeen, Namaskar sir, good morning, and Professor Arvind Tiwari, all were present. And invariably during the annual general meeting of the Indian Society of Criminology, important issues are discussed. So one of the agenda items for discussion was the crisis that was being faced by this journal and how to overcome it. So it is in that context, it was highlighted, three things were highlighted. One, the journal was not receiving good quality papers. Second, there was a problem of regularity of this journal because of the management issues. Third, the journal was not reaching to the people. There were three problems. But when I say so, the journal was not receiving the quality article, I tell you, you must realize that this journal has always been very tough as far as publishing article was concerned. I remember my days when I was a research scholar, I am talking about late 90s. I tried contributing article to this paper. Several times it was returned to me, you do that, you have not done that. It means somebody was giving a very minute attention to all the aspects of it. So it became very tough to publish articles in this journal, always. It's not easy. So when we heard this thing that 2014, that why we are facing this crisis, that the articles are not reaching, then we realized that there is a issue of deploying a very concerted effort as far as the management of this journal is concerned. And there the question was addressed that let us try something unconventional. So Professor Tiwari was very active, and he, along with Professor Amjad Khan and Professor Pandey, they have decided to search a new system in terms of identifying an editor and also to explore as to how the situations can be addressed for the betterment. It is in that context I was identified as potential editor, to which I, frankly speaking, when this job was given to me, I was very unsure, only because of the fact that this journal had glorious traditions. And I have had the first-hand experience of interacting with Professor Pichandi and Dr. Shanmugam and all others as editor of this journal. And I knew that the editorial process with the journal has always been very, very tough. So then it was in any case assigned to me. And then I have agreed to, work as editor in this journal with the condition that since I was working at the National Law University, Delhi, I said, you please give me this freedom that this journal should be transferred, to which there was initially complete rejection. No, nothing this sort. Because Professor Amjad Khan as editor was working from his place and journal was being taken care of by the team in Chennai. So that model was already accepted model. But in my case, I insisted that let there be a different system if you want really the work to be expedited and efficiently done. Because of the effort and support by my very dear friend Professor Tiwari and all, they have this, Arvind Tiwari was then, you became president. He was the president. So he had a greater say into the entire process. So I must say that it is because of his insistence and his initiation, this came to NLU Delhi. So we started working and a couple of things we done. But here and around that time also, I have set up the Center for Criminology and Victimology. And we have then signed this historic agreement. There is a photograph of Arvind Tiwari featuring here with Professor Ranveer Singh. I must say, I must acknowledge the support given by the then Vice Chancellor, Professor Ranveer Singh. A big hand for him. And I very fondly remember him. Yesterday I contacted him and requested, but he had some engagement because of which he couldn't come. So he said, I don't know, you have to do, and he is someone who will always facilitate such kind of things. And without a pause, he said, you do it. And not only that, he said, if at all some investment is needed, some resources needed, the university will provide. That gave me a lot of boost. Otherwise, I was nothing. But then this agreement then happened, and because of this agreement, we have drafted. Professor Tiwari as president came to NLU Delhi, and we signed this. I am sharing this history just to give you an idea. Why? What is this? Otherwise, it is simply a journal. It is not journal. It is the heartbeat of Indian Society of Criminology in a way. It is a pulse through which criminological communications are happening. It is the mouthpiece of the society. It is the only source in the country through which criminological ideas and researches are communicated. Therefore, this journal has a very sentimental value for many of us who have been associated. And then I have till date published 10 volumes. But I would say that this collaboration, when happened, I came across the issues which were there. First issue I addressed, that there should be an open access platform. See, accessing the journal these days, when everything is openly available, was a huge issue. Journal was not reaching to the member. Again, thanks to my library colleagues, they have made the arrangement of making it available, and now as a result, all the 50 volumes are freely available for everybody. All the previous volumes were digitalized. They were printed in those conventional press. You must know that the initial conventional printing of the traditional, there were no digital editions available. So all the volumes were made digitally available and digitally created and then made available. And therefore, and then another issue which all the academician would know, that a journal becomes valuable for academician more so when it gets a UGC care listed status. That was another issue. This journal was not UGC care listed when I took over as editor. Again, thanks to Professor Priya and the team, they have gone into action immediately, and we have took up with UGC that this is very old journal, 4 decades of its history. They look several things. So one of the thing was the consistency. If the journal is not regular, it will not be listed. So around that period of 5-6 years, we made it very consistent, and therefore by 2020, this journal became UGC care listed. And soon after getting the status of UGC care listed journal, we started pouring with articles from all corners suddenly. Initial thing that this journal is not getting article, was automatically eliminated because of its getting the status of UGC K-listed. And today we are therefore inaugurating this volume. So to give you, and I tell you, I meanwhile in 2021 I shifted to RGNUL Patiala for an assignment in that university. So again there was a break because journal was here and I was in Patiala. So I requested here the Vice Chancellor if you could do. But then I realized the things won't work. Again I requested ISC people, Professor Tiwari and others. I said let this journal be also shifted so that I could do. But I tell you a very secret. I have got it shifted and we have started. But the team located here continue to support me. They didn't have any formal commitment to me, but I must admit they said, sir, we don't know anything. Without being my colleague there, because I was in a different university, they didn't have any. So I tell you, because of this commitment, they have the commitment, they don't have any official obligation around that time. But they supported. So otherwise, if there is a gap, then UGC status will be withdrawn. So I wanted no gap of issue should happen. So again, they have support. When I came back again this year, February, again I wanted the journal to be shifted, but it was rather easier when I requested RGNUL people. They said, sir, you brought it and you did it. It is very simple. So again I have got it and the team was already there. They are into action again. When I realized that we have, so now, as of now, there is no pendency of issue. Next 3 issues are always ready. Number of people contacting the journal is huge. There is absolutely no crisis. And you can look at the quality of article. So I will just come quickly in 10 minutes, the whole idea that I am presenting. Let us look at the growth and distribution of papers by year over 50 years. So annual publication count of the research paper finds that a total 640 articles have been published, and you can see that in 1978 and 82 was the highly productive year, with the largest percentage of articles published was 3.71. Lowest were published in 1973, 97, 96, 1940 and 60, 67. So this is just a trend we have produced how the frequency of the article was working. Now, authorship distribution. This we have created, this is also a research methodology approach, how we can present the information in a graphics. So if you see that mostly we can find 43.57 were single authored paper and 37.34 were the double authored, and there were 3 authors, 4 authors also, because generally, so this was the trend, because we were inclined to know what is the actual trend which is happening. Now, if you see the profile of the author's productivity also, they have calculated, the formula is provided here. So who are all authors who have, we have taken into account 5 and more papers published by different authors. So this is the number which is being shown on the screen. So we can see Professor Simdais, Professor Shiva Murthy, Madhva Somasundram, Professor K.P. Krishna, all they have been frequently writing. And a lot of people who are in this hall, they also feature in Professor Amjad Khan, Professor V. Pandey, and all others. So Professor Goswami's name is also there?
It will come the next time.
No, because you are writing everywhere. So now year-wise referencing, this is very important, how many times a particular article is being referenced. So study finds the total references were 8,907. I mean, how many times these articles have been cited elsewhere. So we'll find in 2022 identifies as highly cited reference year, which accumulated 7.41%. So this was the year in which we find the maximum number of citation of particular articles, and also 73 had the lowest. So it is evident from that statistics that reference citation frequency has high impact on individual article and overall reliability of the journal. Now there are very interesting highlights. What are the highly cited references? So this study finds that the reference count, 20 listed paper had the highest reference citation with minimum of 50 reference per page. So out of 20, only 11 papers were produced by the authors from India and 4 papers from different countries like US, Hong Kong, Japan. And these highly referenced papers were cited by some authors here which are looking with a reference of some 157 references. So this analysis provided a benchmarking citation matrix and insight to the papers to understand the standing of this journal. So I have given this idea as to how the authors have been citing in different places. I am providing this article in this journal. I'll distribute this journal after we release it. Now, institution-wise, what are the institutions who are contributing maximum to this journal? So we find that 948 authors contributed around this period, but 56 contributions were from different universities and colleges, followed by institutes, policy research centers, research fellows, mental health officials, judiciary. All those have been counted, but largely if you see that orange chunk is coming from the university college. So academia was making most contribution as far as this journal was concerned. Editorial analysis, if I do, so these were the editors, 16 volumes, Professor Pichandi, number of volumes edited by different editors. So these are the names. I must name this apart from Dr. Pichandi, V.R. Lakshminarayan, K.V. Kalippan, S.P. Srivastava, Ranjit Khan, Mr. Ranjit Khan, V.N. Suraj, Mr. Tilagraj, Lata, and myself. So this is the number of volumes. You can see the different editors so far have edited. That data is before you. The study finds most contributors were made under the heading of criminology. So most of the contributions coming from in the field of criminology, criminal law, juvenile delinquency, police administration, women. These were the different forensic science, cyber crime. Lately, cyber crime attracted a lot of attention. But if you see, there is a fairly diverse distribution of the categories of publication which have been happening in all these 50 years in this journal. If we see geographical distribution of the contributors, this is another parameter that we have. So we can see, of course, it's the Indian Journal of Criminology, so 88% are from India. But there were different countries who have been contributing. Lately this has happened. In past 5 years we are attracting a lot of contribution from neighboring countries and all other countries in this journal. 17 countries, 1948 authors. So what are the major findings of this study? First of all, the study finds there is a consistent growth in the count of research papers. Total of 646 articles have been published during the period of 73 to 2022. On an average of 12.92 articles each, indicating a sustained interest in the field of criminology research within India. That continued to happen. Authorship pattern reveals that most contributions were in the category of single authorship. The study also find that significant number of references have been cited in different publications, made a notable impact of credibility of the papers. 20 listed high cited papers, USA ranked, one with 157 reference cited, which increases the relevance of publication. The study also noted that majority of the article, 533, 56%, contributed by faculty members from the university. The study also examined the author's productivity. So I think there were different authors who figured in different ranks. The study explores journal, national, international reach and collaboration patterns, and we found 17 countries have contributed so far as far as this. So if you see the last 50 years, the Indian Journal has made a significant contribution to the field of criminology, and I personally feel that this is a great opportunity to, because the research trends are set up by the scholarship and the publication. I'm very happy that it is now coming up as a truly interdisciplinary journal, which is receiving now a variety of interest, variety of reports. We have started now receiving a lot of research note and book reviews also, which we are encouraging. And I'm sure that with the support of all of you, this process will continue and this journal will become a truly commendable publication in the field of criminology. Younger people are interacting more and more now, and they are contacting us to know more about. And I think we will review some of the things, especially the citation pattern and other things which are going on, because sometimes the people from the law field, they want a different citation pattern, social scientists, something which we have to, I think, do this. But I'll tell you another thing, that we are also in the process of exploring the possibility of making it a Scopus Index journal. That is my next step. So it should be Web of Science or a Scopus journal. So I hope that it will be taking place soon. Our other journal, the Journal of Victimology and Victim Justice, that is at the verge of becoming a Web of Science indexed journal. So hopefully this also, because we have now achieved that consistency which is needed to be there for the purpose of incorporating it in Scopus Index system. Now, so all the best for you, and I think next in the agenda is we can have a brief reflection, and then we'll release these journals to you, and then I have prepared the format of the program. I would be very inclined to be with you to listen your ideas on different session. But for now, I would request to give a brief reflection. First, to start from Professor Amjad Khan. Professor, you can use the mic there.
Thank you, Professor Vajpayee, for this elaborate discussion on Indian Society of Criminology and Indian Journal of Criminology. For obvious reasons flowing from Professor Vajpayee's presentation, I am personally very, very happy that the UD and luminaries have organized this discussion today. First of all, my association with the Indian Society, I am perhaps the oldest member of Indian Society, one of the oldest, because oldest would be Chokalingam. As research scholar, he was the already secretary. There may be many more, but I am one of the oldest. And I have been, by Indian Society of Criminology, bestowed several honors and awards. I had also the privilege of being the office bearer, as mentioned by Vice Chancellor here. About Indian Journal of Criminology, again my association is rather extensive. Journal has published some 9-10 articles of mine, and oldest was published in 1980. Older than many young people sitting over here. My first article was published by Indian Journal of Criminology in 1980. Well, journal has had ups and downs. Half-yearly, quarterly, and then only during annual conference of the I confess that it had its, but now we have journalists in competent hands, those hands who have the knowledge and technique to handle such assignments, and then also the vision, most important, the vision. I'm sure that it, not only general but through general, as far as general and its significance is concerned, it has already been presented by Professor Bajpayee that it is not only official organ, but it is through general people get to know about the society and about the discipline. Having said this, I would like to mention that relevance of Indian Society of Criminology and relevance of Indian Journal of Criminology is almost self-evident. So long we have society, we will have crime. Well, crime was there, is there, and will be there. It was there during Ram Raj, and it is there during Modi Raj, and we have to grapple with it and do it in a scientific, analytical manner. Well, forms may change. Look on the older Indian Penal Code. I am deliberately using the term older Indian Penal Code. Cattle theft prominent, and now we have deep fakes. We have hacking of accounts and what you have. There is a view, or you can say hypothesis, that crime maintains a sort of say equilibrium. One type of crime go down and another type of crimes tend to go up. A ready example, not very tested or studied. Property offences may go down. Offences against person may go up. And this is what is happening in many countries. Don't worry about Afghanistan. Look at United States of America. And gun use in United States of America goes to support this theory that property offences tend to go down and offences against, and therefore crime is a human act and a social fact. It was there and it will be there. And here is the challenge for thinking people, criminology people, allied discipline people, and a challenge for the journal. I'm sure that journal would be able to move forward. It will be able to accomplish infusing people, discovering facts, new facts, dissemination of information, and sharing of information. So I submit that days to come, probably we will have better journal and better society. Thank you.
Before we break for tea, I think Mr. Pandit would like
I'm very happy to be a party to this first session where Professor Bajpayee has shared with us the stock taking of Indian Society Journal. It's a very, very welcome sort of intellectual study of what has happened in the Indian Society Journal sort of front. Two things. One, in 1981 at Trinivali conference, two good things happened. One is I demitted office and gave the presidentship to a worthy successor, Professor Tiwari, Arvind Tiwari. That was one good thing. The other good thing was that the editorship of Indian society moved from the south, where it was a lost cause. Professor, and you have seen what the kind of revival that Professor Bajpayee, under his leadership, occurred in last 10 years, 9 years. Professor Khan said about ups and downs. What I say today is saying more about downs. And to me, as a scholar of criminology and criminal law, the down continues. And the down has to be arrested, and to make it up, efforts have to go on. I have been listening in Indian society, students and criminologists are hankering for recognition. There is Mirajuddin Saab would bear khudi ko buland itna. Criminologists should create conditions, criminologists should create that situation in which the externals are forced to recognize you as a thought leader in the society. What is happening? We are not able to, that's what my feeling, and that is what my reason for downs. And ups are still far away, according to me. Even as the president of Indian Society of Criminology, my association with the journal remained minimal, because the responsibilities of planning, publication and distribution of the journal were handled by a separate team of experts. But even at that time, the organizers of the journal lamented a great dearth of well-researched and written papers on contemporary issues. While the Indian Society members complained about poor distribution of the journal, I used to think why there should be a decline in the scholarship in criminology and a consequent disinterest in the academic contribution for the journal at a time when the subject of criminology is gaining popularity in almost all the departments of criminology, sociology, social work, psychology and law. What is the mystery? While as criminology is becoming very popular, South people said that students come and from criminology as subject. But what is the reason? That there is a dearth of quality, well-researched journals, well focused on the themes that are relevant for the society. I could find only two very obvious reasons for the trend. First, I think that everybody need not agree with these reasons. This is my view. First, growing spirit of conformism among the scholars and departments of criminology. We have become a conformist discipline, much more than a discipline which will be critical or radical. And criminology has to be radical. Criminology has got to take stock of those nooks and corners which have been ignored by the larger society. And the second, absence of data and information outflow relating to crime, criminals, or the system of criminal justice. The authorities are not very forthcoming to share with us. That's why I have titled this small presentation, Autonomy of the Criminology Scholarship. I'm finding its autonomy reasons. Conformism as a strategy for decline or a decline from academic freedom. There was a time when conformism and strategy of conformism, ज़्यादा मत बोलो, ज़्यादा मत लिखो, ज़्यादा critical मत बोलो, खतरनाक चीज है. Now, as a strategy, अरे criminology, people will be scared from the criminology. That kind of attitude have tended to follow a conformist path towards the policies and practices relating to crime and criminality. They've been taking a conformist path. As a consequence, the energies of criminology academics and practitioners have shifted away from traditional crimes to the technology and business-related crimes like cyber crimes, digital crime. वो आसान है, सब लोग उसी में जा रहे हैं, आप भी जाओ, आप प्रोफेशनली एक्सेप्टेड होगे, ज़्यादा रिकग्निशन होगा. Such a shift of focus has been responsible for narrowing down the ambit of criminologists' concern and limited the choice of themes around which criminological research and writings are undertaken. I am happy Professor Bajpayee reported in his research that juvenile delinquency, but it was only classical and positivist juvenile delinquency. Thief, I remember Shukla's work on adolescent thieves. Thief तो पहले बना दिया तुमने, adolescent उसको adolescent thief के ऊपर स्टडी हो रही है. आपने वो थीसिस ले ली जो क्लासिकलिस्ट पॉजिटिविस्ट देते हैं, उसको रेडिकल उससे नहीं देखा. थीफ क्यों बनता है, क्या कारण है, एक्सटर्नैलिटीज के ऊपर रिसर्च क्यों करेंगे हम. Therefore, that is one of the direct fallouts is increasing conformism amongst the criminologists. In decline in academic freedom is described in terms of two essential components. Satish Deshpande का एक अच्छा आर्टिकल आया है recently in Indian Express. Indian Express में सतीश देशपांडे का आया है 14 तारीख का इसी महीने का. उसने कहा है academic freedom is a misunderstood freedom. उस टाइटल का है ये है autonomy from extra academic dictates on one side, conformist dictates, and the obligatory subjection to intra-academic norms on the other side. Academic freedom का मतलब नहीं है हम बिल्कुल आज़ाद हो गए.
It's not freedom from academics.
Freedom from academics नहीं है. The best example of decline in academic freedom, criminologist academic freedom, can be seen in almost total absence of any discourse and research on COVID-19 period crimes. No, don't talk about it because you are likely to become a kind of critique of the government. I was studying only October issue of Criminology and Criminal Justice News by Kerner collection. There are 57 full-length research articles on COVID crimes, COVID-related topics. 57. Japan mein, US mein. And in US, you have a wonderful court decision. In 2020, Jay Bhattacharya of Stanford Medical School wrote a paper that questioned the efficacy of lockdowns. And the US government said that this should be banned. And the US court said this is a restriction on freedom of speech. The author has a freedom to publish whatever he thinks. This is an opinion, therefore this ban is lifted. Now, जय भट्टाचार्य वहाँ स्टैनफोर्ड में बैठ के लिख सकता है यूएस गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ. यहाँ पर लोग कुछ मत लिखो, कुछ मत बोलो. That is absence of academic freedom. और दूसरा क्राइम जो मैंने रीजन देखा, क्राइम डाटा इंफॉर्मेशन डेफिसिट जो है. हिंदू पब्लिश्ड सम डाटा पॉइंट. अदरवाइज कोविड पीरियड के बारे में जिसमें हमने 2-4 लेक्चर बनाए, कोई डाटा कहीं से नहीं मिला. और उसने भी डाटा, सरकारी डाटा के ऊपर आधारित आर्टिकल्स लिखे, डाटा पॉइंट बनाया है, बट देयर वाज नो ऑफिशियल इंफॉर्मेशन. क्राइम इन इंडिया डिड नॉट 2 years during COVID period, there was no crime in India. अब भी जो क्राइम इन इंडिया रिपोर्टिंग आ रही है 2021 और 2022 की, उसमें उन्होंने, वो मीडिया भी अब डर डर के लिख रहा है कि साइबर क्राइम ऑन द राइज, क्योंकि साइबर क्राइम इज अ इन थिंग. और उसमें भीतर छोटे में क्राइम्स अगेंस्ट विमेन, छोटे में क्राइम्स अगेंस्ट चिल्ड्रन, वो छोटे में, साइबर क्राइम को बड़े में लिखो. सो दैट इट शुड नॉट. मीडिया इज ऑल्सो कन्फर्मिस्ट. हमको क्यों सरकार से हमको इतना एडवर्टीजमेंट मिलता है? Therefore, this is, to my mind, a big reason for dearth of quality, but that is my view on downs. But now we are getting ups only, and it is not relevant, but I still feel for getting recognition in the society, criminology has still to struggle the tough path of working on those issues, researching, writing articles on things that really relate to our society, the common man, not the urban, limited cyber and technology crimes. I'm not saying they are not important, but for a substantial proportion of people on whom Vijay Raghavan is working, others are working, there needs a focus, or that narrowing of the topics should not be so automatic as we do. It should be more creative. Therefore, to my mind, criminology has got to assert its position, but that assertion will not be by only fighting its trade union, but only खुद ही कुकत बुलंद इतना. Thank you very much.
Before we do the release and other things, there's a message from Professor Chauhan sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Vajpayee. Good morning to all of you. In fact, I'm lucky to speak in the last, but Professor Pandey has forced me to speak. And the reason is obvious. We are celebrating the 50th anniversary of our journal. We are witnessing that this journal has been a testament of our commitment as far as this particular discipline is concerned. I agree, Professor Pandey, to some extent that when he was comparing India with USA, sir, both countries are different culturally, socially, economically, and the challenges are different. And the governance in USA and governance in India tackled the COVID differently. So you cannot judge one from another. Today is the day when we should congratulate the editorial board of the journal.
Exactly.
We should congratulate the reviewers, authors, and all contributors who have played a pivotal role in bringing this Indian Journal of Criminology to this date.
All
Friends,
those who are present here.
yeah, all people, and especially you see, pattern, Professor Chakravarti is here, Vice Chancellor of the Calcutta NUJS, president of the Indian, the chairman of the Indian Society of Criminology. He is the president. Chairman is the Dr. Purvi. She is here. Managing editor, Professor G.S. Vajpayee, the force, energy behind this journal. They are here. The team of the journal, Dr. Priya and others, they are here. We should give a big hand to them. This is wonderful work you have done, and you have taken this journal to the stage from where we can show others, look, this is the key how the success may be achieved. But since its inception in 1973, this journal has served as a key platform for scholars, researchers, practitioners to share their work, engage in critical discussions, and advance the understanding of crime and criminal justice in the Indian context. Professor Pandey, what you were telling, when I see this journal, because I was closely associated with this journal from 1994 to 2000, I think, and when I organized this conference at Lucknow, before that, then I found that Indian Society of Criminology and Indian Journal, this journal has done 4 things which I can categorize. Number 1, it shifted the focus from legalistic to social scientific perspective of crime. Sir, this is the contribution of the Indian Society of Criminology. This is the contribution of this journal. अब सर आप आज की तारीख में क्रिमिनोलॉजी के सबसे बड़े गुरु भी हैं, विद्वान भी हैं, जानने वाले भी हैं, लेकिन सर आपका एक नेगेटिव नोट, ये जो स्कॉलर्स बैठे हैं ना, इट विल गिव देम ए कि क्या अब तक कुछ करा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है सर. वो conformist sir, the way we are developing, the way our criminologists are contributing
to do much more. Yeah.
I know sir. That's why sir मैं तो सोच रहा था कि मैं वाजपेयी से कहूँगा कि सर अब मैं नहीं बोलूँगा क्योंकि सबने तो बोल दिया, लेकिन मुझे लगा कि कहीं ये जो यंग स्कॉलर्स यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, क्रिमिनोलॉजिस्ट यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, मैं अपने जो यंग टीचर्स हैं मैं तो उनके साथ चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि सर मैं आज तक नहीं समझ पाया कि मैं लॉ का स्टूडेंट हूँ, मैं अपने को हाइब्रिड कहता हूँ, आई एम ए हाइब्रिड क्रिमिनोलॉजिस्ट. जब मैं प्रेसिडेंट था अभी, शायद प्रोफेसर तिवारी को याद होगा, वाजपेयी को याद होगा, माधवन साहब से और सबसे मैंने कहा कि व्हाई डोंट यू कॉल, विजय भी थे उसमें, विजय राघवनी थे, कि मैंने कहा व्हाई डोंट यू प्रिपेयर ए करिकुलम, यूनिफॉर्म करिकुलम फॉर द यूजी क्लासेस, पीजी क्लासेस, व्हाई डोंट यू प्रिपेयर agenda for the research, why don't you prepare the steps of the research methodology. सर हमारा क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है, हमारी जनरेशन ने यंग स्कॉलर्स को क्या दिया समझने के लिए, हमने कौन सी हैंडबुक ऑफ क्रिमिनोलॉजी इनके हाथ में थमा दी ऑक्सफोर्ड की तरह, थमा दी है, बता दूंगा मैं आपको. नहीं आप बताएंगे, ठीक है, बट तो मैं चार में मैं जो कह रहा था कि एनहांस, फर्स्ट इज द शिफ्ट फ्रॉम द लीगलिस्टिक टू सोशल साइंटिफिक, second is the enhancing the quality and the quantity research conducted on crime and the criminal justice in India. This focus, you will agree with me, it has changed a lot nowadays. Third is contribution of the ISC is there, contribution of the journal is there, promoting the evidence-based policies. Now, the policies which are coming, evidence-based, because it's a good starting. And fourth is the building a network of the professionals working towards the safer and more just society. All of us are working. I also want to remember today professors like Pichindi, you talked about him, Professor T. Shamangam, Professor V.R. Krishna here, who wrote article for our journal, Professor Dias, SM Dias, Professor N.R. Madhav Menon, Professor Shiva Murthy, Professor M.Z. Khan Sahab, Professor S.P. Srivastava, Professor B.V. Pandey, Professor Tilak Raj, so many others. They have all contributed for the ISC, they have all contributed for the journal, and yes, there is always a space for improvement. There is always a space for the betterment, and there is always a space for protecting the human rights of the people, and everybody should think and work towards that. I wish that God give strength to the editorial board of this journal, strength in the sense that they may stand against the odds, what Professor Pandey was telling, odds to bring the truth to the light. This journal is an attempt to search for the truth, and I wish that it will continue its attempt in that direction. Thank you very much.
Now, much awaited moment. Thank you everybody for your contribution. So we'll now release it. Yeah, what are the next? We are little late from schedule, but then. So we are releasing this special volume, which we have especially carried out in a record time. In 1 month we have prepared this journal. And again the credit goes to the team. And we are providing copies to you. इसको सर इसको खोल के दो ना। तो इसको रिलीज कर दें। बढ़िया। We are releasing 3 journals. We are releasing 2 issues and 1 special volume. And I have forgotten to mention that we have changed this cover design also. Yes. It's a new look. It used to be green, then white, and now this is, I think, good,
Light saffron.
Light saffron.
On the right direction.
So this will be light saffron. We are distributing. I would request all those coming from different institutions, they should subscribe. It would be a little attempt, though this is online freely available, but having a hard copy in hand has its own surcharge. So it is, thank you everyone for this. Thank you so much. This is the special volume. It carries the article from Mr. Pandey and a lot of other people, Mr. Shoklingam, and all these journals you can look at. The trends and articles and the authorship and everybody. Lot of articles we are receiving from different countries. That is the whole importance.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
So, yeah.
My request,
Vote of
Register,
thanks.
please propose vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all. It's a very humbling experience for me to propose a vote of thanks in the presence of such august gathering and on such a momentous occasion. Firstly, I would like to appreciate and thank the Indian Society of Criminology for their contribution in shaping the discourse and scholarship in criminology, and I hope that they continue to do so in future also and work towards the prevention and control of crime by their scholarship and by the expertise that they bring to the table. And I congratulate all the founding members, the current members of the Indian Society of Criminology, and I highly appreciate and thank them for their scholarship and expertise that they bring to the society for the betterment of the society. Next, and the purpose for which we all gather here is to celebrate the Golden Jubilee of the Indian Journal of Criminology. So I would like to thank the Editor-in-Chief, Professor Bajpai, for all his innovative ideas and the effort that he has done in the development of this journal, and the team of the library that we have headed by Dr. Priya and Dr. Akash, and the major contribution that they have done in the journey of this journal, especially in the 3 editions that we are releasing that we released today. So thank you so much, sir, for all the effort that you have done, and for all the contributors, the board of editors, the advisors to the journal. I am very thankful to them. In today's society where change is inevitable, the contribution that the journal has provided to the society and the continuity, we can start a lot of initiatives, but how consistency is there, how much consistency is there, that is reflected by the journey of this journal. So I congratulate to everybody who has been a part of this Indian Journal of Criminology. Especially, I thank the organizers, the organizing committee, again headed by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and the team from the library for organizing this colloquium, which is for the purpose of commemorating that Golden Jubilee celebration of the Indian Journal of Criminology. And the title of the colloquium is also Shaping the Discourse and Scholarship in Criminology. I also thank in advance all the speakers, discussant, moderators, and commentators for all the expertise that they bring to the table today, and also the participants who have come all over the country, and especially in this Christmas season during the vacations. They have taken out time for joining this program, because without your presence, this colloquium would not have been successful. And I especially thank all the members of the organizing team, our IT team, for all the efforts that they have put together in bringing together this program. And once again, I thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to host you at the campus of National Law University. Thank you all, and I welcome you for the high tea.
We can come back in the hall in 15 minutes. We are late, but
we have four experts, Dr. Professor B.B. Pandey sir, Professor Vijay Raghavan, Professor Arvind Tiwari, and Professor Puri Pokhriyal. I myself, Dr. Madhukesh Sharma, is the moderator, and Professor Anurag Deep is the person who will give the comment at the last. As we know that 10 minutes are given to the speakers and 8 minutes are given to the two discussions, that is Professor Arvind Tiwari and Professor Puri Pokhriyal. Herein, we are expecting the comments of the experts on the topic, that is rather the issue or the concern, that is seminal theoretical advancement in criminology over the past 4 decades that has significantly influenced the trajectory of criminal justice practice and methodologies employed in crime prevention and control. So we will definitely come across that how the scholarship research studies in the field of criminology with limited scope with respect to the criminal justice practice and methodologies in crime prevention and control. How the scholarship in last 4 decades has contributed in controlling and preventing the crime, as well as how the same has influenced the criminal justice practices. This is the topic of the discourse 1. Now I invite Professor B.B. Pandey sir to throw some light on the same topic. Thank you, sir.
I've been talking to Professor Vajpayee that you should not have put me here because many younger minds want to join in, and we have been there, old hogs, and I would just continue my provocations, distinctivities of criminal justice, criminology, criminological imaginations. 3 imaginations of criminology, right from classicalism, classical imagination, positive imagination, and radical imagination. I would particularly underscore the classical imagination wanted to tie you down to the criminal, to crime. Positive imagination broadened it a little, but again, it was part of the state. Social defense, Ferry said, talked about it, and focused on criminal. Both of them were talking of making social control theorizations. The radical imagination was different from the first two because they were talking of broadening the horizons, real broadening of horizons. As Wolfgang said somewhere, that you have spoken enough about crime and criminal. The problem lies with the system by which you create crimes. Problem lies with the system in which you enforce the criminal. Study on police, study on... This was broadening the horizons of criminology. Then I have in the second presentation tried to talk about Indian criminologist positioning. Indian criminologist has found mainly in the first 2 imaginations. Third imagination it has avoided because it is against the conformist stance of Indian criminologists, because it comes in conflict with the conformist stance. Influence of criminological advances. In last 4 decades, criminology subject has grown enormously, both in matters of expansion of its domain to new areas like forensic science, digitalization, as well as popularity amongst the undergraduate and postgraduate students. In the universities and the institutions, of the South, criminology is one of the most sought after subjects. But despite such enormous growth at the level of criminal justice practices, as well as crime prevention and control, the criminological advances have not been able to produce, have been able to produce little effect. There might be a few instances where they have produced positive impacts on criminal justice practices, but by and large the advances have remained in a state of disconnect of the criminal justice practices. That is what we were talking yesterday with Dr. Goswami. Dr. Goswami was lamenting, and I said there is a large-scale disconnect between criminological imaginations and the practices. The criminological advances remain more or less hung at the idea or imagination level, while as the ground level, the crime prevention and control realities are guided by entirely different considerations. There are different considerations which makes the police work at the ground level. Investigation kaise hota hai, prosecution kaise hota hai. This you have seen in large number of cases. Courts tak judiciary kaise function karti hai, that you have seen. Therefore, to gain credibility at the ground level, there is a much greater need to deeply understand the nature of the criminological imagination and the criminal justice, crime prevention needs, and devise a formula that will really work. We have not been able to bother about the formula that will really work. किस तरह से उस disconnect को कम किया जाए. At the same time, human rights and guaranteed freedoms on the constitution, उनको भी preserve किया जाए. How should we do it? That is the big question, and criminology is not able to give those answers very clearly.
Thank you, sir, for both the things. One thing is the comments or the experience that we have shared, as well as keeping the time. So, next I will invite Professor Vijay Raghavan, sir, for sharing his thoughts on the same topic.
First of all, thank you to Professor Bajpayee and the NLU Delhi team for inviting me to participate in this colloquium. And since time is short, I'd like to come straight to the point that a few points that I'd like to make before this very august audience. What I'm going to talk about is the impact of criminology theories over the past 4 decades on criminology and justice practice. And Professor Bajpayee had specifically told me that this is what I want you to focus on, so I'm going to stick to that. So I was just looking at, if you're looking at the past 4 decades in criminology, what are some of the critical ideas that have emerged that should have influenced our practice? And I've just listed a few which I thought was really important. So the 1980s is the period when critical criminology really grew as a vast field in the field of criminology. And we remember, Riemann's work, The Rich Get Richer and the Poor Get Prison. And Jock Young's work on left realism, where he talks about the square of crime, that if you really want to analyze crime, you have to look at the victim, the society, the criminal justice institution, and the offender. Braithwaite's integrative shaming theory. This is also the period when there is a robust growth taking place in feminist criminology. The 1990s, which is more known for late modernity and postmodern theories, where there is an attempt to abandon grand narratives, and we are moving towards crime being seen more as socially constructed and an outcome of unequal power relations. The 2000s, one can look at Agnew's general strain theory and a return to rational choice theories. In some ways a rehashing of the classical school of criminology. But there's also been a significant development in the last 15 to 20 years, which is the growth of Southern criminology. And this is the voice of the indigenous criminologists in South Asia and in Africa and in Southeast Asia, where they are really challenging Western theories. And they are saying that the Western constructs do not apply to our situation, socio-cultural context. And therefore, we need to come up with our own theories, which are located within our own realities. So this is broadly the trend when one looks at criminological theories in the last 40 years. Now, when you look at criminology from a social work perspective, because I stand from that perspective, I am a social worker and a social work educator, locating myself within the criminology discipline. We see that we, especially at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and many others as well, have moved from the correctional administration perspective to what we can call as the social justice and the access to justice approach. This is a change that has taken place, especially in the last 25 to 30 plus years. And we have moved from the idea of corrections to integration, citizenship rights, and entitlements of people who get processed by the criminal justice system. There is a growing focus on women and children as victims of various kinds, and also victims of the system, victims of the criminal justice system itself. And that has led to a critiquing of the criminal justice system in terms of how it processes marginal populations and how their due process rights they are not able to access. There is also an increasing focus on crimes against Dalits, against women, children, nomadic and denotified tribes, etc. So you see more and more studies that are coming up in these areas. So what essentially is happening is that there is a broadening of criminological concerns beyond the idea of deviance and corrections, and there is an attempt to join forces with progressive ideas which are largely talking about social change, social justice, and constitutional justice. How does one look at this in the practical field? And I'm just going to give you a real snapshot of that. Is that there is a lot happening in the field today. I would say the field is vibrant and it is in tune with the theoretical developments that have taken place in the last 40 years. Just to give you an example, at TISS itself, we have various field action projects working on very critical areas in criminology. So there is Prayas, which works with criminal justice populations. Prisoners, with women rescued from commercial sex, with children in conflict with law. There is a project called Koshish, which works with homeless people and is trying to decriminalize beggary. There is a field action project called Tanda, which works with nomadic and denotified tribes. There is the resource cell on juvenile justice, which works with the juvenile justice system. There are special cells for women which look at the issue of violence against women, working with the police system. And we started in the Center for Criminology and Justice a fellowship project called the Criminal Justice Fellowship Project, where we give 2-year fellowships to our own graduating alumni to work in critical areas anywhere in the country, which will lead to some kind of publication as well. We've also done field work in very, very different kinds of settings. For example, one of our faculty members, Dr. Ruchi Sinha, has done really important work in terms of developing the field of police social work through fieldwork placements. We have our very own Project 39A here, located in NLU Delhi, which is doing some fantastic work in the area of death penalty. I'm aware of a project called the Criminal Justice and Police Accountability Project in Madhya Pradesh, which is doing some very, very important work in the area of police reforms as well as the treatment given to nomadic and denotified tribes. And these are just a few that I have named. What these projects have done is they have generated a lot of research. What is very important to note is these projects are not only about field interventions. They are not NGOs. which are only providing services to marginal populations. These are projects which are producing research. They are doing very important kinds of documentation of areas which have not been documented before, and there is some amount of publication as well. If you really want to look at it, it's all there. Now, where is the gap? And this is where I want to make my last point. It is criminology as a discipline which has failed to integrate these works within itself. So my point is, the work is happening, but criminology has unfortunately not usko apnaya nahi hai usko. They need to in a way own it and say this is criminology work that's happening in our country. And unless and until we do that process, we will continue to live in our silos. So a lot of these organizations which are working in these fields, or projects which are working in this field, they don't necessarily see themselves as part of the criminology discourse. And criminology discourses do not necessarily see them as part of our work. And I see that year after year whenever I attend criminology conferences, these people are missing there. They are not there. Criminological spaces are occupied by students of criminology and faculty members of criminology, but I think a significant attempt needs to be made by us to include them in this kind of work. Only then I think that the discourses in criminology will acquire that critical edge that Professor Pandey has talked about in his initial address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I was holding this, but sir didn't give me the opportunity to show the time that we are left with 1 minute only. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now I invite Professor Arvind Tiwari, sir, for the thoughts. Yeah.
Good morning. My Guru Professor Khan, senior colleagues and friends. You know, just because 8 minutes I have to complete. No, I am not showing this. Please close this. Yeah. This is not required. Yeah. So, 2-3 things I would like to say. One, that my association with ISC, as Professor Bajpai has mentioned, and since 1983 I am the member of ISC. When the first conference was organized in Sagar University, in the Police Training Academy at that time. Since then, I was volunteer in that, and so my association with ISC has been very, very strong. And me and Professor Bajpai have been traveling this journey together. And this was, like today I am very happy and I congratulate Professor Bajpai and team NLUD for taking this mission forward. Now, second thing is this, as has been said, like criminology journey, if we will see in an academic circle, educational system, is initiated by the Government of India efforts, by the IB, BPRND, NICFS. So a lot of, like K.F. Rustamji, who was the then IG in Madhya Pradesh, he was one of the pillars. Justice G.P. Bhatt was the first HOD of Sagar University when the criminology and forensic science department was. So there is a lot of association with the criminal justice system. And therefore, what I would like to submit, 2-3 things. First thing, as Professor Pandey has said, like classical and positive, that's fine. Yes, we are focusing on that. Radical approach is also required. But I feel it is not always necessary that we should not be rational and evidence-based research we should not produce. If the government is doing good work, a lot of efforts have been done. I could recall and I would like to share with the audience when Dr. Kiran Bedi was the DG in BPRND. I was participant in that, several meetings. She has initiated MOUs with several departments of criminology, and UGC has also given grants for the opening of the Department of Police Studies. So there are several efforts. Madhya Pradesh Police, Dr. Vineet Kapoor is here, he will also tell. So a lot of efforts have been done by the practitioners also to integrate the criminology, but I agree with Professor Vijay Raghavan's argument. A lot of work is also being done by the community-based organization and interventions of the criminal justice in the society. Those has to be also integrated with the criminological study. So it is not always the conformity. Sorry sir, I disagree. that it is not always the conformity, that we should, it should not be that just for criticism we are just doing criticize. But we have to collect the data, evidence-based studies. Project 39A is doing wonders. Nobody can question this. So similarly, I think we have to take a middle path, not the extremist path that conformity, every study in criminology is happening, criminologists are not conformist, only conformist, and they are not doing other kind of work. Because I belong to the criminology discipline, and so therefore this is my first submission. Second submission is that like this NEP 2020 is also giving a lot of scope for the professor of practice. So therefore, that integration criminology says to criminology department, see the kind of expansion which has been there since last 4 decades, 80s onwards. I would like to say that the intervention of inclusion of criminology in the law education, legal education, and very recently, like Professor Chakravarti is here, NUJS also started a BSc integrated course in law and forensic science, which is perhaps the first kind of course in the legal studies. And also he is going to introduce the MA in criminology and criminal justice, NLUD, and many universities of law universities, and LLM, one entire concentration is there on the criminal law and security. So the inclusion of criminological papers, criminological education is also now being expanded in forensic science, that is being integrated in forensic science, in law, police studies, as well as in criminology. But we need to synergize a lot of work, good work which is being done by the community organization, all the field action projects which we did, we are doing in Tata Institute of Social Sciences and other organizations also. Those kind of inputs should also be taken, and those should be done. ICSSR, I'll tell you, the young researchers under legal studies, under sociology, lot of money is available, but we are not getting good proposal. Some of us are familiar with that, their pattern, ICSR. So young researchers should submit the proposal, conduct the good studies, and also see that how we can also broaden our base in criminological studies. And like our, I'll give our example, as Vijay has also said. Like in TISS, we have LLM in Access to Justice, 1-year course. And we place our students for field work, we don't say internship. And they are working with all Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra Human Rights Commission, other commissions, police complaint authorities. And I'll tell you, seminal work is done and which is accepted by these authorities. And last year, on the basis of our reports, MSHRC, Human Rights Commission of Maharashtra, has compiled the report. We have compiled a report which was released by the then Honorable Governor of Maharashtra in Raj Bhavan on the day 10 December. So these kind of work are happening, and we have to work together. It is not that we are different, academia is different and the state is different. We have to work together, and wherever state violating the law, we have to do the studies, database studies, and we have to come back. And we have to see that how the criminal justice policy related studies are being done in the field of juvenile justice, correctional system, and criminological kind of perspective. That's all. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, on behalf of the audience. Now I invite Professor Puri Pokhriyal ma'am to share her thoughts on the same.
Should I prefer from yours?
Yeah.
Thank you. So at the outset, thanks to Professor Bajpai and all the team for giving us the opportunity to reflect upon some of these activities that what we have been doing as a criminologist. And as we all know, reflective practice skills is one of the most important skills, not only for the lawyers, but all the professionals who work with the public life. So in the first, what has been the role of ISC? I remember before around 1.5 months, we had a criminology colloquium at NFSU Delhi campus. And that colloquium was nothing but it was an attempt to reflect upon that what has been the identity. The Indian criminology, it was in search of the identity, Indian criminology, where it is moving. And this is a similar kind of an attempt, I would feel, that as a part of the Indian Journal of Criminology, what has been the contribution of the Indian criminologist. And I definitely agree with our earlier speakers when we talk about some of these Western theories which has been specifically refuted by some of the sub African subcontinent, just because that it doesn't match with their culture and their traditions. So likewise, we were just trying to understand what has been the contribution of the Indian criminologist in terms of looking to the specific specific characteristics of India when it comes to the culture, tradition, and diversity. So, where is an indigenous criminological approaches that what we have been contributing. So in that context, I just would like to reflect upon few points. The first and the foremost is one of the important neoliberal framework in this when we defining the penal policy is to offer a sanction, what we call is a welfare sanction. Now, how do we look at the welfare sanction schemes in terms of the new criminal laws that what we have? So that may be probably, as an Indian criminologist, we may re-examine. The other essential part, what Professor Vijay Raghavan has spoken about, that how do we reintegrate our efforts? Because I believe that criminology is one of the most important aspect of the relationship between the governance and the common man. It touches all these aspects of the relationship between the governance and the common man. So how do we reintegrate our efforts in terms of all the discipline of forensic science, law, police, security? And then whenever we are doing any this kind of discourses, ultimately we are analyzing and examining the functioning of the different apparatus of the state. Where are they? Most of our criminological discourses are being attended and it's being discussed amongst the academia. Where are the practitioners with whom we try to understand their issues with their point of view? Because any discourse that happens in their presence will make a huge difference in terms of understanding the other side of the story. So how do we expand the horizons of criminology discourses and reintegrate our efforts of channelizing all these apparatus and all these disciplines in the discussions, and then together we may move, like Professor Arvind Tiwari has also said. The other thing, what has been our concern, this is something which we have been doing at NFSU. My research assistant Ritin is also here, that National Crime Record Bureau has been publishing its report. And we know the way in which the report and the data is being captured and analyzed and published. What has been the reflection of the Indian criminology? Or for that matter, the ISC, wherein how do we comment upon the way in which the report is being analyzed, report is being structured, and what are the missing links? What are the things which are not captured? Because most of the times, whenever we do any research, we generally capture those data, and that's what the foundation. But then, what are the missing things? That is at least I haven't come across any such kind of a reflections on the NCRB, that the structure of the data and the analysis of the data and the missing part of the data is somewhere which is being commented upon. So, that what Professor Pandey's talk about. I would say that Professor Pandey provoked us, to think through about some of these issues in the first of his address. That where is this freedom, academic freedom, to provide a constructive criticism? I would say, because at the end of the day, we all want to do better. But then, what are the constructive criticism, and which is in a convincing way, not to critique in a critical way, but to ensure that we push it through. Why do we believe and how it get pushed is something which is very important as a role of Indian society as an Indian criminological research in this area. And last point which I just would like to talk about that where are the discourses in the era, as Professor Pandey also said, in terms of the latest technology and tools that we are getting. We are living in the era of synthetic gene. The all crime causation approach is changing now. We are having a crime prediction model. We have a synthetic gene designing through which I can control the behavior of an individual. And we have a neurotech. Neurotech is going to influence and is started influencing our thought process in such a big way. We are losing the autonomy of thoughts. There is a thought surveillance. And how do we deal with this kind of an issues, whether that thought surveillance can be categorized into the quote unquote the criminal act. How do we respond to this changing facets of crime that is being induced through the advanced technology? So that is what some thought to reflect upon and further to research and collaborate for further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'll request Professor Anurag Deep to give the comments.
Thank you very much. I am elated to be part of this. Most of us present here are far more senior to me. I remember my mother used to tell, don't comment on others, especially when they are elders. But the onerous responsibility has been bestowed upon me. So, Professor B.B. Pandey, sir, he continued with his concern regarding the conformist approach, which I think is grossly misunderstood, at least by two giants of criminal law, who thought that probably he is de-recognizing the already given made contribution of criminology, but I think he is not. And we should listen the voice of Professor B.B. Pandey. The earlier, it is better. So a patient is given various medicines. The medicines are not working, or medicines are not working effectively. We change the doctors. We do criticize the doctors. We do say sometimes a lot of things which are not correct. But whether the medicine is working or not is the test for me. And probably the medicine is not working effectively. It is working, but it is not working effectively. That is probably the concern of Professor B.B. Pandey, sir. So he rightly said that few positive impacts are there, but a great lot could have been done which is not done. He rightly pointed out the disconnect between what is required, what is promised, and what is actually given. And to devise a formula. So that is a challenge to us. He has proposed to the young generation, if I can consider myself in the young generation at 50s, or if not to others, where is that formula? What is that formula? Professor Vijay Raghavan sir, he presented the historical architecture and highlighted how Southeast Asia is contributing and challenging the Western ideas. I'd be happy to read, though I have not read much on that, but what is that challenge? There is no time, but I would be really happy to know what is that challenge that Southeast Asia is giving to the Western thinkers. He highlighted how various projects in tests and other places, like NLU, has changed the approach from correction to integration and entitlement. And of course, again, he highlighted the gap between the project titans and the criminological gladiators, that they need to work together and to find the right medicine which can effectively work on the patient. Professor Arvind Tiwari sir continued the attack on Professor B.B. Pandey sir.
No, not attack. No attack. It was my perspective. That's all. Please don't mention this word. No attack. This is my submission.
Presented his past and future also. So he referred the timely honored work of Kiran Bedi and also referred NEP. The professor of practice has given good scope in the academia for those who are working outside. I think this is certainly a good suggestion for all of us who sit in academia to include people, those who are already working, to include in the academia. He also conveyed all of us, especially the young people, the huge funds is waiting for us in ICCRA, and so we all should now rush to those funds. But I think he was more defending himself too much. Why are you defending too much? Are you little scared? Why so defense? I won't defend myself if I have done some work very good. Listen to the voice of B.B. Pandey sir. Finally, Puri Pokhriyal ma'am, she highlighted the relationship between welfare scheme and criminology, and certainly I think it is extremely brilliant suggestion. Extremely brilliant suggestion. NCRP data, she highlighted that we are not doing, means criminology, those who are interested in criminology are not structural analysis of NCRB that has to be done, that we are not doing. It's another proposal for all of us to do. Latest technology was other solution, other proposal that need to be concentrated, like crime causation is changing. My only worry is that are these things going to be just like this soda water bottle type of thing, like Star Wars once came, or is it really going to be significant? But certainly without research it cannot come. My conclusion is to devise a formula. There are three things we can do. The researchers, the professors should shun the practice of power chasing and start doing serious research work. I became professor. Nobody told me, Anurag, now we become professor. The chase is over. The chase is over. Now you read Arastu, Sukrat, Savini. Everyone said, 10 साल का पूरा हो रहा है आपका. So let us not be a power chaser. Both cannot be done together. Second, what type of research work we are giving to our students? Let us see the topics of research work that we are giving to LLM students and PhD students. They are the budding things who after maybe 10 years will be good researchers. So let us concentrate on those students also. Finally, the seminar and conferences should not only be a place for discussion and dissent. Certainly, they should be a place for some determination also, some decision making also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anurag sir, for two things.
अनुराग जी, आप पांडे सर से झगड़ा करवा दो.
Yes, sir.
I feel there is a very interesting discussion. But the idea was that Sir Pandey said that no, sir. That's why I'll just take less than 1 minute. The idea is that even the radical and critical criminology happened because there was a conformist criminology. So radical criminology is the product of a conformist model. And if you see the Merton's level of adoption, he first discussed conformity. He did discuss deviance and other models, innovations, but he necessarily discussed the conformity. Conformity is not bad. Actually, we think conformity is bad. conformity actually doesn't give you that evolving position. If you need to evolve, you need to search the alternative. जो पौधे बहुत संभाल के रखे जाते वो कभी वृक्ष नहीं बनते, है ना, कहते ना. So कहीं ना कहीं, but we necessarily think conformity means clash with the establishment. Clash is different. Even the that criticism or that alternative modeling, paradigm shift, this is needed. इसीलिए कहीं ना कहीं मिडपाथ जो ये कह रहे थे वो मुझे लग रहा था, वो एक शेर है कहीं कि हमने यूं सुलह कर ली पेशवाओं से कि उनकी सरकार चलती रहे हमारा किरदार बना रहे. तो the idea is कि radical criminology has definitely sought those alternative paradigms because of which Raghavan has, and I have recently read Essential Crimes. There's a very nice article which has come out very recently focusing on those crimes which are the COVID product. So to that extent, alternative paradigm and critical approach adds to the knowledge. Otherwise, conformist cannot move beyond. So a lot of criminology has actually grown because of radical and alternative paradigm development. So it is in that sense, but we necessarily discuss classical. We teach classical criminology and conformist criminology to these students to be able to imbibe the core argument that was there. Then you can start, deviating from it the extent it is possible. Over to you. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. So we all are thankful for all the 4 guest speakers that they share their thoughts within the time frame. And I am especially thankful to Professor Anurag Deep sir because sir allowed me to use one of the cheats that I was keeping with myself to remind the speaker that sir time is over. I am thankful to the organizers to be the moderator of this session. And as everyone is inspired and motivated by the words of one or the other, I am also going out of context but relevant. I came across one of the fact in the NCRB data. A lot of things have been spoken about they referred about the NCRB data. The data with respect to the rape cases in the NCRB reports have started appearing only in the decade of 1980s, not prior to that. Despite of the fact, till 1950s to 1980s, we would see that data on the cow killing was there, but data on the rape was not recorded by the NCRB. This is one of the relevant facts that I just wanted to share. So I would invite next moderator, that is, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Madhukar Sharma. So we are moving towards the discourse 2, and now I invite Professor Amit Bindal from OP Jindal University to please take a charge of a moderator and start the session.
So, a warm welcome to everyone for the second.
लेकिन कोड भी जाती है ना फिर पहले ही कहा था
Yes sir, वो तो आपका आशीर्वाद हमेशा रहना चाहिए सर.
जो बातें सिर्फ सुनने में अच्छी लगे हमसे सही नहीं
Thank you so much. Professor Priya for giving me this opportunity to moderate, and a warm welcome to everyone. And I'm sort of intrigued by the words. It's called Discourse too, and that's also something which is the part of the topic which we will discuss in this second session, where I have two speakers, Professor Mehrajuddin Mir from who's a former Vice Chancellor of University of Kashmir, Central University, and Dr. G.K. Goswami, who is the director at UPSIFS Lucknow. And we also have two discussants and then the comments, and we'll go on in that order. So as moderation is always a sort of timekeeper's job, but I always feel like to take the transgression and say something. So before I invite my first speaker, I thought I should sort of comment on this word, which is also the title of the session, which says, what ongoing dialogues in realm of Indian criminology shape the discourse concerning its scope, relevance, and applicability, particularly with reference to forensic science, victimology, and criminal law. So two words which were really coming right in front of me were discourse, which is also how we have titled the session, and victimology. And especially discourse because I sort of, to continue the conversation which started with Professor Pandey and in the beginning, I was thinking that it's important that how I read Professor Pandey's provocation, as he calls it, is a provocation to think enough, is an absence of thinking in the realm of criminology. And an instance which was coming to my mind was that from the comments of the last session was that perhaps when we use the word constructive critique, it is perhaps a tautology, because critique by itself is a constructive thing. Although the problem is that we think it is something which is fault finding. But if we even go to the original German root of the word, then critique is devastating. And it is devastating because it is to destroy what exists in order to construct. And that's something which we forget generally when we become very scared of critique. So I was seeing that as a provocation that we are not able to think enough and to shape the discourse, which is the title of the topic, and which obviously reminds me of an important thinker who perhaps thought, and perhaps who's most associated with this word now, discourse, who thought perhaps incredibly well about criminology in the 20th century in the context of the French thinking, which is Michel Foucault. So I was thinking when the title is Discourse, it was sort of coming to me that how if the Foucauldian labor, which is not just the labor of data, although data is there, but data along with a ruthless thinking and ruthless critique, if the Foucauldian labor is required perhaps in Indian criminology to take it forward. But I think that's sort of too much for me to go on as a moderator, so let me moderate now and do my job. And I'm sort of very glad to invite our first speaker, Professor Mehrajuddin Mir, Professor who's a former Vice Chancellor, Central University. Welcome, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. In fact, at present, I am associated with K.R. Mangalam University. Well, our worthy moderator has tried to spell out so far as the scope of the second discourse on which we are going to have now 10 minutes each of us. I think 10 minutes have been already taken by the moderator. And we have to raise certain issues about it. And for the information of the Professor Bajpai, he is the person who has provoked us all by writing this detailed letter about this invitation. And if you read it twice, you will find that you stand provoked, those who have been associated with the Indian Society of Criminology. Well, my regards to all of you, and thanks to Professor Bajpai to give us one more chance to meet over here. Earlier, Professor Pokhriyal gave us a chance to meet in the Foreign Science University. Well, my dear friends, I have been associated, as Professor Tiwari rightly said, with this association right from 1976. The association came into being in 1970, just 20 years after the Indian Sociological Society at Bombay came into existence. And thereafter, one more offshoot, of which our Vajpayee Sahib is the main champion in the South Asia, is the Indian Society of Victimology, which perhaps came into being in 1992. Well, our this long journey with Indian Society of Criminology, all of us are talking about जोड़ने की बात, तोड़ने की बात हम कभी नहीं करते हैं, हम में से कोई भी नहीं करते हैं, लेकिन ये थोड़ा सा interpretation की बात है. It is a question of igniting a spark. What Professor Pandey has done, he just ignited us to speak on this very vital issue. No question of breaking, no question of breaking. If we go to the past, since only 3 issues have been identified in this second: number 1, scope; number 2, relevance; number 3, applicability, as the moderator rightly said, of this discourse of criminology right from it was born. And since we are celebrating 50 years of its journal, which came into being, I think, 2-3 years after the Indian Society of Criminology was established. Well, it has been also pointed out by Honorable Vice Chancellor in the beginning, which is quite relevant over here. Earlier it was confined to Chennai, then it was confined to Tamil Nadu, then it was confined to what we call South. And finally, this Indian Society of Criminology, as it is a part of every, the growth of every whatever creature may be or whatever society may be, now it is canvas is not only India but across India as well, as Professor Bajpayee has rightly said. Now, over these years, if you just analyze, when I got Bajpayee's letter, I went back to 1976, what we have done right from 1976. We started with this journal and people used to write. And by writing in those, whether it was in the care list at that point of time or not, we used to get a recognition, at least in our own university. We used to get points, at least in our own university, so far as our own upgradation was concerned. By rubbing our shoulders with the leading Indian criminologists, I will talk only about those who are not now with us. I will not talk about those who are over here or who are alive as on date. You may talk of Professor Pitchanji, you may talk of Professor Panikal, you may talk of Mr. Paramguru, who was perhaps IGP of Tamil Nadu at that point of time. You may talk of Justice Krishna Iyer, you may talk of Justice Bhagwati. We had the privilege, through this, under the aegis of the Indian Society of Criminology, to rub our shoulders with them. And we penetrated very deep. By we, I mean all those who were in the second generation of the Indian criminologists who are present over here. We penetrated very deep so far as criminal justice system is concerned. The result being, if the moderator allows me the time, I will give you the case law where Indian criminologists have been mentioned. They have been quoted that so and so scholar has said this, and thereby the judgment should be in this direction. And by this I want to communicate to this august body, Indian Society of Criminology, whosoever was at the helm of affairs, has done a commendable contribution so far as various reforms in the criminal justice system are concerned. If you go to the history of this Criminal Procedure Code 1973, various features were introduced in that very this Criminal Procedure Code 1973. It is the creation, it is the writing, it is the research which was launched by Indian criminologists, which was launched by the hybrid, as Professor Barraj rightly said, people like us who basically belong to the law, but we also papered into the criminology. It is the offshoot of that. You talk of this doctrine of set-off. It came into vogue, it became a law only when the Indian criminologists highlighted what is going on in the prisoners with the under trials. That is Hussain Ara Khatun's case, where she was for more than 7 years in the jail, when the maximum punishment for the offence for which she was charged was 3 years, theft. And then you talk of disparity. And we addressed the disparity. And for those who are young over here, at that point of time, we never had this laptop, palm top, nor we had the internet facility. We used to go to the library, go through those AIRs, All India reporters, and this card I have written way back in 1972. 1972 about the disparity in sentencing. And most of the research were conducted by our gurus. You take up Professor Menon, you take up Professor Zakaria, and of course Professor Pandey, those who were from the legal stream, Professor Balraj. And finally, it came into new CRPC, what we call sentence hearing, wherein now it was obligatory under the CRPC 1973-1974 to have sentencing hearing. Then if you just go through some of the judgments of Justice Krishna Iyer, you will find that so far as the relevance and scope of the criminology is concerned, it has been highlighted in most of his judgments. Take the example of Charlie Sobraj's case. Take the example of Sunil Batra's case. Well, wherein, if you just go through that very judgment, you will find how the contribution of criminology has been analyzed by various Supreme Court judges. And to what extent they have, I have one judgment which has been circulated by this, as I said, just Professor Bajpai provoked all of us. This is Rama Krishnamurthy versus State of Karnataka, wherein the National Human Rights Commission was asked by the Honorable Supreme Court, the scholars who have given their findings about the prison visits, about the prison interviews, about the police investigation should be circulated to all the states. And it was circulated to all the states by the National Human Rights Commission, wherein they were asked to follow these guidelines. This is the offshoot of the research which has been conducted by our criminologists, our fellow, our senior, our colleagues, even I may say even our students who have done a commendable contribution on this. Now you go to the present one, which has now become a law. I think it does not get at the assent. The three bills of which our colleagues were part and parcel, and Professor Bajpai, Professor Chaman, Professor, many people of us were part of that. This new CRPC, new IPC, and new law of evidence. It is again a sea of changes have been introduced in this. And even Bajpai Saab, even after giving his contribution in those bills, he used to continue to write what are the loopholes, the other side. And that has now is going to be we will see the light of the day very shortly. It is the offshoot of what we call Indian Society of Criminology. Well, my dear friends, I will not take much time. In fact, so far as the scope is concerned, as I said earlier, it was confined to Chennai, then to Tamil Nadu, then to South. I had the privilege of being the chairperson of various NACP teams. This university being also, I was the first NACP team chairperson over here, and then at Patiala, then again many Nalsar. Wherever I visited, I found the center of criminology is in almost every school with its flag very high. This is all the contribution of various criminologists. You go to any university department where you have not the criminology but you have the law department only, you will find criminology is part and parcel of every law curriculum. In fact, most of the law departments in the traditional universities have established the Department of Criminology or Center of Criminology within the School of Legal Studies. Same is the case so far as expansion of this Indian Society of Criminology is concerned. Well, we have seen many ups and downs. There has been a resistance also. And our budding criminologists who are working at present, who are young, you see, we are waiting. I can say about myself, we are waiting for the final takeoff. And as our earlier teachers have taken, our colleagues have taken off, we are waiting with our boarding card in our pocket. But our scholars now have new challenges. We had some different challenges. Our new criminologists, our new scholars, fresh scholars have new challenges. They have to face the cases like Aftab Poonewala. They have to conduct what is the reason, why so. They have to study the cases of, in our time it was honor killing. Now today it is the killing of by the live-in partnership. Oh, what happens and what now today our scholars have to ponder upon what we call same-sex marriage. And they have to find out that what is the conflict so far as our own traditional values and the present tendency towards having the same-sex marriage is concerned. These are new challenges which our criminologists have to face now. We had earlier some different challenges, and I would like to request all of you who are young, who are under 40, 50 years of age, that you must start whenever you attend such deliberations the way we have started with the challenging remarks by Professor Pandey and then counter challenges by Professor Chaman. And it is by this method, by this pattern, we, as I said, we ignite the spark, and I will not use the word provoke, motivate our youngsters to apply their mind. And it is a matter of record. Everyone whosoever has been associated with the Indian Society of Criminology right from 1970 till date, they have done a commendable contribution to the science of crime. And last but not the least, we have made a very big departure. It is for the first time we have a lady chairperson of the Indian Society of Criminology. Perhaps when we meet next time, you will find most of the office bearers of the Indian Society of Criminology will be from the Madam Khan. Madam chali gayi shayad. They will be from other gender. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much. मैं सर एक केस अपना पर्सनल शेयर करूंगा 1 मिनट में. इतना मोटिवेट हुआ मैं इंडियन सोसाइटी ऑफ क्रिमिनोलॉजी में. I have taken some prisoners when I was young of your age, 30, 35 में, 30, 25, in my control group. He was convicted for committing offense of murder. At the time of his offense, he was minor, he was given 10 years of imprisonment. Well, I saw to it that he is appointed in the J&K State Service, and he recently retired as a superintendent of the central jail, one of the central jails in our society. You see, from our gurus, we have learned about criminology in action, which perhaps to a great extent we did it. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor Mead. With great pleasure, I invite Dr. Goswami, please.
Good afternoon, each and everyone, and it's my great pleasure to present myself before such a luminaries of the subject. A lot of my teachers had different positions when I studied at different level. They have been my teachers also, so it is always a pleasure to present by a student before the gurus. And there are not only few gurus, but there are galaxy of gurus, so I humbly bow my respect to them and my dear colleagues. Without taking much of time, I am a police officer, serving police officer, so I will try to integrate more on forensic science, and because this discourse is basically having 3 dimensions, one is the victimology, another is forensic science, and third one is criminal law. And as my designation says, basically we have, the government of UP has introduced one institute which is exclusive, although it has the standard of university, and it is basically forensic science, and we are trying to integrate forensic science with law, and this is the need of the day. And I request you that forensic science without law and law without forensic science are incomplete, so this union is very, very important. Before pondering into it, I just want that how I look criminology. Criminology is basically the bedrock to create a scholarship for strengthening criminal justice system. You see, as we have 3 very important articles in our constitution, that is triangle 21, 14 and 19. I believe that another triangle which I think that in justice system should be considered, one is justice, another is truth, and third is the evidence. Justice is always at the top, and I, as a student of law and forensic science, do believe that for any dispute of any kind, whether it is in the family, maybe at any point, The sense of injustice is the root cause for any kind of dispute, whether it is criminal or civil. So if any society has sense of injustice, there will not be any peace and tranquility. So having said that, now I want to ponder that what is the connection of justice and truth. Everybody knows that without truth, justice cannot be reached out. But if we go little deep, both justice and truth, they are intangible. They cannot be measured. How to measure them? It is basically the evidence. So evidence is the root cause. It is the bedrock how you can ensure fairness in justice. Justice without fairness is incomplete. And I usually say, and again I repeat with taking my permission, that every judgment is not necessarily sine qua non to justice. So this gap has to be bridged. How? To bring probity in evidencing. Without a proper evidence, you cannot ensure that justice will certainly be done. Okay, we deliver judgments. Okay, now, one another point before I go a little deeper to forensic science. We have given a lot of importance to fair trial. You see from UDHR in 1948 to ICCPR and many more covenant, whether it is regional, United Nations and all. Fair trial has given a lot of impetus. But until unless we give due credit and due consideration, due importance to fairness in investigation, fairness in collection of evidence, I certainly say with my 28 years of service in police that the fair investigation is the core of fair trial. And that is the crux which I want to ponder upon, that how we can do justice with the people. Last year, I had opportunity to visit United States as Fulbright Fellow, where my subject was looking into the innocence claims and wrongful conviction. And I must congratulate this university, particularly 39A project, that they are doing wonder. And probably I got opportunity to visit various universities. And this project was referred by many people. So I really congratulate the entire team belongs to this project, which is doing very onerous job. Another point, I had opportunity to meet around 12 people who have been on death row. And you might be aware that various and large number of thousand people have been, found innocent, and multiple have been hanged. Fortunately, the death penalty in our country are very less. But if you compare the United States and particularly state of Alabama, means they hang people left, right, and center. And I am not saying this critique or positive. This is a factual thing that thousand people, those who were being hanged, they were later found innocent. So this secondary victimization is very, very important, and that connects. And here the role of DNA and various other corroborative evidence in the forensic realm may be important. Then, as I already mentioned, that now it is the time, whether it is criminology, because we call it criminology, law, or whatever they are actually intermixing. It's forensic science, criminology, law, all are basically hybrids. And now with the new, intervention, and the criminal law has been totally, not only amended, it is completely, the new shape. Now the section 176(3) of the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, it mandate to the extent mandatory to conduct forensic investigation of those offenses where the punishment is either 7 years or more. Now, we cannot live without proper, resources of forensic science. We have to develop the legal system, the judges also to be educated, the lawyers to be educated, policemen already they were being to be educated and they are deficient. So every level needs the full knowledge of forensic science if we really want to corroborate the facts. I am not here to say that only forensic science can do wonder. It's a basically hybrid. You know, the oral testimony, various other methods, but forensic science being neutral has its own importance. Secondly, this is one another point we should ponder. Like if you see the old CRPC, although it is still existing till the new laws get into existence, if you see 291, the medical examiner is not a witness, he is a deponent. There is a difference between witness and deponent, but time is not there. I do believe that the forensic expert, being neutral, he should also be considered as deponent, not the PW. Because if he is a PW, the prosecution witness, then he is taking side. How can you say that he is neutral? So this is very, very critical and important to consider. I have noted down because Bindal sir will otherwise poke me, so better to take care of that. So I will just few points for the future. Already what we have done, excellent thing has been done in our conditions and circumstances of our country. We were having the very large number of population, having so many diversity. So what we have done is enough, and we can say either way whether there are very bright side as well as some thing to left out or something to do. So one thing, as I mentioned, that consider in our criminology research and all, that the two things. One, to develop the theoretical scholarship, but until unless we bring the practice into the forum, and I think this NEP 2020 has marked to bring the professor of practice. This should be introduced in real sense. In last 2 to 3 years, I have hardly seen universities to introduce this. I think not only in teaching, but I think in research, maybe teaching of course, but research integration of professionals is very, very important to develop criminology. Another point is to develop protocols. We talk about police. Police has multiple roles. Investigation is one role to play to them. And as you know, the law and order is always remain on top. For this investigation is at the back seat. So until unless the criminologist or whosoever do the research, I think various steps, their protocols should be developed. Don't think that a policeman or any particular group will develop their own protocols. It is the duty and responsibility of the academia to develop right from A to Z. Can't we develop some protocol for a rape investigation, for the dacoity and what not? So I think the practical part is also very important to develop. Then comes, yes, the very important part, and I think Rastogi is not there. I think sir is sitting with the section, this project 39A. There are a lot of things happening. It is not the bright side of forensic science always. There are very, very dark phase of forensic science, and that is called junk science. I think we should also look into what is happening. Say for example, the bite marks. Bite mark is completely outdated since long. And many more such type of forensic science which we are still doing. Narco analysis, gone since long. Still we are purchasing the equipment and we are still managing things. Why? It is completely out of box. So I think, and it is not something which we are introducing new. We are not reinventing wheel. Since decades, the different countries are doing. I am not saying that we imitate, but at least we look into. The another point which I mentioned, that about the wrongful conviction. Can anybody say that there is no wrongful conviction in any country? But what we have done so far, what is the mechanism to deal with innocence claim? Absolutely zero. There are very limited effort like 39A, but until unless it is being discussed on forum, it is brought to the discussion. I have hardly seen articles on such type of things which are little beyond box. So this is the role of forensic, this criminologist, maybe they may ponder. Then, just a minute, bus. Yes, I think now I conclude that forensic science has the future. Another point, the last point, basically another point, in forensic science, there are so many issues to talk, but one point at the last I want to mention that we do not have any definition who is an expert. Forget about its development. So various aspects of forensic science needs to be taken care of. With this, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goswami, for such important aspects that you have flagged. Now, I will call upon the discussants. First, Professor Pradeep Kulshresht from Bennett University.
Thank you very much. Very warm good afternoon. And I had to thank Professor Bajpayee for this colloquium and calling all of us. And I can see in the hall, all great scholars are here from the area of criminology. I am not, that I am sure. Because I read this criminology and penology during my law program, Professor Paranjape's books and V. Paranjape's books. And after that, this is the occasion where I am listening to all stalwarts on the field of criminology. Professor B.V. Pandey provoked all of us by saying that we are conformist. Thank you very much, sir, for setting the agenda. And I am sure this word will remain with us for all times to come. Then there was a clarification that conformist, they are also required, rebel, they are also required. They are complementary in a way. Then Professor Vallas sir also gave his comments. What is my take on forensic science, victimology and criminal law and contribution of criminology in particular? So I'll try to do the justice in 8 minutes, though we need 1 hour to deliver any topic. So forensic science, as sir has told, is taking a shape, and forensic science universities are being set up. New criminal law is making it mandatory that forensic science investigation shall be there in criminal cases of having penal provision for more than 7 years. But I have my bona fide doubts. Because when you come on ground, things don't look so rosy. So if you see police forces at ground, I really feel that it will take long time for real forensic science to happen on ground. And though government is making all efforts, but there is a need of collaboration between public and private. That is, private institutions, private universities and government universities and law schools. There are 2,000 plus law schools in India. There is a, by and large, disconnect between law schools and law enforcement agencies, courts. This is not going to continue. If we have to make real impact on criminal justice system, we need to have collaborative approach. Right now, we are working on silos. We meet on certain occasions during conference, colloquium, seminar, but much impact is not happening. That is my worry. So I am sure Professor Bajpayee, with his energy, he has been, I am following his great work with lot of apex courts. He has contributed in criminology. But I think there's a need to have a collaborative approach, especially with the law enforcement agencies, because they are in the different sphere altogether. That is my concern. And as sir has pointed out, forensic science is a very fast changing word. So we are still with the equipments, our technologies, our theories, which are not relevant for our case. So that is one issue. Second issue is victimology and victim compensation. I am working on this topic since last 10 years. Before 10 years, the position on ground was funds were coming from State Legal Service Authority to District Legal Service Authority. There was complete mistrust that victim is real or fake. Advocate is bringing the case true or it is like MSCT claim. I am telling you words of district judge who was chairman of the DLSA. I spoke to him that learned judge, I have information that a lot of funds are going back without being distributed. He told the crisis is we are not getting the truth or true claims and our job was at stake. if we distribute some wrong claim. And he told me 2, 3 cases where rape compensation was given and the victim turned hostile. She told these policemen were not involved. And the money was taken from the salary of those policemen. Now what will be done? So he was saying his problems. Thankfully now situation is, because of great work of criminologists, that whatever funds are coming are getting utilized on ground. But the problem is now claims are more, funds are less. So recently I was discussing with District Legal Service Authority. They are getting 2 crore rupees in a year for victim compensation. Claims are far more as on date. And state government is giving 200 crore to district magistrate for a different scheme. And governments want their stamp that government is giving this welfare, not through court. That is also a lacuna, big time lacuna. Because victims are in court and compensation is with district magistrate. So there is a need for a comprehensive approach. So 200 crore with district magistrate, 2 crore with DLSA. So somehow the victims are making rounds for the genuine claims and they are not getting. We can focus on this. So forensic science developing, victim compensation is facing this issue. And I'm told now government is working on a new scheme wherein they are going to merge both, and they will make DLSA hopefully in charge of distributing this claims to the victim compensation. Now next comes criminal law. We are seeing, I think our generation has seen the maximum change. We are seeing the criminal and teachers who have learned hard way, IPC, CRPC, evidence. I have my sympathies with them. Because now we won't find those same teachers volunteering to teach, because now everything they change. But other view is it's a old wine in new bottle. So let us see how it impacts the criminal justice system. And here also I see a role of criminologists, because the impact can be either way. It can resolve the issue or it can again complicate the issue on ground. I have my fear second one may happen on the ground. So I have received my chit. Though I had a lot of material to discuss, I have made pages handwritten like Professor Merajuddin. But I'll beg pardon. Thank you very much for this opportunity, for this August gathering, for hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Kulshreshtha. Now I call upon Professor Garima Tiwari from Bennett University.
So, very good afternoon to one and all. And actually, it's my privilege and honor to be standing before all of my teachers and just giving out some pointers as to what I think would be the contours in this discussion. Because since morning, we've been delving into several interdisciplinary aspects, several intersectional issues, as well as the intriguing world of Indian criminology. And we've been also looking at some ongoing dialogues that shape the discourse. And right now, we just heard about forensic science, victimology, and criminal law, which is the discourse that we will be having in this session. Now, these dialogues, I think, are far from mere academic exercises. I feel they have a huge power and influence, and we perceive them to be able to contribute on the field. Because this is an ever-evolving landscape. It's not something which is stagnant. It's not going to stop with the new criminal law coming in, and it's not going to stop with any internalization of international or other policies in the country. Now, jumping right away to see how the ongoing dialogue with forensic science, which is meticulously applying the scientific methods to criminal investigation, I see it, worldwide it is presumed to be a game changer. You know, there's a lot of idea about CSI labs and those codes and everything, and use of these technologies in the system. And Professor Goswami, Professor Pradeep, and since morning we've been discussing about these things. Tools like DNA analysis, fingerprint technology, and trace evidence analysis. All of these tools, which were sometimes considered to be fiction, today we are looking at them on the field. However, in India, which grapples with these diverse types of crime patterns, these tools, while they hold immense importance, integration of these tools in our system is quite difficult. And this is also because there are critical concerns regarding privacy, potential misuse of genetic information, accessibility, affordability, quality of forensic infrastructure, as was pointed out before. So this bridge in this digital divide is something that needs to be really studied before we actually understand this dialogue between criminology and forensic science. Now, the next one is the perception or from the standpoint of victimology. This is also something that we discussed since morning, and I feel that there still continues to be a need for recognition of, or the need for a victim-centric approach. While we do call about it, we say that there is victim-centric approach, but on field it is really needed even today. And this requires, again, a comprehensive victim support service. It's very limited right now. Compensation mechanisms which are very robust. Again, the inclusion of victim impact statements and even legal recognition of emotional harm in practice. But these dialogues, again, thrive on friction. And should victim compensation be mandatory even without conviction? Or can restorative justice offer closure, or does it undermine accountability? These are some questions which are really important. These debates should shape our legal framework, ensuring they truly serve both victims and the society. So by integrating the voice of victim, I think we can really work towards bridging the gap between victimology and criminology. Then moving towards the next aspect in victimology, that is, which continues even today, is the rights and support mechanisms for the victims of sexual offenses. And the discussion involves the adequacy of compensation, rehabilitation, and counseling services which are provided to these victims. And this still continues to be an issue. And victim compensation scheme, as was rightly pointed out, it aims to support the victim, the financial support for the victims. But again, in practice, this is something we really need to see. And the other discussion, which I will not go in depth, is the idea of the restorative justice principles and the victim participation in the criminal justice process, which also brings about this interface. Finally, the discourse that we were having since morning, where we're trying to see the criminology and how criminology actually interlinks with criminal law, is actually one of the most intricate one. Because criminological research informs lawmaking, it sheds light on the root of the crime and the effectiveness of legal frameworks, and also on the need for reform. So there is this contribution that criminology does make in criminal law. Yet the translation of these criminological insights into actionable legal policies is often fraught with challenges. And like Professor Pandey just pointed out, with the lack of data, for example, or lack of adequate data, which is very relevant for the policy making. Bridging this gap between theory and practice requires continuous dialogues between criminologists, policymakers, and legal practitioners, including academicians, through a very critical lens. While amendments and these changes, they seem messy, and as we know, they're fraught with a lot of debates and challenges. But these ongoing discussions in Indian criminology, they still continue to shape the trajectory of forensic science, victimology, and criminal law. It's not to say that there is just these problems that I flagged right now, but there are definitely advantages, and these interactions that we're having right now is a testimony to it. So these are not isolated, all of these are intersectional, they are interconnected, and they also point out to the fact that Indian criminal justice system is very complex. Finally, I'll conclude by saying that as we navigate through these dialogues today, and we should continue to navigate through them in future, it is crucial to acknowledge, which we did in the morning as well, the unique context of India. And we must, I think, resist the temptation that we directly apply these Western criminological models, and I work on these concepts of vernacularization and translation or domestication of international law. And I think, like Sir pointed out in the morning, this journal is also doing something like that, where maximum authorship is through the Indian scholars. In a way, we are trying to be the mouthpiece of the society. We are representing the sentiments of the Indian society. And I think this discussion will then ultimately culminate into a body of knowledge that is providing the ground realities of our own nation. And I think I'll close by saying that we must all contribute to this field critically, and also contribute to this field with a lot of data. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari, for bringing up questions from victim impact statement to restorative justice to the fact that how grassroots and the paper is different. And now we will sort of have a conclusive section, which is comments. And I call upon Dr. Daksha Sharma from Bennett University for her comments.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected dignitaries, esteemed galaxy of professors present in the gathering, and members of legal fraternity present in the hall. I stand before you to present special comments on the discussion which has happened. I'm extremely grateful to Honorable Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Delhi, Professor Dr. G.S. Bajpai, sir, for inviting me on this occasion. I would like to present the comments in a very structured manner, starting with the first speaker, Professor Mehrajuddin Mir, who pointed out the system of sentence hearing and highlighted the cases from Sunil Batra to Husainara Khatun. Coming to the next speaker, Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, he pointed out that sense of injustice is the root cause for any dispute submitted before the court. So definitely we need to work on these aspects, and every judgment is not the sine qua non to justice. So certainly we need to work on the aspects of fair trial and justice delivering mechanism. Next is the remark of Professor Dr. Pradeep Kulshrestha, Dean, Bennett University. He stated that there is a need for collaboration between public and private. So therefore, we must adopt collaborative approaches for the aspect of justice delivering mechanism. He also highlighted that there is a need to identify the fake cases in the beginning. If these fake cases are identified, then certainly the aspects of victim compensation should be better taken care of. Lastly, Dr. Garima Tiwari pointed out that there is a need for having victim-centric approach, and interestingly, she has stated that there should be legal recognition of the emotional harm also. Now, with the permission of the esteemed panel, I would like to submit my special comments. First one is that when we talk about victim-centric justice and criminological aspects, I believe that we need to strike a fine balance between victimology, criminology, and criminal laws at large. We have declarations at the international plane, UDHR, UN Declaration on Basic Principles for Justice to Victims of Crime, 1985. The need of the hour is that these reflections should be diverted to the municipal system as well. Certain amendments have been introduced and progressive changes are existing in the realm of the current jurisprudence. Like we have now talking about victim impact statement. We are talking about witness protection schemes. Also, we are highlighting compensatory jurisprudence. I would like to bring a very interesting facet to this aspect of discussion, that now there is a need to introduce civil society's role in a robust manner. Because as we know that we cannot put all the burden to the authorities, to the government, but certainly the role of civil society NGO should also be recognized, and they should come in forefront for handling these challenges. When I say role of civil society, I'm talking about the aspects of community service programs and community policing also. I would like to share one personal
thing here that as an academician, I feel that we should not be only restricted to writing of research papers or articles, but we should be more we should be more aware towards protecting the cause of justice. So when we talk about the aspects of community service, I believe that it is the role of the law professors also to play their part in community service programs, taking care of various provisions which otherwise are not well taken care of properly. And I remember one incident wherein, as we are running one of the community service programs in South Delhi with the name of Rising Stars, so we also offer pro bono legal services, and we are taking care of the cause of Article 21A, that is right to education of the children. So in one of the instances, one case came to me as for a legal consultation, and the matter relates to the custody of the child. Of course, the victim was not in a position to approach the authorities, and she was looking for pro bono legal services, and that too within a very short span of time. I witnessed that though theoretically the aspect of community policing is there, but practically it has to be introduced more. And with the help of community policing, we have saved this particular case, because there are various strategies, various methods adopted by the police now to settle the disputes before the disputes reach to the courts. So I believe that the role of academicians should be broadened enough, not related only to writing papers, but also for creating awareness in the society, because we have to serve the cause of justice and do away with the conventional approaches related to academics and methods of justice system. So therefore, I submit my final comments here that justice delayed is justice denied. So therefore, we all need to work with the collaborative aspects and promote the sense of security and betterment in the society. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much to the speakers, discussants and commentators, and we will reassemble here. Oh.
Amit, can you speak 2 minutes? If you want to make any final comments.
No final comments, no final comments.
Then after 30 minutes,
Yeah, so thank you so much, Amit. Thank you, all the panelists and speakers. So before I request you to join for a lunch, so let's gather together for a group photograph outside the Vice Chancellor room.
Are we ready for a group?
Then afterwards, we'll come together for the lunch.
All in 30 minutes. Do we have to go down the stairs? Yes, sir. We have to go down the stairs.
Um, Welcome to the third session on key debates on criminology. This is Discourse 3, titled Punishment and Its Rationality. The question that is posed to the speakers today in this discourse is, to what extent has criminology contributed to our comprehension of punishment, particularly concerning aspects such as rationality behind the application of the death penalty, the principles of restorative justice, or the implementation of community-based sentences. The broader thematic of this session is punishment and its rationality. So what is the rationality of punishment? Is there any rationality to it at all? Or I would like to ask, is the institution of punishment founded on an emotionality? What philosopher Judith Butler calls sadistic delight in punishment, or what Friedrich Nietzsche had termed the festivity of punishment. The question that is not posed here, but I think it is connected to the idea of rationality, and its opposite is that, do we enjoy the spectacle of punishment? And if criminology has to be a non-oppressive and humanitarian criminology, to borrow from Professor Pandey's 1991 essay, which appeared in Indian Journal of Criminology, where he introduced radical criminology. If this is an understanding of criminology, non-oppressive and humanitarian, then we need to definitely move away from the presumption that there is any rationality to punishment, and perhaps turn it into a hypothesis that needs to be tested. With this hope, I invite our first speaker for this session, Professor Balraj Chauhan, who was former Vice Chancellor at 2 national law schools, and we know him through his work. Professor Chauhan.
Thank you, Professor Latika. You set the tone of the session. In fact, the discussions we are having since morning, and when we come to this particular topic of rationality of punishment, and as a student of law, I will say that it's a question which is concerned with the rule of law. Professor Pandey used to talk about the rule of law. And I've changed my presentation because I was going to present something else. But after the morning discussions and later on, Anurag comments, so I thought that I should present my things in a different way. Rule of law is a principle of governance in which all persons, institutions, entities, public and private, including the state itself, are accountable to laws. But nowadays, when we see towards the rule of law, today's rule of law thinking is divided between the two polarities. One that believes in absolute goodness and inherent desirability of the law and defines it normatively as the reflection of the consensus of the majority of the people, and the second that defines law neutrally as a set of power resource that is meant to serve the interest of those sections that retain the dominant position through the majoritarian backing. Therefore, it is all about the perception of how the rule of law is perceived. We are having these discussions since morning. Punishment, rationality. We all know that crime happens in every society. It threatens the social order, social peace, social stability, and hence it is a matter of the serious concern for any society. The response to crime is twofold. One is punishment, and second is preventive action. As far as the punishment is concerned, The most debatable issue among the criminologist and the policymaker is how to punish the criminal and what purpose it will serve for the society at large. Punishment is a goal to achieve something, or punishment is an end in itself. In response, few theories of punishments have been evolved by the academicians and the researchers over a period of time. Traditionally, some of the theories were based on exclusivity, that is to say, that they focused on only one rationale of the punishment, that is proportionality or deterrence or rehabilitation. However, as the further research was done into this aspect of penology, it was realized that none of these theories dealing with their primary specified goals of the punishment were sufficient to address the large needs of the society, and it also failed to take into account the perspective of both the criminal and the victim. Further, the complexities of the real life rule out any exclusive insistence on one goal of the punishment at the cost of the others. For the reason of that, there is a avowed risk of branding these theories as one-sided or rigid. These issues of sentencing have perplexed the lawmakers a lot across all the jurisdictions. In consequence, hybrid theories came into being with its focus on pluralistic goals, that is, two or more goals The essential components of punishment are that it is a response to the crime, it must be imposed by some formal authority, backed by the legal sanctions, that is state, and finally, it must always involve a loss to the offender. Friends, I remember in 2018, yes, it was 2018, I was the Vice Chancellor of the Dharmshastra National Law University. And my Chancellor, Justice R.S. Jha, my Chancellor at the time was Justice Hemant Gupta. He called me and he asked me that, Chauhan, we should organize one conference. It was pre-COVID era, so, and you discussed with Justice Jha, who later became the Chief Justice of the Punjab. So I went to him and I asked him, sir, why don't we organize one workshop? Well, yes, tell me the topic. मैंने कहा सर rationality of the alternative rationality to alternatives to the death penalty sentence evolved by the Supreme Court will be the right topic for the discussion. So he said, will it be a good topic for the discussion? मैंने कहा sir, Supreme Court is saying that they are having the powers to reduce or fix the punishment instead of the death penalty. So I think let us discuss it. Well, okay, I will let you know. But after 2 days, he told me, no, Chauhan. I talked to the director of the Judicial Training Institute, and as this is a power which has been given by the Supreme Court, they have kept themselves or they have given to the High Court, but district courts are not enjoying this power, so it will not be useful for them. I said, okay. When I received this invitation, and in the morning when I was having those discussions, and I'm thankful to Professor Pandey also, I'm standing before you in the year 2023. It is because in 1991, Professor Pandey became the Dean of the Lucknow Law Faculty University. That was a time when I was confused what I will do in my life. I was liked by the political parties. I was doing a lot of teacher politics. I brought so many good schemes for the teachers. But I don't know what magic he has done on me. Slowly and slowly I followed his path. I don't know what I could do, but I feel satisfied. So today, when I have been asked to discuss the rationality of the punishment, one disclaimer, I am going to discuss the rationality of punishment not only legally, socially and politically also. I want to compare, as far as the rationality of punishment is concerned, in our country, Supreme Court in Shraddhanand versus State of Karnataka. In this case, the court has given justification for devising alternative sentencing to death penalty, such as inadequacy of sentencing under section 302 of the Indian Penal Code. Trends towards modern penological trend, towards the abolition of death penalty and others. However, in 2013, another judgment came, Sangeeta versus State of Haryana, and then some more judgments came. But the main question was whether the section 433A of the Criminal Procedure Code, existing procedure, the executive is judicially barred from exercising the remission power under the CRPC after this judgment, where the court has reduced the punishment. Instead of death penalty, they have given the imprisonment. Naturally, the question is it legally justified? It's a violation of separation of powers. It is a violation of section 28 of the CRPC, because according to section 28, subordinate courts, they are the criminal courts. They are saying that only the Supreme Court and the High Court will exercise this particular rule of sentencing. My query is, after that so many cases have been decided by the two high courts were very, proactive. Delhi as well as Kerala. Others, I don't know how far the criminologists have taken the cognizance of this development in this country. I couldn't find much articles. That's why I am just asking you. I am a part-time scholar now. I am enjoying my time after doing a lot of things. I have not hung my gloves, but even then I am not bearing them fully, because I am doing a lot of work for the government and for the colleges, this and there. But these are the certain areas where the good research can be done. I could find many cases where the High Court or the Supreme Court ordered for the punishments. Anup was here, I wanted him to stay for this session. Somebody will examine the mental condition of these persons, because I found so many instances in Italy, the prisoners who were converted into the life imprisonment, whose sentence was converted into the life imprisonment throughout life, they wrote a petition to the Prime Minister asking him that, sir, please convert our punishment to death sentence. It's a failure of the principle of hope, ray of hope principle, which should be made available to all the prisoners. It is against that. Similarly, violation of human rights. But I can't say, because it's a judgment given by the Honorable Supreme Court. And I was expecting something in the new procedure code. And I asked this question, our friend Anup, he was here. In existing IPC, punishment has been provided under section 53, 5 types of punishments: death sentence, life imprisonment, imprisonment for any other term, forfeiture of property, and fine. But in new one, they have added, one category, community service also, as well as they have added life imprisonment till the natural death. How it will make the change. But this punishment, what we are discussing, could it make any impact upon the law and order, social peace, justice? It's you to decide, because now the plots are being hatched, conspiracy are made in the prison itself. Prisons have become the center for the criminality. So this type of punishment has failed, I think. But when I see my state, again Professor Pandey Sahab will say, the things which he have started doing in the name of punishment, bulldozer punishment. You might have heard all about the bulldozer punishment. Bulldozing the house of the rapist. I asked how you could bulldoze a house. Well, in fact, there were so many lapses as far as the construction of the house was concerned. The first thing was done that his house was bulldozed because he has been accused for the rape, and if he has done something illegally, he must suffer first. I don't know whether you will agree or not. I don't. But is it a way to control? Yes, it has shown the control. It has shown the result. Now the Azam Khan was weeping in the court. My lord, sir, your honor, please just give the all sentences together. He was the person who ruled. Mafias, they are fleeing from the UP. So I will not make any judgment. I will not ask you to make any judgment. I will only say that punishment is a very important issue. It should be discussed, debated and researched by the criminologists, and they must bring their findings before the criminal justice authorities, state, so that something may be done in this direction. Thank you very much.
So I invite our next speaker, Professor N.K. Chakrabarty from NUJS, Kolkata.
Good afternoon, everybody. I should share my acknowledgements to Professor Bajpai and his team as now President of Indian Society of Criminology, also to organize this 50 years of Indian Journal of Criminology. Before I start my observation on punishment and rationality, I should start my memories with Indian Journal of Criminology. My first article that was published in Indian Journal of Criminology in 1991 was Role of Probation Officers in the 20 years, where I disproved that what at that time correctional services in Government of India circulated, that this should be the role of workload, 125 units per month. That was totally wrong, because that time in West Bengal and many other states the workload is more than 200. By 20-year survey I show that, and that inspiration I acknowledge that one article on criminological research which our teacher, all of us will think him as our teacher, Professor Pandeyji wrote that feel discomfort with the existing system. It is not always to bring new thing, whether what is going on, you are comfortable with that. So I started that, and still now I try to think immunology on the basis of my own experience and research, myself and others. Let us look into the three aspects which are the basic focus on this session: that rationality behind application of death penalty, principles of restorative justice, and also implementation of community-based sentences. As regards rationality of death penalty, from our students' life, and also 50 years back, I remember one sentence from one case, Justice Kisnoyer, which I remember still, that ghost of Macaulay is still haunting our judiciary. And how far it is now changed, let us try to look into that. From Bachchan Singh, Machi Singh onwards, there was a there was an attempt to say that yes, we got the principle of death penalty by rarest of rare cases. But is it that that's the only one? Or if we go back to our Indian classical city writers, that punishment suit to crime, and then in the Indian penal code, punishment suit to the criminal. But how? That's the question. And if I just quote the last case on this issue, Manoj and others versus State of Madhya Pradesh 2023 to SCC. Here Justice Lolit and his brother judges wrote, I quote that, individualized principle of sentencing based on both crime and criminal, with consideration of whether reform or rehabilitation is achievable, and consequently opinion on option of life imprisonment is unquestionably foreclosed. Commonality should be the only factor of considering the sentencing in murder cases. So aggravating and mitigating circumstances could not be rightly ensured justice so as to exclude all free play of discretion. So ultimately, considering the case-specific factors relating to crime and criminal without falling into predetermined patterns, that should be the spirit. So, though we know that we are looking into behind imposing punishment to death instead of life imprisonment, it is not the rarest of rare, but still now every case to be treated as unique, and there should not be any predetermined patterns of sentencing in the minds. So what Krishna observed in 50 years back in the 70s, that ghost of Macaulay should not be in the minds of the judiciary. I am just bringing one of my researcher now doing a research on NDPS Act, and in the status data available and comparison of two states, Punjab and West Bengal. In Punjab, the conviction rate is 82%. In West Bengal, it is only 20%. So what in the initial discussion, my friend Balrajji also raised that whether we'll compare with other country and India, better we should think whether what is going on in our states within India, what disparities are, why these disparities are. And for that, definitely he's trying to establish that there was one research in Europe where this mind of the judiciary, psychological study was there, that may be relevant. That is not final, but that may be the relevant to study. So when we look into other country means we'll look their studies. It is not that they are laws. I will also, another research study, I will try to find out that one study also made by studying 500 cases where forensic reports being the base on conviction. So it is found that out of 500 cases, 86% cases conviction being reached by the courts on the forensic evidence. So more and more scientific evidence being given weightage by our judiciary. I think more and more in our new code also giving much importance on scientific evidence. So that will give, I think, more rational sentencing and sentencing disparity may be reduced. If I turn to the restorative justice, which in theory that emphasizes repairing harm caused or revealed between criminal and the victim, I will just refer one areas, there are other, where restorative justice attempted in our country, like plea bargaining. But it is miserably failed. And my experience with one of my researcher in the postgraduate tried to get the data, and high courts in our state, I don't know other states, not allowing to interview the judiciary, magistrate or others. Why they have their CRPC conferred power to initiate that, they have not initiated. But advocates also have that discretion, but both defense and the prosecution, they are not exercising that, where this concept of restorative justice, which was brought in 2005, not even a single case in our state being realized under this law. My most research on the community punishment, where I can focus on that what is happening in our country, either Probation of Offenders Act or JJ Act. Research revealed that this is compulsion under section 6 of Probation of Offenders Act, that the court is to write why convicts between 18 to 21 not given probation, that to be written. But it is not being known to the magistrate, and probation offenders are not within the academic agenda of the Judicial Academy. And all the Judicial Academies, at least 2-3 I have visited in Eastern India, in their curriculum, probation is not their teaching part. As if, because those who are in the, at that time probation was not in the syllabus, they do not know. So, and High Court judges who are only the instructor, they never use that. And what happened that in West Bengal, when I did a research on probation, more than 500, 600 yearly probation given, now it is only 100 something. Such is the result. And that I will just conclude by my own experience with my students. The correctional home in West Bengal requested us to help them to deal with the under trials, which are 80% almost in the jail. And we have been allotted one jail to with my students to visit and help the legal aid. There is only one legal aid lawyers to deal with 2,000 inmates. And I have shown my students within the jail, normally women prison is separate, but that was British time, there is separate within the jail, where there may be 30 to 40 women prisoners can be accommodated. 100 women prisoners are there. They can only sit, and by time in the night they get 4 hours to 3 hours to sleep. And for using urinals, they are to wait at least 1-2 hours. I think our rationality, how this correction community also to bring the minds change of the judiciary, that to be looked into. Thank you.
Before we move on to our discussants, I just want to flag 2 questions that have come up from the remarks made by our speakers. Professor Chauhan posed many questions, but one that stands clearly is the question of imprisonment till the end of life, is it really an advancement? Is it really progressive if we chart out the evolutionary growth of criminal justice system? This is the question that he wants us to stay with, and we should reflect on it. Of course, with respect to remission, curtailment of remission powers. Professor Chakravarti's question, I mean, he said many important points, but one takeaway for me was whether reliance on forensic science will eliminate disparities in conviction rate and bring in more rationality of punishment. And obviously, I'm sure when we think about forensic science as a discipline, we know that like all sciences, it is not without human bias and prejudice. So how do we take into account that? How do we not see it as the ultimate truth? So with this, I am sure, in our conversations, we will come back to these questions. But now I would want to invite our first discussant, Dr. Bipin Vijay Nair, Assistant Professor at O.P. Jindal Global University.
Good afternoon all. First of all, I want to thank and I'm grateful to Professor Dr. G.S. Bajpai, who have given me this opportunity to share my views. And secondly, it is my honor to stand before all the stalwarts. Many of you have been my teachers, so it is my honor. And I am representing the younger generation of criminology, which many of you have been talking about. So I'll just share a few of my experience in past 1 decade where I have worked and contributed in criminology. The topic that we have is about punishment and rationality. And one contributor or one criminologist that I seriously would want to talk about is Cesar Beccaria. In 1764, the book Crime and Punishment, he focused about the principles of punishment, where he talked about swiftness, severity and certainty. This is one major thing which reflects the rationality and talking about how punishment should be provided. So in India, if we talk about on all these three fronts, there are certain kind of lacunas and lapses. But again, as a criminologist, we also need to see how we could go forward and contribute in research and also in the practitioner aspect. So just going by the three major elements that have been highlighted in this discourse is one, rationality for death sentence. I would suggest that we all would agree that the rarest of rare aspect is something which is not been defined and has been given a discretion to the judge. But again, over the past, I would say 70 years, post our independence, if we go forward and see, there are studies which have been done by Project 39A where the list of prisoners who have been executed have been provided. The disparity in the death sentence can be seen, especially on the socio-economic lens. Even Becker in 1968 has pointed in the Crime and Punishment economic approach that there are various kind of disparity which can be seen, especially from the socio-economic lens. It hasn't been rectified. We can surely have a discourse on it that how we need to see, because till now, if I talk about white collar crime, if we talk about any financial crime where there have been thousands and thousands of crore of losses that has happened, we haven't seen a dedicated death sentence or even a life sentence, to be very precise on. But people who are of a lower strata, may it be socioeconomically low, they have been a victim. I would highlight that, a victim of this system where they could not get, let's say, bail, they are not able to get surety or a bond, or they can't appeal. So that's one disparity that I would point out in terms of the rationality in death sentence. Restorative justice, even Professor Chakravarti was also talking about the restorative aspect. We have been able to get restorative justice in bits and pieces. But when we talk about the entire restorative justice, how there is in Europe or Wagga Wagga model or Canberra model, we don't see a dedicated implementation in Indian context. I did read Professor Bajpai's article where he did point out about the restorative justice in a juvenile justice, which is very much, I would say, implementable, that can be looked upon in terms of how we can implement all the principles of restorative justice, especially in the juvenile justice system as a start. We have few aspects, as Professor Chakravarti mentioned. Plea bargaining was one, then Nyaya Panchayat was one, then we have Naga sect in the northeast where they do follow certain principles of restorative justice, but we are not able to implement restorative justice, which could be seen as an alternative justice model. especially to repair harm and also to reflect on the relationship that can be repaired between the accused, I won't use the word offender, but accused and the victim, and how they can go better in the society. Because one major thing is not to punish them, not to have a punitive aspect, but to focus on a correctional framework, which now the criminal justice system also focuses on. Last thing which I want to highlight is about the community based sentencing, which even Professor Balraj Chauhan pointed out, that in the new criminal law, we have one aspect of community sentence to be given, but have we seen the feasibility and rationality how that would implement in deterrence? That's something, especially from scholars and researchers, we need to focus on. And I agree, and I would certainly agree with all the senior criminologists and professor here, that we as young criminologists, it's on us that we need to take these feasibility studies and these study which will provide efficacy and effectiveness. Last few things that I want to add, and I want to add upon the institution that I belong and the work that we are focusing on. We did try a small study which was focusing on exploring the effectiveness, especially in petty cases, through restorative justice, where we had a sample of 800, which involved a number of criminal justice machinery and criminal justice practitioners, lawyers, judges. There were certain law students that we also focused, and we did find out that the knowledge about restorative justice is limited to their curriculum. They are not able to see the practical aspect, that how can we see the principles of restorative justice in the industry or the criminal justice machinery. So that's one thing I would say, the applied perspective need to be focused more. And again, also being a student of criminology, we did had a focus on theoretical premises. There were no practical exposure of how that theory can be applied in the industry or the criminal justice machinery. So now I believe, and all of us was also discussing, that rather than the theoretical approaches that we have been doing, we need to focus on a scientific methodology to study crime, to prevent crime, to detect crime. And on that aspect, even I think none of the previous speakers did talk about it. I want to highlight that none of us did talk about the contemporary crime, which is majorly cyber crime. And I want to add that I think everybody here would have one or the other point, being at least somebody who would have witnessed a cyber crime. And even in cyber crime, I want to highlight, because that's my study area, it has been reported by the recent Ministry of IT that among all the cyber crimes, 75% of cyber crime is financial crime. But in our, I would say, education system, especially if I talk about criminology per se, we don't have dedicated curriculum, dedicated, I would say, specialization which focus on financial crime studies, which is very relevant, because anywhere you go, I can go on and on talking about any industry wherein we suffer and have losses based on financial crime. So when we talk about punishment, and especially the white collar crime, we talk about 2G scam, Colgate scam, n number of scams you'll talk about, the punishment, especially the principles of Caesar Beccaria that we talk about, is not at all utilized or effectively being produced, because we could see that they can get off based on money power or any other power aspect which is there. So that's one thing that I want to suggest, that we as young criminologists, we should take it forward. Second thing that I want to talk about is the utilization of technology. I think in the first discourse, Professor Purvi did talk about the interdisciplinarity which is there. We are today at a point that we need to have technology as an aid. I'm not suggesting that we should completely depend on technology. It's same as I think what right now we are discussing, that forensic science cannot only be taken as the sole evidence. We need to have an interdisciplinary or a transdisciplinary approach with number of, I would say, subject, maybe sociology, psychology, law, social work, and so on and so forth. Same when we are in an era of digital world, we need to focus that Internet of Things is something that we also need to utilize. In USA, there was a case where the lawyer utilized ChatGPT, the language algorithm, to produce case judgments or the case readings. So there is, I would say, a major focus on the shift in terms of how technological discourse is going, and that is something that we need to focus on, especially when we talk about punishment and rationality, because in criminal justice system also there is a very dedicated need that we need to highlight, how if community sentence is to be given, how when we focus upon restorative justice, how a death penalty needs to be given, there need to be dedicated research with the utilization of the latest technology and contemporary resources to focus on the principles which were suggested, which was swiftness, severity, and certainty, and how we could have the reliability of the new punishments, new type of, I would say, fine, community sentences, rigorous simple imprisonment, so on and so forth. So that is where I would want to stop, and I would be happy to hear from all the senior professor here, because being a young criminologist, we would always want to hear suggestions and comments and how we can take it forward, because I would completely take the onus that is now upon us, how we can shift and have a transition from the current state, what criminology is, and how we can take it to newer heights. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nair. Now over to Ms. Maitri Mishra, who will be representing, who's the Director of Death Penalty Mitigation, Mental Health and Criminal Justice and Project 39A NLUD.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the organizers for having me here and having the work of Project 39A represented here. In terms of what I would like to discuss based on the previous speakers and some questions that Latika had posed, before I start talking about that, just also want to say that the only validity I have here is as a person who has worked with death row prisoners and their families for the past 8 or 9 years, doing empirical research with them on mental health and the death penalty, as well as providing prisoners who've been sentenced to death legal representation. So my experience is coming from having worked with people who bear the brunt of the criminal justice system, and yeah, though my thoughts are rooted there. To start with, some of the things that Latika had pointed out and wanted, I think, discussed about emotionality and rationality and its relationship to punishment. I think going back to Professor Pandey's radical criminology, I think it might be useful for us to not use rationality and emotionality in binaries. I don't think they necessarily need to be in binaries, and restorative justice is an excellent example of where emotionality and rationality fit together, where justice is not seen just as an outcome of reason, it's seen as an outcome of experience and emotional validation of both the victim and the offender. So I think when we talk about punishment, we need to include both in a certain combination. I don't think it's either one or the other. And the reason I say that is, let's assume that the death penalty is seen to be a rational punishment because it presumably deters crime. But what is the emotional experience and the psychological experience of the death penalty? And does that contribute to an overall increase in justice outcomes? I would think not, from the experience that we've had in our research. That is not speaking to rationality as much as it is speaking to experientiality. And I think we need to talk about that a lot more within criminological circles as well. Because the width of possible justice outcomes is so broad in this current topic with the death penalty, restorative justice, and community sentencing, it also made me think about what is India's penal policy and what is India's criminal justice policy. I don't think there's any clarity either in the new the criminal law bills or the old bills, where there's been a concerted effort, reliance on criminologists particularly, to say what should India's justice policy look like, particularly what is the evidence telling us. Professor Chauhan mentioned the Shraddhanand judgment, and it's the judicial focus on inadequacy of 14 years of punishment. And I would like us to challenge that. On what evidence did the judiciary say that that punishment is inadequate? There was no evidence in front of them. What did they mean when they say it's inadequate punishment? Inadequate for whom? Inadequate for what purpose? So while our judiciary makes these proclamations, I think as criminologists and people who work within the realities of the criminal justice system, it's important for us to push back on these proclamations and not take them as necessarily true or necessarily accurate, because it is the criminologists or people working within the system with the people who bear the brunt, victims or offenders or accused persons, who would know the reality, and not necessarily Supreme Court judges who are quite far removed from actualities of the criminal justice system after a while. So that would be my other point that I would want to make, is whether what penal policy we adopt, what reasons it should speak to, what purpose it should speak to, needs to be evidence-based. And I think we would all benefit a lot from having, instead of abiding, or not, I don't want to say abiding by, but instead of assuming as true diktats of the Supreme Court, to try and see what the reality is telling us. And I think a concerted effort by us to allow for more criminological research. I think Professor Chakravarti highlighted the point of difficulty in access, because courts might not be keeping records, prisons don't allow us to enter very easily. And I think we need to be able to establish criminology as a serious scientific discipline, and for that we need to be able to generate evidence, which I think will go a long way. The other thing I wanted to talk about was a lot of the focus today or in this session has been on just punishment and criminology's perhaps relationship to punishment, but I want us to maybe go a step further and locate punishment not necessarily in the criminal justice system, but as criminologists like Craig Haney have done, locate it in the social circumstances of people who end up, I wouldn't say necessarily committing crimes, but who end up with the criminal justice system. And I think in that sense, I would like us to maybe think of a new paradigm where we don't separate criminal justice from social justice policies. And I think there needs to be a criminological push to combine the two, because if we want to talk about whether it's the death penalty, who gets the death penalty, our own research continues to show that it's the poorest of the poor who get the death penalty, whether restorative justice works, whether community sentencing is going to work as an effective policy, which we don't know if it will, and again, speaks to the need for research. What it all does show is that crime is located in society, and we are not going to be able to be rid of it unless we ensure that people who bear the brunt of the criminal justice system, or people who might end up in violent situations, their prior needs and most basic needs are fulfilled. And therefore, to not focus on pathways to crime and just focus on punishment, I think is again falling in a bit of a fallacy where we make binaries, because we know from research that one leads to the other. There is a definite connection, and I think we need to work more with psychologists or people who understand that pathway better to have more comprehensive criminal justice policies and not just focus on whether a certain punishment works or not, because that's divorcing realities of crime, criminality from theoretical principles, which I think again creates a bit of a disjuncture in effective policy making. And lastly, I think I would want to speak to our duty as criminologists and to talk about the rising, what Bottoms had called as penal populism, and what is the duty of a criminologist in our country and in our policy making. I think that question needs to be answered in all honesty and in all its bare nakedness. What are we here to do? I think criminologists can play an extremely important role, whether it's in policy making, whether it's in creating better conditions for prison, police, prison officials or victims. And I think that question would be useful to answer even in the context of what should our penal policy be, because again, without criminologists, we would not be able to have effective penal policies. Without proper research, we should not assume that what the court is saying or the government is saying is necessarily effective. We need to be able to audit it. We need to be able to go to first principles rooted in realities rather than starting from theory and checking reality. We need to start from reality and then maybe develop theory. So I would stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mishra. I mean, very important takeaways again. A criminological push to combine criminal justice with social justice and focus not just on the efficacy of punishment, but to what she's called pathways towards crime. What makes people commit crime, or how systems and structures produce criminality and criminals is an important point to stay with. We will come to questions in a while after the commentators' views, or sir, should we start with you? Or
I don't have any argument to make. Only two small points of clarification. I do not know what is your thing.
So I think we will have the commentators and then we'll just open up for a few thoughts. Okay, so Dr. Tushita Sharma for her remarks.
Thank you, Latika. At the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers for this extremely important discussion and discourse. Each of the technical sessions and discourses that we are indulging with today are intricately involved with the development of and the involvement of criminology in the new trends that are emerging for the criminal justice system. And indeed, I believe just about 4 or 5 months back, with the introduction of the new scheme, we were pretty hopeful that there would be some breakthrough changes that would be brought about. But as was said in the earlier session, it appears to be more of a case of old wine in the new bottle, with the perspective of the bills that have been recently introduced. Now, coming to the topic of the current discourse, I'd just like to sum it up in a few words. Of course, the most senior members here have thrown enough, light upon the various ways in which the Supreme Court has dealt with at a different time, depending upon the era. But I would like to draw your attention to the obiter of Justice Madan Lokur in the case of Sangeet versus State of Haryana, where he says that death penalty, or when he talks about the punishment policy that is being applied by the apex court, and he asserted that it is still judge-centric. Having looked at some of the latest judgments in the past year and a half on the death penalty dealing with the capital punishment, my personal opinion is that indeed it is still judge-centric. From the discussion that was led by Ms. Mishra here, I think it is indeed imperative to now come up with a matrix, maybe not a mathematical straitjacketed formula, but we do need to delve into how exactly are we going to, manage the whole idea of aggravating circumstances, mitigating factors, looking into the abhorrence of the crime, the implication of the things upon the victim, and of course the development of restorative justice. Now, there is this conundrum that does exist in offenses that are related to, say, theft. So if an iPad is stolen, you can probably return it or make it good by paying a fine, or buying again another one and handing it over to the victim. But what about a case of the death or the murder? How do you restore the victims? One victim is dead already, of course. Secondly, the family of the victim, who is also a victim, has lost a member of their life, and that itself is not something you can redo, So those are issues that are there if you look at the variety of punishments and the variety of offenses that are being talked of in the penal legislations. When you talk about crime causation, when you talk about the pathological aberrations, when you talk about the pathways towards criminality, I believe, yes, we have to bear in mind that nobody is a born criminal. We have to realize that there are factors that make the person a criminal and towards that path. But then my question is, does that absolve them of the penalty? Whatever penalty, whether it be death penalty or the life imprisonment, but does it absolve them? When we were little, we used to hear a story. It's a lok katha probably, where my father used to tell us this. He said there is a snake there's a sadhu who comes to a village, and the snake goes to him and he says that, Sadhu, I'm very upset. Everybody hates me, and the moment they see me, they run away. They shun me and they are afraid of me, and nobody has any likability towards me. So the sadhu said and suggested, okay, you do one thing. You don't bite. You don't, give freedom to your fangs. Control them. After a couple of years, the sadhu goes back to the same dera or the same village. And that snake is seen by the sadhu in a very deplorable state. He's hurt everywhere, broken in parts of his bone, and he's, bloody everywhere. The sadhu asks him, what happened to you? You were this ferocious snake who everybody would be afraid of. What happened to you? So he said that I stopped biting and I stopped using my fangs, and see, this is the result of your advice to me. So the sadhu told him, I told you not to bite. I did not ask you to stop using your, the fear, you should not have lost that. So I would like to end my comment today when we talk about the death penalty aspect by saying that doing away with a provision from the letters of the law may not probably be the solution to it. We can have a sword in our mane and we can exercise when to use it and when not to use it. This is probably the same intention with which the Law Commission in its report had suggested that there are only a few, typical instances where the death penalty should be retained, and otherwise we should go for the abolition. So that is with respect to the death penalty and the conundrum that we are always talking about, whether India should move towards abolition or should continue towards retention. So I believe we should be on the side of retention, but at the same time wield it only when it is very much required. I'd also like to talk about the 1994 case of Dhananjay Chatterjee. When we talk about this disparity in the sentencing, as was talked about by the discussant here today, we know that two cases, Dhananjay Chatterjee, where a 14-year-old girl was raped and then killed, and I draw a similarity towards the case of Priyadarshini Mattu, that is Sanjay Singh's case, which happened in the heart of Delhi. We know that he belonged to a more affluent family. He was not a chowkidar like Dhananjay Chatterjee. He was also by then a law graduate. And can you believe the mitigating circumstances that have been there on record? He has a brother who is mentally challenged, aged parents, a wife, a child. And so these are mitigating factors. Let's not give him the death penalty. Let's keep it at life imprisonment. And also because he's been doing some legal aid service in the Tihar jail all throughout the time that he's been in it. Whereas Dhananjay Chatterjee, if you all recall, he was given the death penalty. And what was his social standing? Like I said, he was a security guard, not much educated, having no affluence or influence over the movers and shakers of the society. So definitely we see that when we talk about this big disparity, social factors, economic factors, and all the other political factors do play a very important role. It is time that India does away with those factors and those differences and gaps. I think it is already delayed in my assessment. Moving on to restorative justice. My understanding of reparation is that at the international level, we can of course trace it back to probably the 1800s or so, when we've been talking about the concept of reparation, particularly with respect to the 1999 UNO, DCCP, etc. But essentially speaking, the criminal justice system has a need and a justification for restorative justice as well. There are not every type of offense which you can have restoration for, but in many we can go ahead. If you look at an important judgment of Delhi, in my assessment, it's an important judgment of the Delhi High Court of 2008, when some youngsters were using their bikes and they were in the middle of the night around 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. They went to what is Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital and the backside of the president's estate. And they went there and they started making these tire marks and things like that on the roads there. At that point of time, this matter came to the High Court, and High Court ordered community service by saying 15 days those youngsters will go to the Gurudwara, Bangla Sahib, and do Kar Seva. That is not something new. It is not something that, like for example, we've been talking about the JJ Act, particularly Section 18, Clause 1C, where we are talking about juveniles who are at conflict with law and they being asked to do this kind of a community service. But I think high courts, like even Professor Chauhan said, high courts have been constantly trying to, develop this, but somehow it's not gone beyond that, and it's not gone very extensive. My understanding is that if the judicial academies do a little bit more effort towards sensitizing judges at the child court level and the district court level, probably that would be effective in trying to bring about these kinds of newer schemes of punishment, although they are not there in the current IPC, like Sir rightly said. But I think it is time that we can, move. And I think law has to always evolve. And we cannot say that this is the black letter of the law, so we cannot go beyond it. It is no more a time of only the literal interpretation of the law. So with that, I rest my case, and thank you so much for the opportunity, everyone. Good day.
Only one, Mr. Khan said. Otherwise,
only two small points of clarification. One is about deterrence. Number of the speakers have referred to proper implementation of the deterrence theory, as has been mentioned, rightly mentioned, that it was 1760 or thereabout. And for the first time from revenge vendetta to retribution, Beccaria propounded this. But after that, backwater has flowed under the bridge. We had theory of correction, theory of reformation, and now we are debating restoration, which is not much because it is still being discussed. And that has been mentioned over here by the previous speaker. Well, we have problems about restorative justice. When you come across cases of rape or acid attack and blah blah, so it is still being debated. So this is one point of clarity. Theory of deterrence has been nearly discarded, but judiciary and many legal luminaries still talk about deterrence. So this is one clarification. Second clarification partly has also been mentioned over here. Somewhere in 1951 or 52 in California, under Youth Authority Plan, they started this service for youngsters, first time crime doers, youngsters, that they do community service, mostly under the supervision of church organizations. Similar organization may not be here in India. And then it has been already pointed out that in the JJ Act of 1986 it was there, and in 2015 again it has been mentioned over here. Now, if Bharat Nyaya Samhita incorporates it, we should not say that this is entirely new. It is more than 70 years old as far as the US is concerned, and more than 40 years old as far as India is concerned. Thank you.
One small footnote here. I would just say, when you're talking about rationality of punishment, you must keep in mind the work being done by critical criminal law scholars in the West, particularly Ellen Norrie. Alan Norrie, in his latest article 2021, has written about mature guilt. And the whole article is on mature guilt. Basic guilt and mature guilt. Our whole theorization on sentencing is centered around basic guilt. And he says there can be mature guilt as well. And that is the basis of Rajiv Gandhi assassins being acquitted by Nagaratna's her judgment in that case, in which all the 7 assassins have been finally acquitted. And there is some dispute. The central government is saying you cannot do it, Rajiv Gandhi's assassins and all that. But she, in her judgment, has said that they have shown there is enough evidence to show that each one of them has atoned by getting involved in courses. So it is mature guilt. They have come out of the mature basic guilt and they are on the mature guilt level. Therefore, they deserve a different kind of sentencing response. So keep that in mind also when you are talking of these wonderful things. Old people remember these things. Younger people should pick them up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll quickly move on to the next discourse and over to.
That's why I was talking about the bulldozer model.
Discourse 4 of session 3, critical criminology, and Dr. Garima Paul, assistant professor MNLU is here. Over to Garima.
Khan Sahab. Khan Sahab, Inayat Rakhi. Inayat Rakhi. Inayat Rakhi.
She is there. You can put the. Yeah. No, it's okay. Be there. Oh yes, I will. Can you send me?
A very good afternoon to all the panelists and the wonderful audience. We have reached Discourse 4, which is talking about critical criminology. That states that crime and present-day processes of criminalization are rooted in the core structure of society and is now of more relevance today than it has been at any other time. With this backdrop, the question which is being posed to the speakers is, how has our comprehension of social structures and processes enhanced our interpretation of crime, its manifestations, and its social implications, thereby shaping new perspective on the nature of criminality? Before inviting the speakers, I would request them to please adhere with the timeline. Our first speaker for today is Dr. Hani Matiani. She's Assistant Professor, NFSU, Delhi. Ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. So critical criminology. So to start with, I want to start with one of the historical precursors, which is there when it comes to critical theories or critical explanation is there, how these theorists has explained crime. So one of the historical precursors which was there was the critique of culture, which was given by Horkheimer, Marcuse, Adorno, and Habermas. They actually concerned that subjective or instrumental reason is both an expression of and also the response to our cultural quality of life under capitalism. So drawing their inspiration largely from Marx in the year 1975, they suggested that a society dominated by exchange value promotes a situation wherein everything becomes a vehicle to everything else. So condensing a rather complex situation, critical theorists argued that under capitalist mode of production, objects once valued for their inherent use value, it becomes commodities which are now actually appreciated for their exchange value, which is money. So this attitude towards objects spills over into an instrumental orientation towards interpersonal relationships, giving rise to what critical theories see as a grotesque, the Kantian maxim, which under capitalism reads, never treat person as an end in itself, but rather as means. So under capitalism, basically human beings are being treated as means to get the required result for a specific section of society. So in continuation to this, I would like to take up the issue of youth criminality, which was actually explained by Professor Stephen Case in his research. And at the end of his research, he also gave the positive youth justice model. So according to him, and in all the societies also, youth criminality is a problem, is a big problem, and it is an ever-growing problem. Youngsters commit crime, they are running out of control. This is the message which public gets from whom? The government, politician, media, which is over-projecting these kind of criminality. So adolescent crime is basically a social construction, which was explained by Professor Stephen Case in his research, and I'll tell you how. It is basically a social construction, and it has been created, manipulated, and exaggerated by certain interest groups. So basically, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy created into existence for the message we have used to understand it, and the message we have used to tackle it, and more often to serve the interest of these groups. So there are basically 5 stages of journey to the creation, manipulation, and exaggeration of this problem. The first one is the creation of youth as a category. Second one is the creation of youth crime problem. Third one is how youth crime problem is maintained, perpetuated. And the fourth one is how actual maintenance of this problem is being an illusion to serve the interest of government and media specifically. So basically, he gave an example of UK. So in UK, youth crime never existed because they had only 2 categories, which was children and adults. Post-industrial revolution, youngsters, children specifically, and children, those who were between the age of 18 to 21, they were being pushed to work in industries. They had to share the same space which the adults were having. Now we have 2 categories of people sharing the same space. One category is children with certain characteristics, with certain personality traits, which can be boisterous, noisy, energetic, chaotic, loud, troublesome, and bothersome. And on the other hand, we have adults. So basically all these characteristics, these are the characteristics which each and every child possesses. So this caused adults in society a great deal of anxiety. How do we understand this group? How to control them? So general public, media, government, for them, this particular group became dangerous and out of control. On the other hand, we have another group, which is social reformers or the middle class people. For them, this particular group is actually the children, those who need support of the adults so that they can learn.
So we have two groups now. One group which is saying we have a group of children, those who are vulnerable. Another group which is actually forcing the fact that they are not vulnerable, they are being dangerous. So now we have two point of views regarding children as vulnerable or dangerous or innocent or threatening. So how do we resolve this conflict or the confusion which is being created? How to deal with this ambiguity or benevolence in public? So one way to resolve this issue was to create a separate category of person, which is adolescents, older than the child and lesser than the adult. So we created this category and understood that this particular developmental stage has different needs. They are stormed, stressed, chaotic, dramatic, undergoing rapid changes physically, emotionally, psychologically, hormonally also. So this period of chaos for an older child lend in itself to understand that this behavior is actually threatening. So what we had this dichotomy, we had innocent children, dangerous and threatening adolescents. So now, rather than having two categories, children and adults, now we have three categories apart from adults. So we have actually socially constructed the category of youth in the first stage, and the next stage is to create youth crime and exaggerate into a problem. So basically in mid-19th century, UK, they didn't have the official crime statistics, and they started recording crime statistics, measuring crime initially based on severity of the crime and typology of the crime. But later on they added age also. So we have now crime statistics which is actually showing that this is the particular age category which can create a problem in future also, is also a problematic thing right now also. Now the crime is being compartmentalized according to age. Response to this was special attention which was given by government, media and public. In return, government starts to create laws, policies, reformatory institutions, juvenile courts, custodial places. So government created laws and all these things directed towards negative connotation. Now we have criminal justice functionary, now they have a particular group. So they are supposed to focus on this group more. Police, they are supposed to work on these type of criminality so that this can be reduced. So negative connotations from criminal justice functionaries to this particular age group. Society, they started targeting them. They started labeling them as criminals. In this also one can easily make out that only one section are being targeted more. With this we can correlate how Marxism, materialism and structuralism, which is further emphasized by Habermas in the year 1984, can be combined to form a structural approach to crime causation, which allows us to examine how structural cleavages, which is present within our structure, engender criminogenic cultural distortions. And general thesis of such an approach is that characteristics of macro-social units themselves defined by distribution of certain structural parameters, which are poverty, inequality, mobility, heterogeneity, economic marginality, division of labor. So all these things, the structural parameters which was there present in our community, force these youngsters to push themselves towards criminality more. The techniques of neutralization which was given by Sykes and Madza, they tried to learn the self-neutralizing talk because they are supposed to justify their behavior. Behind the curtain, government, media, politicians, they maintain and exaggerate this extent of this problem, and to maintain their control or illusion of control, they started working frantically behind the scenes so that the problem doesn't go away, or at least the perception of this problem should remain within the community. To legitimize it, more legislation and organization to represent the problem as bigger than it is, as frequent than it is, or severe than it is. To represent their own level of control and capability of the problem, to maintain public dependency on them, to serve their own interest, to gain audience, to gain public confidence, to justify their own existence and the existences of the response that they have put into place to deal with this issue and to represent the problem. So what exactly we do about this problem? We have to change the perspective to the problem, which Dr. Stephen Case has eliminated during his research. that we don't see it as a problem. Problem is there, but we don't see it as a problem. Real problems are actually adult created issues, which are social advantages, deprivations, poverty, unemployment, unmet needs, health issues, psychological issues, which children are experiencing, and we as adults, we are supposed to support them with these problems. So youth crime problem is not a problem in itself, but actually it's a manifestation of a series of problems which we should be focusing on. So that's my part. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving such thought-provoking insights and taking us all back to what Karl Marx talked about on capitalism and various facets of adolescent crime. With this, now I would like to invite Professor Nusrat Praveen, ma'am, former Dean, Jamia Millia Osmania University and Dean, Law Bennett University.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Post lunch, many of us may be feeling sleepy. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Professor Bajpai, for inviting me here and meeting lots of people. Dignitaries present here, Professor Balraj sir, Professor P.P. Pandey sir, all the panelists with me and all other professors and participants present here. Particular reason I think is to commemorate the 50 years of Indian Journal of Criminology, and today's topic for shaping the discourse and scholarship in the criminology. Very good initiative, and in fact I was hearing Professor Bajpai in the morning session because it's going live. So we should also be made part of this journal, sir, I request you, as I'm not a part of it. However, I've been mostly invited for most of the event, but as such I'm not part of it. Okay, now since time is very short, so coming to the particular point which we have to discuss in this session, and I found it very interesting that especially for this session, our comprehension of social structure and processes which enhance the interpretation of crime. Yes, and we every day see, in fact today morning itself while I was reading newspaper and the editorial was talking about that breaking up is not a crime. Generally it's taken as if a promise with regard to marriage is not fulfilled, it may amount to a crime. So, in fact, it was also argued in that article that sex should be de-linked from marriage. It's no more a part of the marriage now. The people who are into friendship, the people who are into, relationship, they don't take it. And there's a consent involved when they indulge into such relationship. So, sex is, which is traditional criminal law, very much make it offensive once you have promised somebody to marry and have the sexual relationship, and then you went ahead. Okay, so let me just first talk some of the preparation which I have done for this particular discourse, and then we'll discuss many other development which helped which have happened in the recent few decades, and that compels us to redefine the crime. So, and we know that crime has been a reality of human societies forever, ever, and everywhere. And the propensity of to commit crime is always determined by the complex interaction of various factors. And some of the factors are, of course, social environment and many other factors, but social environment holds a very great importance when we talk of the criminality and definition of a crime at a particular, whether it is individualized for an individual basis or with regard to any particular society or community or area. Though there are various other factors, and it is a widely accepted fact that environmental factor influence individuals' behavior, and the social environment encompasses many aspects which include family, friends, education, of course economic status, because that's another very important thing we feel in the traditional context. If we talk of property crimes are committed by the people who are poor, who are having their, their needs are not fulfilled, their different type of, these are some reasons which come, but is it the only reason people commit the crime of theft? Many rich people, many powerful people indulge into crime of property crimes and theft, and they are not in, and they have also the ways out to come out of it. Very easy ways to come out of it, because they have money, they can come out of it, because they have relations, they have power relations, they come out of it. Yeah. So there are, as we see that crime is defined through actions. And action can be considered as a very dynamic phenomena rather than a static one. You cannot just statically say this crime will happen in this way. There can be multifaceted approaches and multifaceted ways. And this dynamism of a crime allows crime to manifest itself differently across the societies, and it also over the period of times, over different cultures. Sociologists such as Emil Durkheim postulated that crime always happens. Crime happens in every culture, in every society. And he said that there must be a purpose, otherwise there could not have been that widespread criminality, and no law to date has been able to end it. So consequently, individuals in regulating their behavior throughout their lives, they are primarily influenced by their surroundings, by their environment. And the first environment definitely is their family, their neighborhood, their places they visit, such as the school, the workplace. And when we talk of to deal with that criminality and about the insurance of the social welfare, because the governance is always concerned about the social welfare, so some penalties are determined by the laws. But do we feel all these penalties and the law, are they sufficient? And then arises the necessity of the crime prevention itself. Because when we talk of punishments, it's always when the crime happens. And we have that structure always in place, but then always there is a necessity for the prevention before it occurs. And for that, by implementing some improvement in the environment are required, some societal domain, and this imperative becomes more attainable with the passage of time. Also, when we want to prevent the crime, the examination of social and environmental factor, that has always increasingly been integrated into the crime prevention programs. As there are, we all know, and the authorities, the concerned persons, they all know there are severe effect of toxic environment on one's inclination towards a crime. Society, community, people around makes a very good person also into a criminal. So that toxic environment is always inclines a person towards crime. Then identification of some these attributes, they contribute to and precipitate criminal behavior, and it always remains an ongoing subject of discourse. As just now initially I gave this example of sex and marriage to be linked or delinked. But then some years back we were talking about the same-sex marriages and same-sex relationship, section 377 of IPC, but somehow, though may not be accepted in the society fully, but somehow some judgment, some information, they have put it on, some type of rolling subject matter, and slowly, gradually getting acceptable. Of course, even marriages also come into, not finally decided by the Supreme Court. Tomorrow laws will be amended, laws will be changed. I think that time is also going on to come, and many things which we can, it always happens, something which is a crime in one period of time may not be crime in another period of time. Something which is a crime in one society may not be a crime in another society. So it is always keep on evolving. Because people generally believe that crime were as I already said, generally committed or generally perpetrated by the lower socioeconomic classes, but because of the materialistic thing. But hardly we see now that the crimes are only, in fact, we are now more concerned about the socioeconomic offenses, white collar crimes, and these are the crimes which are committed by the people who do not need any type of materialistic gain. They already are quite well off. They already have the enough means to fulfill their needs. So everybody or anybody who commits a crime is not always because of that. It can be there can be multiple other reasons, and this also raises a question. Is the subject of a debate when we talk of crime and definition? Is it the crime itself or sometimes the motives of the person? Motives are very important, which we generally neglect. So the different definition of the crime at the present, if we compare to the past, prompt the inquiry to the extent of malleability of the concept of crime, because the actions which previously were considered crime and subject to penalties may no longer today be regarded as such. And then I'll just take a few more minutes. Then today, another area which is a subject matter of concern is the advancement of technology, which was not there earlier. Many of the things which are not, thought of being the crimes, but they have become crime. There's a rise in the crime. These crimes are severe crime more than the earlier called violent crimes such as murder and assault. Cyber crimes, we see that the sophisticated techniques are used for phishing attacks, identity theft, voyeurism, lots of things are there, and they are increasingly getting common as compared to the traditional crimes. These crimes are not only against some particular type of crime, but they are also responsible for spread of fake news and misinformation on the internet, which can lead to confusion and chaos and can lead to further type of crimes, such as sometimes riots can happen, which may be the result of some fake news or some type of fake information which is spread on the internet. So similarly, there are if we talk of, there are drug crimes which are much on rise nowadays, and because of drugs many other crimes are perpetrated. Now law, when we talk of it, entails application and penalty and sections of behavior of the people. But then the debate is psychological and physical vulnerabilities are to be taken into consideration, while the social and environmental factors are to be excluded, or it should be the individualized circumstances which should be taken into consideration. I think time is short. I was thinking of speaking very long, but I leave it here that there's a lot which is to be pondered upon in the present day's context with regard to how to define the crime or how to take one action into crime. Should it be on the basis of those traditional methodologies, or should we adopt some new methods with regard to finding a person guilty of committing a crime? Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for starting off your discussion with such a sensitive area relating to acute criminology, and then discussing the environmental factor playing a very crucial role in criminality. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Professor Sandhya Kumari, Professor, Calcutta University.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sir, for inviting me for this session. And my paper is, it's a small discussion. So my paper is starting with how do we perceive law, and then we'll briefly talk about criminality, and then we'll be moving on to that how the use of criminal law as a power resource, and then how Andrew Ashworth, when he talks about that whether criminal law is a lost cause, how he suggests that how can we save it. So that is the crux of my paper. So generally, when we teach our students in class, we say that law is what? It is a set of rules for regulating the behavior of people. But then when we look at different definitions of law, we see that Shapiro is a jurist who states that all laws are by definition political. They allocate values as they tag persons and their activities. They are authoritative and they are policy, and therefore they are political policy making. And then Scandinavian school, however, terms law as a social fact. while Marxist school concerns itself with social and class origin of law and its use by the classes in power for their vested interest. Thus, law is condensed as a power resource, a way to abuse power. Moving forward to criminality, as preliminary understanding, we understand that it is behavior that is either prohibited by the criminal law or it refers to criminal characteristics of a person, thus stereotyping a person on the basis of their characteristics or their activities as a criminal. Moving on to, therefore, the criminal stereotypes introduce a bias into these processes that negatively affect people's lives and also affect the course the law enforcement agencies take. The concern here is that the tagging could be done either on the basis of characteristics on which the people did not even have much control, like, the sexuality, the class to which they belong, the caste, or their race, like the Black Act, which was, it was passed in the 18th century. Moving forward, criminal liability after the industrialization, the criminality imposed on the workers, on the trade unions when they were going for strike, when they were raising their concerns through striking, but still they were being criminalized. Their act was being criminalized. Later, in the later time, we saw also the corporate criminality, and we see that the punishment is debatable. It has already been debated in the last discussion. Moving forward to the next part, where we see that while power holders secure multiple advantages, the power yielders or the subjects, they suffer from various disadvantages. In the process of criminalization, the interest of dominant groups prevail, wherein the interest of subservient groups is sidelined. Their characteristics and activities get extremely criminalized in some cases, like we see in the case of UP prohibition of unlawful conversion of religion ordinance of 2020, which criminalized inter-religion marriages and which brought it within the perspective of bring it from civil perspective to the criminal law perspective. Then in such situation, the criminal law ceases to be a reflection of custom against the notion of law, as suggested by a jurist called Parsons. He says that law is nothing but it is a part of cultural tradition in a given society. In today's era, when we look at the laws, we do not find that happening, because we are seeing that what is happening is, exclusivity and not inclusivity of the members of the society, especially in India's context, we see that. And rather than, having majoritarian perspective, we should move towards constitutionalism. And as in his paper, Andrew Ashworth suggests that criminal law can be revived by resorting to 4 core principles. And the first principle, he says that the criminal law should not be used for preventive purpose. Rather than it should only be used for censoring purposes. Secondly, the criminal law should be enforced with respect for equal treatment and proportionality. So it must not be, the punishments or the treatment of the people must not be based on, what class do they belong to. It should be rational and proportional. Thirdly, the accused should be afforded protection which is appropriate to the charges, and therefore the justness and fairness of process should be ensured. And finally, the maximum sentences and effective sentence level should be proportionate to the seriousness of the wrongdoing. So largely I've drawn this paper on the basis of the book Professor Pandey has written, and I tried to draw the line from law to criminality and how the power is abused and how we should move towards inclusivity in the criminal law system rather than exclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite now Professor Anuj Kumar Baksha, Professor GGSIP.
Good afternoon, everyone. Last speaker of the session, so I have to compensate for all the excess time they may have taken. Nonetheless, I am very happy for invitation by Professor Vajpayee in this esteemed gathering. But before I come to my scribbled kind of thoughts which are there, on a very personal note, may I can put my say salam, namaste to my teacher at CLC, Campus Law Center, Professor B.V. Pandey, my teacher, Madam Nusrat Ma'am at Indian Law Institute, And Balraj Singh Chauhan sir, who was one of the panelists at the interview which gets me here at Guru Gobind Singh University. So on a very personal note. Nonetheless, coming to some of the aspects of the topic, rather the topic is so complex it can hardly be stated in an hour or even 10 hours or something. Nonetheless, some highlights have to be brought in. And one phrase of the assigned discourse is critical criminology. Now, refurbishing the existing thought process, it's not critical. My mind is you only get critical when you tend to challenge the existing wisdom, perceived wisdom. So until we are able to unsettle the thinking about the criminology, we haven't even entered the domain of critical criminology. So are there some unsettling thing about the criminology that we are talking of here? Again, before I get into that, my introduction, I am absolutely an alien to this domain of criminology. During our LLB days, it was known by visit to Tihar jail. It never inspired me. After I became teacher, criminology primarily meant elimination of death sentence. That again did not inspire me. But again, I have been, as in thinking, a stakeholder of what goes on in the domain of criminology that attracts me. And in that capacity, as a thinking stakeholder of the society, I will be putting up some thoughts about it. Well, some of the unsettling things. Number one, who control the domain, discipline, thought process of criminology? So let's first question our own self. Are we controlled by somebody? Or are we just accepting the things as taught to us? My understanding is, today in the first session it was stated, Indian Society for Criminology was established by a professor in Madras who was a psychologist. I don't think anyone sitting here is a psychologist today. Initiation is from psychologists. Today it has ceased to be a discipline of psychologists. And who are the people who have come to occupy this discipline? No, number one, ideologically driven idealist. Now this again term, on the one side you are guided by ideology and then you are aspiring for idealism, but nonetheless there are people who are blindly driven by ideology and are working for idealism. That's one. For a long period of time, such kinds of people did occupy, they continue to be there. Reformist of variety of kinds. So everything in the domain of criminal justice administration must be reformed. So number of missionary reformists that have been there. Then law professional, law teachers, which seems to be maximum in strength today. A new kind of entrant. Today we found a wonderful lecture by one of the police officers, serving police officer. So judges, the police officers and others. And yet another person like us who may not have read much about the literature on criminology but seem to have long stakes in this. So these are the people who are there. Now how does this domain of criminology now shape up? It makes the domain very, very diverse, which was not earlier there. Then it is very, very complex because complexity of the society has also increased. Variety of kinds of perspectives are coming up. And also, richness of the discipline is there. So variety of kinds of enlightening literatures are there. And in between somewhere we will also see hegemonistic elements are also there. So some people within the group, they have the leading say. And so when I made this comment that any kind of seminar or relating to criminology you attend, one of the dominant voice is elimination of death penalty. How it is connected, I believe somewhere that element of hegemony is there. Then how many criminologists are there? In a country of 140 crore, I believe if we have to nationally look for how many criminologists, 140 से ज़्यादा नहीं होंगे देश में. आप इन्यूमरेट कर आप देख लीजिए, मतलब 1 करोड़ पर एक भी क्रिमिनोलॉजिस्ट नहीं होगा. Before lunch I was reflecting, so where do we talk about this criminology? How many established kind of scholarly literatures or journals are there on criminology in India? One is this, and it was very candidly accepted, that they have also been struggling. So 50 साल के life tenure में almost 30 years, 35 years इनका struggle में गया है, and दूसरा तीसरा का नाम भी नहीं आता है. So that is, our contribution to this discipline has been very minimal. How do we enhance? That is a challenge. Then yet another challenge, bulldozer justice. It is getting traction. Okay. Now this should be a matter of happiness, or it should be a matter of concern. I believe should be a matter of concern, but it is getting traction. That is yet another fact. And lastly, anyway, time is up. I will just stop here but again, as a thinking stakeholder, these notes are full, so many kinds of thought. But because of the constraint of thought, I will stop here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for raising so many questions. Probably we can have a brainstorming session later. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Dr. Herleen Kaur, Assistant Professor, Campus Law Center, Faculty of Law, DU, for sharing her comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I want to thank CNLU for having me here. It's always a privilege to be amongst the legal stalwarts. And as a commentator, though I'm supposed to provide some additional information, some insights on the paper presented, but believe me, in front of these stalwarts, nothing much is left for me to speak. And therefore, I would be speaking, coming up with the comments to furnish, we will be giving the final comments for winding up this session, actually. So as rightly highlighted by the presenters here, that India has a complex web of social structures encompassing various diverse factors such as caste, religion, socioeconomic status, education, and access to resources. And these structures significantly impact the patterns and dynamics of the crimes across the nation. Because when you talk about factors like poverty, inequality, lack of access to the education and opportunities, they have always been linked with the higher crimes. And we cannot deny the fact that somebody is having a limited access to the basic rights like food, shelter. This is something that we drive the individual toward the desperate survival measures, including petty offenses like theft, to drug trafficking and prostitution. Similarly, limited access to the education and decent employment opportunities can also leave the marginalized sections feel alienated, feel depressed, and again indulging themselves in the commission of the crimes. And I strongly believe that when it comes to a factor like poverty, it's cyclical in nature, it can impact the generations across. And it definitely, when the children grow up in such kind of impoverished environments where they are lacking positive role models, they're more susceptible to falling into the criminal networks. And over the years, the social process like urbanization, globalization, definitely they have brought a lot of opportunities for us, but at the same time, they have posed a lot of challenges, resulting in white-collar crimes to street crimes, and driven by the disparities in wealth and opportunities. Furthermore, we can see that how the crimes across regions influenced by the cultural norms, historical context, and local power dynamics. We can see, for example, the honor-killing crimes are there, dowry-related offenses are there, caste-based discrimination offense can't be ruled out, and who is not aware of that Kerlanji massacre of 2006, where the Dalit family was murdered in a brutal manner, and the mother and daughter, they were sexually assaulted also. So then we have gender-based violence, which can be in the form of domestic violence, sexual assault, which again is driven because of the gender disparities in the education system, access to the resources. Our traditional gender roles and societal expectations for long have always restricted women's choices and their voice within the criminal justice system, which make them less, having an access to the criminal justice system. And due to advancements in technologies also, we can see that how there is a enhanced crimes in this area. And if we look at the NCRB report of 2023, we can see that how there is an increase by 24% in the cyber frauds as if we compare it with 2021 data which we are having. And over the time, in fact, there are new avenues that have emerged because of this advancement technology, and which have remained a gray area vis-a-vis crime and adjudication. I'm talking about decentralized autonomous organizations, which are hiring people and paying them from the internal capitals. But because of no provision in IT, Contract Act, and the Evidence Act, we do not have any mechanism to deal with these DAOs. So this entire discussion which we had in this session definitely indicated that how social structures offer valuable insights into complex relation between the crime and the society. And indeed, the social structure of India has enriched the interpretation of crime, its manifestation, and social implications, while posing various challenges. So thus there is a need to embrace a balanced approach, understanding that acknowledges individual agency, systemic factors, and need for the continuous evaluation of policies and interventions through which we can strive toward just and restorative society. And I really want to share that it is the outcome of these kinds of discourses that today our criminal justice system has really made a shift from retributive to restorative theory. Our system has made a shift from criminals to crime. And in fact, we look at new Bharat Sahita, which of course is an old wine in a new bottle, but it does provide for community service as a punishment, as an alternative. So definitely, this entire discussion very well highlighted the need for having holistic interventions. There's a need to redress social inequalities. There is a need to counter the gender disparities. Only then we will be able to have just and restorative society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to invite now Dr. P. Puneeth, Associate Professor, JNU. Ma'am is, I think, not here. So with this, we have come to an end of the discourse for critical criminology session. We would be commencing a next session from 3:30 p.m. onwards. It's already 3:45.
On juvenile criminality, there you have referred to the Western model more rather than the Indian model. Now, if you could Indianize that model and do a parallel to how India, in my paper I have referred to Apprentice Act 1850 was the first where Indian children were, and parallel to that in 1821 a New York committee for the first time used juvenile delinquency term. I was searching for the search of the term juvenile delinquency. First time used by Committee of New York, 1821 committee. So पहली बार उन्होंने they used the term juvenile delinquency. And in India, it was a similar pattern of industrial industrial society, and they were bonding the children to industries. 1850 Act, the first legislation pertaining to juveniles, 1850 Act, Apprentice Act. और उसको अब चेंज कर दिया गया है, 1922 का Apprentice Act बना दिया गया है. विदाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग उसके क्या पर्पस था, हाँ उसको हम लोग मैकेनिकली कर रहे हैं चीजें बिना
इंडियन जेल कमेटी ने जो किया फिर उसके बाद लेजिस्लेशन का है ना.
When I was reading everything what I have presented here, I was thinking on the same line which you have said.
इस पेपर को देखो तुम, उसमें मैंने एंड में यही कहा है कि इंडियन क्रिमिनोलॉजिस्ट के लिए एक बड़ा भारी चैलेंज है. कैन यू बिल्ड ए थ्योरी ऑफ जुवेनाइल जस्टिस. मैं देख रहा था वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड में दे हैव रिजेक्टेड जुवेनाइल, दे आर सेइंग चाइल्ड जस्टिस. यहाँ अभी भी हम लोग थिंक कर रहे हैं। हीरा सिंह साहब से हमारी बहस हुई थी, हमने कहा जुवेनाइल टर्म मत यूज कीजिए, ये स्टिग्मेटाइजिंग टर्म है, आप राइट इन द बिगनिंग स्टिग्मेटाइज कर देंगे। उन्होंने चिल्ड्रन एक्ट दिया था 1920 के, चिल्ड्रन एक्ट, मद्रास चिल्ड्रन एक्ट, चिल्ड्रन वर्ड यूज किया था। और 1986 तक जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट में जुवेनाइल पहली बार 86 में यूज हुआ और उसके बाद वो स्टिक कर गया। और उन्होंने जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट 2015 में भी जुवेनाइल वर्ड यूज किया, बट वहाँ उन्होंने चाइल्ड जस्टिस
जस्टिस तो दो, जुवेनाइल को, चाइल्ड को जस्टिस तो दे दो।
चाइल्ड इन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट विद लॉ, चाइल्ड इन नीड ऑफ केयर, बट उसका टाइटल जो है जुवेनाइल जस्टिस।
Before we, thank you so much, thank you. So before we begin the session 4, let's join for the tea. Then I think it's required now. KIT University, Bhubaneswar. So I request ma'am to please come and start the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will be starting off with our session 4, Criminology in the Context of Victimology, Discourse 5, Rule of Law and Criminology and Victimology. I hope all the speakers are here. Professor Rashmi Salpekar, Professor B.V. Pandey sir, Mr. Sanjay Vashisht sir, okay. Dr. Seema Singh, madam. And for comments, we have Dr. Archana Sharma. Okay. So I would be starting off with our first speaker, Professor Rashmi Salpekar. Ma'am, we will be trying to finish it within 30-35 minutes, so better 6-7 minutes per speaker. पांडे सर
पांडे जी इसमें नहीं अच्छा आ रहे हैं जब तक आप शुरू करें वो ही इज टेकिंग टी अच्छा पांडे जी भी यू कैन स्टार्ट मीनवाइल टी otherwise it will be very late.
Good afternoon all. First of all, thank you so much sir for giving me this opportunity. So whenever you are required to speak in a seminar or conference organized by Professor Bajpai, it means that you are required to study. So yes, I have done my studies, and with some of the thoughts I am here. As you know that for this particular session, the question which is there, that is, in what ways has criminology contributed to fortify the rule of law, and what are the inherent conflicts and contradictions encountered particularly concerning the discipline of victimology within the content of legal frameworks and practices. So this is what is the question which we are required to think on this particular question. We are required to find out some kind of reflections on the same. I am relating it with international criminal law. So as such, in this particular question, it is not biased towards domestic or international. So therefore, I will be speaking on international. And what I am going to speak, that is about the protection of victims or the rights of victims under international criminal law. So just to make the a kind of premise for this particular presentation, I would like to speak first that what exactly rule of law under international law. Well, as such, there is no concrete definition of rule of law in any kind of stream, maybe international or domestic law. But the definition which I am taking when I am just putting forward my argument, so that is that strengthening the rule of law involves respect for the norms of international law, including on the use of force, and recognition of the primary responsibility of states to protect their population from genocide, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and war crimes. So with this, if we will see international criminal law, so as such, there is no particular branch of international criminal law as such. Slowly and gradually it has been developed. Like in international human rights norms, also you will find that there are few conventions wherein how to implement for that particular matter, investigation related rights, inquiry related rights have been given. But international criminal law goes beyond it. International criminal law we speak or we discuss when there is a violation of these norms. In addition to this, nice. I'm extremely sorry that I have started before you come. In addition to this, at times there is a policy of a state which is going against to the rule of law at international level, then also international criminal law we can implement. So what exactly it is under international criminal law? So then we are required to start with Nuremberg Tribunal, then Tokyo Tribunal, then Ad hoc International Criminal Tribunal of Yugoslavia, Ad hoc International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, and then Permanent International Criminal Court. Now coming on Permanent International Criminal Court, is there something about the victims? Because as I've told you, I wanted to relate it with the victims. Now, starting from Nuremberg Tribunal till ad hoc international criminal tribunals, as such, the rights of the victims have not been recognized and have not been, as such, given something to the victims of war crimes or genocide, etc. But however, in International Criminal Court, we are required to see few provisions, and they are Article 68 Clause 3, Article 75 and Article 79. Now, what is there under Article 68.3? That is right to participation, which is given to the victims. And under Article 75, right to reparation is given to the victims. And Article 79 is for the trust fund. Now, we are required to highlight some kind of contradiction and complexities also as per the question which has been given to the panel. Now, I am just moving towards these contradictions and all these complexities which are there. Now, regarding right to participation, which is given under Article 68.3, it says that the victims have a right that during judicial proceedings, they can present their concerns, their issues directly before the judges of the court, that is International Criminal Court. So generally we find that at international level, even in ICJ and in other kind of barring investment related tribunals, but otherwise it is only the state who represent that particular concern. But however, as International Criminal Court is based on individual criminal responsibility, so therefore they have given the rights to the victims also to participate even in the judicial proceedings. Coming on right to reparation, that is Article 75, it is stated that at the end of the trial, if there is a conviction, then the trial chamber may order to pay reparation by the convicted person. So the convicted person will pay reparation, and they are required to pay to the trust fund, and through trust fund then the reparation will go to the victims. It can be either to an individual victim or in a collective way. So it is also the discretion of the judges. So that is also given under Article 75. Now trust fund is coming under Article 79, wherein all the fines and forfeiture of property, etc. So that is required to be coming under the trust fund, which is given under Article 79. Now, what is there? Can we call it as, yes, the rights of the victims have been protected under International Criminal Court? No doubt, this is a very good initiative which you will find that it has been done at international level. But beyond that, are there any inherent contradictions? Now, when we are looking at the rights of the victims, and then we say that what kind of reparations have been given, so they are mainly three types. One is restitution, compensation and rehabilitation. Now when we will look into the various types of this reparation which are given under Rome Statute of ICC, that is restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, then is it not that we are reconceptualizing victims' right as if it is in relation to the public social welfare? Now, how far we can keep an individual approach while protecting the rights of the victims? Like in domestic law, whenever there is a crime, it is a state who is a party vis-a-vis that particular accused person. It means that state is taking responsibility. But at international level, under international criminal law, it is the situation wherein that those victims and the accused, they are there. As such, no state is involved in this particular process. And as a result, under Article 75, when we read that at the end of the trial, if there is a conviction of that particular accused, that accused has been convicted, then they are required to pay reparation. But then what if a person has not been convicted, but still you will find that the victims of those crimes are still there? It means that that particular person has not conducted it, but then he or she is the victim of genocide, he or she is the victim of war crime, then who will pay? Like our domestic front, state is always there to pay reparation. Of course, there is no concrete provision, but still, in various situations, state have paid. But in International Criminal Court, as such, if the convict has not been punished, then in that case, no one will pay reparation to the victim. So can we say that yes, this is a particular victim's right oriented International Criminal Court? And then further, it is also at the end of the trial. What if during the trial only, that particular accused, he is no more? For example, Muammar Gaddafi, now he is no more. What about his victims? In that case also, the reparation will not be there. So therefore, when we are saying that yes, at international level, because of the International Criminal Court, somehow a ray of hope is there for the protection of victims' rights, can we say that this is what is the absolute in nature? Now on this, there is one Judge Schmidt, 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 who is well known. Why? Because he has issued the ICC, wherein he issued the arrest warrant against him. So in this particular scenario, can we say that the victims' rights have been protected and in a real sense under international criminal law? So this is what is the question to be researched. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for raising a question which is of concern to all of us. Our second speaker is Professor B.B. Pandey, sir.
In the first session, Professor Salpekar spoke about victim at the international level. I'll bring the debate back to the national context. I compare a society in a state of flux and change constantly faces a readjustment between competing concerns. I've said the title is Decoding the Apparent Conflict Between the Concerns of Criminology, Victims and the Rule of Law. There are three concerns, competing concerns, which at times gives an impression of conflict. Our focus here is on three clusters of judicial rulings in which the conflict between the concerns of criminology, victims and rule of law has surfaced recently. तीन रूलिंग है जिसमें ये conflict seems to have surfaced prominently. First is the case of Vachati case, L. Nathan versus State, represented by SP CID, CBI, Madras. This is decided by High Court of Madras on 29th September 2023. ये बचाती वाला case, this is Dharampuri massacre. A case of mass victimization of tribal people inhabiting the idyllic foothills of Chetri on the eastern Ghats of Dhantari district in Tamil Nadu in 1992, had to face the collective ire of the state functionaries. 269 state functionaries ganged up. State functionaries, 269 police officers, forest officers, revenue officers. They went and raided this tribal hamlet of small, about 90 tribals staying in Chetri village. And for 3 days in 1992, they unleashed an orgy of violence, rape, poisoning the wells, beating the old and children, and raping 18 women and girls. in the pretext of searching for sandalwood. बहुत जरूरी है सैंडलवुड तो सर्च होना चाहिए. ये सब ट्राइबल्स जो हैं वो चोरी करते हैं. और स्टेट इज वेरी हैप्पी. And Jayalalitha backed this atrocious police action. FIR was not registered for 6 months or a year. But the activists, some lawyers, some activists, legal aiders, they came together and went to the High Court. High Court directed, and they asked for CBI investigation. High Court directed CBI investigation. And after that, everything went slow because the whole system wanted it to go slow. In 2011, surprising, a sessions judge who was courageous, must have read criminology, he convicted all the 269 officers. He must not have read criminology or read criminology, whatever it is. All the 269 from 5 years to 10 years punishment उसने दिया. फिर उसके बाद there is silence again. 2011 में the whole police and forest bureaucracy went in appeal, backed by the government, DMK government, AIDMK अब आ गई थी, Jayalalitha. They are against the state. So, and they went in appeal, and the matter remained standstill from 2011 to 2023. The government changed. Jayalalitha की जगह दूसरे actors आ गए, and the High Court gave a judgment upholding the conviction of 269, upholding the conviction of 2011. सबको सजा बरकरार करी, and it was celebrated as a great victory for the victims of crime. I read in an editorial from that appeared in Hindu on 10th October, 2nd October 2023. Apt comment in this editorial. The comment is, this is also a pivotal moment in the long battle for Adivasi rights. It is to be remembered as a case where, despite India's stark inequalities, the convergence of an alert civil society, committed lawyers, an independent judiciary, and above all, the resolve of the victims seeking justice could still work a democratic constitution and the judicial system to their advantage. ये सब चीजें होनी जरूरी है. Victims search for justice. 669 victims, all of them, they went in every hearing. They went before the High Court, they went before the trial court, they went for preparation of this, the whole petition again before the High Court. They didn't lose hope. They said rule of law will deliver them justice. This is one case. The second case of victim sort of concern being taken into account. Nithari case. Nithari case is another case about which Professor Bajpayee knows more than me because he has delivered lecture on Nithari in Tukuiva and other places. Child victimization. Victimization of children. Large number of children, girls and boys, were subject to diverse forms of victimization involving rape, sodomy, sex orgy, and ultimate murder and mutilation of body parts in a closely guarded house in one of the posh localities in Noida. the sordid crime remained shrouded for a long period on account of the influence of and economic abilities of the owner of the house, Pandher, who, in collusion with the police, managed to keep the victimization saga out of public and official gaze. Pandher managed, FIR लॉन्च नहीं होगा, पुलिस स्टेशन सारे पैक्ड अप हैं, कहीं कोई जाएगा, मिसिंग चिल्ड्रन रिपोर्ट लिखाओ, ये सब कुछ नहीं. Till, unfortunately for Pandher and Surinder Kohli, they kidnapped a girl, Payal. Her father, Nandlal, coming from Uttarakhand, which I also belong, he was a dogged father. He went in search for his daughter. He was thrown out of D5 Nithari, that Noida, and pushed out. And they understood that he's serious about it. And he kept on ringing the mobile phone of his daughter, Payal. One day the mobile phone was lifted by a rickshaw puller. रिक्शा पुलर से पूछा उसने मोबाइल फ़ोन कहाँ से मिला तुझे, तो उसने बताया D5 में. वो घुस गया D5 में, उसने रकस मचाया, उसको मार पीट के भगा दिया गया. पुलिस ने अरेस्ट कर लिया और 3 दिन पुलिस स्टेशन में रखा उसको. पुलिस ने वहाँ भी मारा. तो ये बताना, मेरी लड़की जो थी वो सेक्स रैकेट में इन्वॉल्व थी, D5 से कोई मतलब नहीं है, वो सेक्स रैकेट में मारी गई. मारने पीटने के बाद पुलिस स्टेशन से छोड़ दिया गया, सीधे घर जाना. वो सीधे घर नहीं गया. He went to गाजियाबाद CJM's court. One CJM Ansari, he was the real hero. मीडिया में मगर उसका नाम नहीं आया. CJM ने पूछा उससे, ये तेरी लेडीज कैसे हैं? उसने कहा ये सब हुआ था. तो CJM ने कहा आई एम टेकिंग कॉग्निजेंस. तो कंप्लेन करने आया, हाँ आई एम टेकिंग कॉग्निजेंस सर. इशू 156(3) में कि FIR रजिस्टर करो. वहाँ हड़कंप मच गया कि क्या कैसे पहुँचा ये, CJM के पास कैसे आया. CJM के ऑर्डर को चैलेंज किया गया सेशंस कोर्ट में. सेशन कोर्ट ने कहा कि CJM का ऑर्डर ठीक है, आप FIR क्यों नहीं रजिस्टर करते. वो लोग हाई कोर्ट चले गए. हाई कोर्ट क्या गए, गलती हो गई. हाई कोर्ट गए, वहाँ हाई कोर्ट ने कहा कि 1 महीने में जितने मिसिंग चिल्ड्रन हैं सारे इन्वेस्टिगेट कीजिए, सारे ड्रेन्स जो है ड्रेजिंग कीजिए. द होल sordid drama was revealed. And both of them were convicted in 12-13 cases. And conviction was in 2010-9. First conviction, 12 convictions for murder and all that. But now I'm here. At the same time, the death sentence was imposed, and the governor of UP, they approached the governor, but there was an influential man, and governor commuted the death sentence. At that time, what happened, maybe one of the unadjudicated matter, Dhananjay Chandrachud was also in Allahabad High Court. Dhananjay was Chief Justice at that time. Dhananjay ने वो केस में कहा था कि in this case proper sentencing issue has not been resolved properly. So that was perhaps the reason I have told Priya and others, the whole team, to find it out. How did the matter go to the High Court after Supreme Court? That High Court decided on this is Surinder Kohli versus State through CBI 2023 Supreme Court Online Allahabad 2038. ये मैटर मेरिट पे डिस्कस होने के लिए इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट कैसे गया. जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सेंटेंसिंग इशू को फाइनली डिसाइड कर दिया है, सेंटेंसिंग इशू तो बाद में होगा, पहले कन्विक्शन होगा, ये मेरिट में कैसे गया? नाउ द इश्यूज दैट फॉलो फ्रॉम दिस, इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये 12 जो कन्विक्शन हुए हैं गलत हुए हैं सब। क्यों? क्योंकि कन्विक्शन के 2 महीना पहले वो जेल में बंद था, पुलिस कस्टडी में था, और कस्टडी से छूटने के दूसरे या तीसरे दिन उसने मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने कह दिया कि मैंने मर्डर किया। ये सारे मर्डर ओन कर लिए उसने, कन्फेशन। तो ये अपने आप में इनफ एविडेंस नहीं है, वीक एविडेंस है। और दूसरा ये कि कोई भी जो रिकवरी थी डेड बॉडीज की, स्केलेटन्स की, वो कॉरोबोरेट नहीं हुई है इंडिपेंडेंट एविडेंस। मीडिया प्रेशर में कोर्ट इतनी जल्दी में था कि किसी तरह से इसको निपटाया गया। Now my comment on this is, Vachati case shows that for receiving justice for the victims, the rule of law requires complying with conditions of earnest and determined resolve to seek justice on the part of the victims, competent and fair investigation, and impassioned and impartial trial. Rule of law की जरूरत है, और वो सब वचाती में हुआ, और मुझे लगता है निथारी केस में नहीं हुआ था। ये this could be the only explanation. Third cluster of cases in which victim is involved is a series of death penalty cases, fairness in death penalty sentencing, which has been taken up by the Supreme Court, particularly Lalit's bench. Right from Manoj, Irfan, Vishwanath, all these 4-5 cases, and down to the last case, ki how trial court balances the aggravating circumstances with. Now, all this is going to put victim interest in the back burner. But is the rule of law interest more important than victim interest? क्या crude justice is desired by rule of law? अब ये प्रश्न जो है, the third cluster of decisions may appear to be ignoring at the cost of the interest of victim of murderer's conduct, but a fair and just rule of law is in the interest of more and more safe and civilized society that is likely to, in a long run, serve the interests of the victim as well. I believe that a civilized society kind of sentencing, a civilized society kind of rule of law, again, on which Professor Chauhan and I would be in difference, that bulldozer, because it works. So civilized society rule of law ultimately would serve both the accused and the victim also. कल जो आज जो victim है वो कल accused भी हो सकता है. And a better guarantee and more civilized society guarantee is rule of law way. That was followed in Vachati case to get justice in this case. I stop here for this day.
Pandar has been released. Pandar is free now.
वो अपील में जा रहा है शायद. Yes.
Thank you, Pandit sir, for the deliberations. I request our first discussant, Mr. Sanjay Vashisht, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, to kindly deliver his address.
Shall I come there? Like to sit next to Professor Pandey and speak. The better ideas to speak. Obviously, what Professor Salpekar said about victims and their perception in the administration of criminal justice is extremely important. Every victim feels that he or she has special needs to perhaps undo the wrong which is done to them. Now, from a practical perspective, and I must also confess, I am equally theoretical, or at least try to be theoretical on these policies. I also read criminology in great detail. And I just saw, sir, I mean, before I commence, let me just thank sir and also thank NLU Delhi for really making all of us proud. I think it was day before yesterday that the Honorable Home Minister had really categorically mentioned the role of the committee in new penal law reforms. And the reason I congratulate Professor Bajpai and NLU Delhi, because obviously this is historic. Any reform, any reform for that matter.
I'll just interrupt. Sanjay is the author of Ahmad Siddiqui's
8th edition. It's
EBC book. He is writing. His book
Sir is only reviewing.
He is the person.
No, sir is
So
too
he's bringing out that book in January.
19th January.
He has studied in Center for Criminology at Oxford University. He's a very accomplished man and then did his masters in Bangalore University in Canada. He's very well rooted in criminology. Please continue.
But thank you, sir, for the committee's legal framework needs to evolve. Law has to be like a living tree. Law cannot be static, and thank you, NLU Delhi, for that matter. It's a proud moment to be here today, obviously. Now, and thank you, Professor Pandey, sir had reviewed my book, in fact, changed how the structure and everything had to be conceived. But coming to a very interesting and important proposition today, because the theme has been devised in a very meticulous manner. It's multidisciplinary. The way I see this theme, rule of law and the contradictions. Obviously, rule of law is to balance the rights and duties discourse between the rights of the victim and duties of the criminal justice system while balancing fair trial rights of the accused. The difficulty today is this, that the minute there is an FIR, the victim loses his or her say in the administration of criminal justice. I think this is one thing we must emphasize on. And I think sir was a party to one of the judgments of Justice Midda, where victim impact statement and victim assessment was first time introduced in certain areas of law. Because victims don't have a say, is perhaps what I would highlight from my experience. Victimization, victim and complainant are three different narratives altogether. We often, perhaps at least the way criminal law is otherwise understood, they are perhaps conceived to be overriding, but that is not the case. Victim and complainant, in my understanding of criminal law and criminology, especially from a theoretical and practical perspective where they overlap, are two different aspects. A victim as a complainant is a party to a formal process in a court of law, where their satisfaction, and I'm sure there are several studies. I recall my days at Oxford when I studied criminology. A victim or a complainant felt satisfied merely because they were informed about the stage of the trial. It doesn't have to do with the outcome of the trial at all, at least in some of the cases. So we have criminology as a discipline, which would perhaps try to balance how the rhetoric or the rights and duties discourse play out in the real world. Of course, victim impact statement may or may not potentially influence sentencing. It's debatable. In American courts, I'm sure that is considered by the trial court judge while sentencing the accused. In India, it's perhaps read it, at the stage of sentencing as well. We don't know if it's actually pertinent in terms of influencing the sentencing. The mandatory maximum and minimum is again the discretion of the judge, and obviously aggravating and mitigating factors are taken into account. But the difficulty doesn't stop here alone. The victim participation is also limited in terms of testifying, one in the court when they are called upon to testify, but their participation is also limited to a trial court only. The hierarchy of courts would require that the victim also has a, perhaps if not active participation, we have to understand the delicate socio-economic balance. A victim may be employed, victim may not be living in the same city. But for me, the rule of law should evolve strategies. I would perhaps press for this issue where the rule of law gets into a position of understanding victim needs from an evidence-based policy perspective. I think these are days where evidence-based policy making and evidence-based criminology is the need of the hour. And I identify this in my book. And I think a fair example would be this. In England and Wales, there was a serious issue about bar brawls. You know, every weekend after bar brawls, there would be massive fights. A lot of public money would go into resolving these bar brawls. There was a smart criminologist, a multidisciplinary criminologist. He thought, I'll speak to a doctor, a scientist, and let's get some medical health and mental health experts. They identified the problem. After consuming liquor or alcohol, serotonin in the blood goes down, which increases aggression. They started distributing chocolates inside bar free of cost. £2, £10 chocolates. Otherwise, you would have the entire administration of criminal justice fighting crime. You have to prosecute somebody, hire a prosecutor, pay for their medicine, whatever. They realized that the crime came down only when they started to distribute chocolates. So I would only conclude by saying that in this discourse of victim versus accused, we may potentially avoid victimization by understanding criminology in an evidence-based format, the way policies are required to be devised. And this is what criminology and rule of law has to do in this whole system. And this would also take care of the subconscious and psychological needs of the victims of crime. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your deliberations. Our second discussant, Dr. Seema Singh, Assistant Professor, University of Delhi. Ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. Vajpayee sir, Chauhan sir, I'm little bit nervous because I'm speaking before Chauhan sir, who is my professor also, and B.B. Pandey sir, from whom I learned a lot. So, thank you so much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to express my view over such an important topic. Like Anuj sir, I'm also not the very well conversant with this area, but there are certain advantages of speaking at the end, because most of the things has already been said. So what I would like to do, I just wanted to decode whatever has been discussed since morning, I will say, or the topic which has been allotted specifically for this particular session: rule of law, criminology and victimology. And I will start my my speech from where B.B. Pandey sir has started the discussion. Rule of law. What is the rule of law? In a layman's language, it is the supremacy of the law. Nobody is above the law. But for the rule of law, one thing which is the most important, that is law. Law means what? Law means the person who are going to enact law. It is in a very layman's language. But the important question is, if the laws are not fair, then can we talk about the rule of law? So many things depends upon those also who are going to frame the laws, because once they are under the process of framing the laws, there are several things which are going to impact their psychology also, and specifically in a democratic their pre-launch impact analysis. B.B. Pandey sir has raised a very important question, and he was talking about the civilized society. Chauhan sir was talking about bulldozer model. What do we mean by civilized society? Personally, I believe the civilized society means there should be less conflict. But if you check the track record, then there is one thing which we all can very easily find out: the rising numbers of laws and the rising number of pending cases also, or reporting cases.
So if the laws are rising, number of laws are rising, number of reporting cases are rising, it means the conflicts are also rising. So whether this is a sign of a civilized society, that's the first question. And the second important question is, once the laws has been enacted, most of the time, without analyzing what kind of impact they are going to cause on the society. So many times, in many cases, we have seen that once a law is going to be implemented, suddenly thousands and lakhs of cases are going to be registered. So, pre-launch impact analysis and post-launch impact analysis, both the things are very, very important as per my understanding. And the second important question is unfair laws and procedures, because very important part of this discussion is the victimology. Because very less time has been allotted to me, I just wanted to understand what is the meaning of victim. Victimized by the offender, victimized by the system, victimized by the law, victimized by the procedure, victimized by the judicial setup. Because once you are victim of any offense, at several levels you face different kind of victimization also. Sanjay has raised very important point. Indian Penal Code, once an offense has taken place against the victim, now victim is nowhere. That is only between the state and the offender. So what is the needs and the requirements of the victim? What is his satisfaction? What basically victims want? After a lengthy process, once he is going to get the judgment, the important question is, that is only a judgment or that is a justice also? One day I was reading the theory of Chanakya, and he made a very important point which nowadays is known as the doctrine of proportionality. And what Chanakya says, Chanakya prescribes 3 types of punishment: Ati Dand, Nyun Dand and Sam Dand. And why I am mentioning this thing here, because abhi kuch der pehle baat ho rahi thi ki maximum prescribed punishment is this much, and the judiciary has decided to reduce it up to that this level. So what are the grounds? How they are going to exercise their discretion? So Ati Dand, Nyun Dand or Sam Dand mein, what Chanakya is going to say, if you are going to give Ati Dand, that is going to create a dissatisfaction in the society and fear also. If you are going to give Nyun Dand, then the people they will not, they don't have any kind of fear in violating the laws. उनको पता है कि हम करेंगे और छूट जाएंगे, कुछ होना नहीं है. But he is talking about the Sam Dand, which we can talk about the doctrine of proportionality also. And Sam Dand में important ये है कि जितना उसके अगेंस्ट में ऑफेंस किया गया है, उसकी प्रोपोर्शनैलिटी में ही पनिशमेंट मिलना चाहिए, सो दैट द विक्टिम शुड ऑल्सो फील सेटिस्फाइड. जब हम विक्टिमाइजेशन की बात करते हैं, विक्टिम के राइट की बात करते हैं, विक्टिमोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, आई थिंक अनदर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक इज victim compensation. Victim compensation, or nowadays there is a new term for a long time now, I will not say कि अभी से काफ़ी लंबे समय से चल रहा है, and that is restorative justice. So restorative justice में भी there are so many things which depends upon the quantum of the punishment and the amount of compensation which should be allotted to the victim of a particular offense, but awarded to the victim of a particular offense. But now, I think it's high time to broaden the base of definition of victim also. Because we can see a new kind of victimization. As per me, that is a reverse victimization. And what is the reverse victimization? Specifically in those cases where compensation can be awarded to the victims. फेक रिपोर्टिंग ऑफ केसेस. अभी हम लोग एक पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट में डिस्कशन कर रहे थे, तो वहाँ पे एक चीज़ सामने आई कि जे कॉलोनी में जो गरीब लोग रहते हैं, उनको पता है कि वंस दे आर गोइंग टू रजिस्टर अ केस अंडर द पॉक्सो, दे विल रिसीव सर्टेन अमाउंट एज अ कंपनसेशन. they are registering fake cases, receiving compensation from the state and receiving compensation from the so-called offender also. So here in this case, who is the victim? Now when we are talking about the rule of law, criminology and victimization, I think this is something which is also very, very important, and because this is the gathering of legal luminaries, I think this is the best platform to speak about all these things. And these are the challenges which are not only at the local level but at the global level also. और वो मैं इसलिए कह रही हूँ because recently कल ही जो है जम्मू कश्मीर में आर्मी पे अटैक हुआ और हमारे 3-4 जवान शहीद हो गए. Why I am asking this question? Because we are talking about the rule of law, we are talking about the protection of human rights, we are talking about the several types of international conventions. If a country is the sufferer of any kind of terrorist act, the countrymen are definitely entitled to get justice. Whether the offenders are sitting and executing their act within the territory of India or sitting somewhere outside. But you see what is the problem? Because this is, the entire model is not justiciable. In UN Security Council, if a ban is proposed, proposal for banning the terrorist organization, any country is exercising its veto power. So certain countries has become the heaven for the different kind of terrorist activities. They are planning acts and executing in some other part of the country. The countrymen are the sufferers, but there is no mechanism for the redressal. This is also a kind of gross violations of the rights of the people. So with this, because my time is over, and I just wanted to, in the beginning I said that I just wanted to ignite your minds on certain issues where I personally feel that there are grey areas. Otherwise, these discussions are only academic discussions. So what points should be considered while framing the laws? That is very much important. How we can stop further harassment of the victim? That is very much important. And how we can stop reverse victimization? That is equally important. And with this, I will close my statement. Thank you so much for the patience listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for keeping up with the time. I request Dr. Archana Sharma.
Now she's not there, you can close because we have.
Okay. So thank you for the deliberations from our esteemed speakers. We are now over for the next, I think the last session.
That will be last and very quick session.
Thank you, Arpita ma'am. Now we are coming up with our last session, Discourse 6, which is Victimology in Reshaping Criminology and Criminal Justice Studies. I request Dr. Mukul Raizada sir, Associate Professor, National Law University, Delhi, to take up the session.
Yeah, very good evening. Warm welcome to the last session and the last discourse. The last here is significant because everyone looked forward to the last. Yeah, so I am not very well versed with the whole theme of this, the criminology. So I was trying to bring out with the distinction between the previous discourse and this present discourse, I see a significant thing under the distinction. That is, the victimology, which started off as a subset of the criminology, has traveled a long path and reached to a stature where the discourse title is Victimology in Reshaping Criminology. So now it has got some potential which has some impact on criminology, though it originated as a subset of the criminology discipline. Having said that, with specifically to the theme, I was wondering where to situate this in the whole discipline of criminology. What I could see is that the focus area of criminology, as far as I could gather from all these sessions, is the incident of crime, its causes, its consequence, and the reaction to the crime. And now these last two components, the consequence of crime and the reaction to the crime, I see victimology situated here. That it is a consequence of the crime, and how the governmental agencies or the society react to the incident of crime by way of doing justice to the victim. That's how I see to this session. I welcome the two speakers of this discourse, Dr. Vineet Kapoor, IPS, and Professor Shekhar. And the two discussants.
Saurabh Chandra hai yahan pe. Vyula Shekhar is not there.
Yeah, and the two discussants are Dr. Chandra and Dr. Bharti Yadav. And Bharti is also not there. Okay, so the last session is with only one speaker and one discussant. And the comments will be given by Ms. Aishwarya Shah. Yes. So I warmly welcome Dr. Vineet Kapoor first to share his insight. Thank you.
Warm good evening to all of you, and my gratitude goes to all who have remained in the room, because I understand almost half of them are gone. So those who remain here, my gratitude goes to them for listening to us also. I am very thankful to Professor Bajpai for organizing this colloquium, and also for inviting us as practitioners to participate in this august academic discussion. Although, again, with the blessings of Professor Tiwari and Professor Bajpai, I have been awarded a PhD in disciplines related to criminology and criminal justice. But like heart of heart, as a practitioner, they have inspired, like Professor Bajpai has been my external and Professor Tiwari has been my guide, to interpret the law enforcement and the practice from an academic perspective simultaneously while working. And I think what Sanjay was saying just now, this evidence-based work actually becomes very viable when you are a practitioner, and then you have guidance from academicians, and you have a direct connect with them. My whole discussion today goes within this perspective. Victim-centric law enforcement and police service delivery incorporating critical victimological perspective. I base my argument on critical victimology, and through that I see how law and law enforcement must be seen by criminologists, like we have been discussing throughout the day by the pace set by Professor Pandey on how the practice should relate to the academics. And within this perspective, I see how critical victimology must be informed by critical practice as such. So, like the conception of victim within the law enforcement and intrinsic accused-centric city of law and law enforcement. So, the law enforcement itself in India is highly accused-centric. It is endemically, intrinsically accused-centric because we are totally involved with the accused once the registration is done. So the myopic view of victim by the enforcement agencies post-registration and even pre-registration. So like the entire mindset is based on catching the accused, like finding about the accused. The victim herself is just a instrumentality in the process of enforcement of the law. Victim as an obscure source of priority within law and its enforcement. So the victim becomes obscure within the process of criminal justice delivery as such. Victim hierarchies, intersectionality and qualified victim perceptions by the enforcement agencies. Why I call this thing as victim hierarchies? There are hierarchies of victims which we interpret. There is a Dalit victim, there is a woman victim, there is a child victim, there is a rich victim, there is a poor victim. There are different aspects of victims and different hierarchies of victims, and those hierarchies are based on intersectional advantage and intersectional disadvantages. And those intersectional disadvantages or advantages govern how that victim would be treated and how the course of law and enforcement would be qualified for that. Blinded view of the ancillary victims by the enforcement agencies. Another trend is the ancillary victim. Who's the ancillary victim? A woman, domestic violence victim coming with a child or her mother is an ancillary victim. A thelawala getting in a brawl, his family sitting in front of the police station for 4 hours to get the crime registered, the entire family is an ancillary victim. So who will look after those ancillary victims? Soft and hard policing biases and placement of victim and accused within distorted notions of professional priorities and action orientation by law enforcement agencies. Law enforcement agencies are highly obsessed with action orientation, and that translates into popular culture, Bollywood culture, which informs popular conception of law and justice. And so the action orientation robs away victims' agency and victims' priorities to be given to victims and the victimhood. Misplaced convergence on victim-centric job roles amongst agencies dealing with crime, insecurity and well-being. Why I say misplaced convergence on victim-centric job roles? There are different agencies dealing with victims, from care institutions to rehabilitative institutions to social work institutions to different government departments. Everybody categorizes the victim from a very different perspective, and there is no convergence on the victim as a holistic individuality. They take it from their own siloized perspectives. So this is a kind of a conception of victim and how the enforcement takes place. So the critical victimological perspective must be seen from this angle also. Now, if we see from within what I had earlier described as hierarchies of victimhood and qualification of being a victim, we can see how our law enforcement has covered space over time. There was a feminist critique of law enforcement, and so now we give a lot of importance to women victim, domestic violence victim. We have help desk, we have Mahila Thana, we have a number of helplines. Why? Because feminist critique pushed us to take up this victimhood as a emphasized and prioritized victim perspective. Child right critique of law enforcement culminated into Juvenile Justice Act, into POCSO, and definitely the entire POCSO is a victim-centric law, which maybe many other victims don't enjoy that kind of thing. I'm not saying that this should not be there, but I'm saying that there are hierarchies of victims which we are critiquing. Dalit critique of the law. The entire Atrocity Act has come up, and that also talks about victim compensation. Section 4 talks about non-Dalit, not taking proper action against the Dalit. Everything is very, very prioritized. What I'm saying is the activism has created hierarchies, which is good. I'm not saying it is bad, but I'm saying there are many, many other victims for whom maybe they also deserve to be seen from this perspective. So, like I'm not debating on the priority given to them. I'm talking about critical victimological perspectives of studies. I'm talking in an academic forum, so I'm just saying that this is a study area we must have. Politics of intersectional disadvantage to create super advocacy and super sensitization to achieve qualifications for victim centricity in law and its enforcement, leaving much behind. Suboptimal for those not included. I have written included. What I'm saying is intersectional disadvantage, like for example, Dalit or child or woman. The feminist critique, the Dalit critique, and the child rights critique has created super advocacy and super sensitization so that the law enforcement machinery becomes more sensitive to this, which is good. I'm not saying which is bad, but I'm saying this is the trend in this country which is happening. So critically understand the criminal law enforcement from a victimological, criminological perspective and try to map it out and then see and form policies on that. Pick and choose determinism due to misplaced priorities. Why I'm saying misplaced priorities? Because as a victimologist, you must be talking about all victims. The advocacy groups in the feminist critique, in the Dalit critique, or in the child rights critique have placed this as a priority. But from a victimological perspective, there are many other victims, and where will they go? Because it is very patchy. When I see at the enforcement end, I see, अच्छा इस केस में तो ये सारे provisions हैं, there are so many things, there are so many institutions, there are so many care institutions, there are so many support organizations. What about another person who doesn't belong to all these categories? He or she is also the similar kind of victim. For example, elderly. The elderly abuse is so much in the country. There is nothing too much on that. And poor people, I'll come to that. Poverty as an endemic disadvantage. Poverty is not a category. Dalit is a category, woman is a category, child is a category. Being poor is a category in the entire developmental discourse. Being poor is a poverty line defined subject. But what about law enforcement? Why doesn't law enforcement or law itself defines poor as a disadvantage and poverty as a multiple disadvantage when a crime happens or is perpetrated on a mazdoor or on a landless laborer or on a urban earth digger? The poor herself is also a category, and it is the bottom rung of multiple disadvantage. So the law enforcement and victimhood should be defined from the poor perspective also in this country where so many people are poor. Convergence and convergence critique. Now there has to be from a law enforcement angle. You see a lot of we talk a lot about silos, we talk about a lot of things about convergence, but it doesn't happen that way. It is not happening that way. It is like, if you talk about women and child development department talking about domestic violence, then it definitely works in silos. You have created a protection officer having a premise that you have to give up on police. They won't behave. So you have to create another mechanisms to do that. Similarly, civil society, academia, other academic disciplines is a very, very important critique here. The criminological angle, for example, this I am coming to, criminology, victimology, multidisciplinary approach is not fully adopted. Seen as a practitioner, I see this. For example, for Sanjay's consumption, I'll say, we collaborated with research organizations to do a longitudinal study on evidence-based study on women's help desk. 5 years we studied. The literature got published in Science Journal and top international journals. Recently, I went to an international forum to speak about certain things which did. There were many criminologists. They said, how many criminologists were there? There were development scientists in that, economists and political scientists. There were no criminologists in that. But the criminology literature doesn't know about it also. And the developmental scientists, I argued with them number of times, they just referenced development literature, they didn't refer any criminological literature in that. That is the kind of binary in which we exist when we talk about academics. So multidisciplinary, we have to open ourselves as criminologists to other disciplines also, which are trying to study crime, justice and other things from a holistic perspective. The national law universities and stalwarts like Professor Bajpai has opened it up to legal scholars. So the legal scholars, I think past 20 years back, even the law scholars were not talking too much about it. It has opened to that, but it has not opened to the wider social science scholarship. So this is where the need is, because when you deal with evidence-based policing, evidence-based work, you deal with number of scholars who are very much interested in justice administration, they are governance scholars. Now it is so interesting. The governance scholar will come from development studies, political science, but they won't come from criminology. Why? So this is again a area where we must do some deliberation. I'll not talk too much now because my time is over. One thing I just want to talk about is continuum of victimhood and justice delivery. There is a continuum between being a victim, victimhood and the justice delivery. You have there is a blurring of boundaries between potential victims, survivors, actual victims, entire social existence which is endemic to victimhood in a poor country, in a country which is socially having social hierarchies like caste, social hierarchies of gender. In this kind of country, there is a huge amount of potential victim. That victim itself is who can immediately turn into a crime number. That victim, till the time that victim has not turned into a crime number, he is no or she is no entity. But there is a huge potential strata of potential victim. We must see that. So practice and scholarship should be embedded with the work. This is my last slide. Personal geographies of victimization. There are personal geographies of victimization. There are community context of victimization. We must decipher these two geographies. Then these should translate into personal geographies of justice. Community context of justice. Delivery of security and delivery mechanisms of justice. And access to justice. So these all will culminate into access to justice. coordinated, co-worked and co-created with academics, with practitioners together. Modalities, cultures, subcultures, practice, these are the things which we must critically study to arrive at policy, diagnosis, solution, which should all be, as Sanjay said, evidence-based. So this is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vineet Kapoor, for your insight into the different categories of victims and their interface with the law enforcement. Now I invite the discussion of this discourse, Dr. Saurabh Chandra.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, one and all present here. First of all, thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Vajpayee sir for organizing this wonderful event and the entire team for inviting me. And first of all, it is very difficult to speak in front of very legal luminary and my teacher, and that too expert in the field of criminal law, Professor B.V. Pandey sir, Professor Balraj Chauhan sir, Professor Tiwari sir, Professor Chakravarti sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, practitioner, young practitioner like this, and our faculty, Dr. Mukul Rai sir. And I'm being the very young learner in the law, so I will try to summarize within the shortest span of time, because I think we are also stretching the session beyond the permissible limit of 5 p.m. as per the schedule. So I think we should wind up in time. First of all, I will try to summarize what my previous speaker said. Dr. Vineet Kapoor, he highlighted an interdisciplinary aspect of the legal profession, criminology, victimology, and law enforcement agencies. It's a very important point, like it's an unexplored area in India, but I think with the passage of time, as he rightly said previously, the criminology as a stream, you will not find in the educational institutions, even the legal institutes. You will find Department of Law, which consists either commercial law or, for example, criminal law or human rights, traditionally, or constitutional studies. And I think Professor Merazdin was there in the morning session. He rightly set out that there have been certain institutes who have been trendsetter in the criminology and victimology. And I think we have a very big stalwart like Professor Vajpayee, who has been very instrumental in the enhancing this Center for Criminology in NLU Delhi, Professor Tiwari, Professor Mukul, and other team. Similarly, he also highlighted with regard to NLSIU, but I think NLSIU is not doing as now NLU is doing. He also highlighted the contribution of NALSAR with regard to the criminology, but I think NLU Delhi has reached far ahead. Fortunately, at NHGS now we have Professor Chakravarti sir, so I think that is also doing very good. Secondly, he also highlighted that the legal aspect with regard to the aspect of criminology, with regard to academicians, like he said that he went to one particular event where he found various individuals to deal with aspect of crime. So he rightly pointed out, generally we have a very big gap traditionally in India, practitioner vis-a-vis academician, and that too law enforcement agencies. Theoretically, we can say we go hand in hand, we should go in hand, but when we look into a very big rift, we will find it's a very big rift. But I think we are very fortunate now, like Dr. Vineet, who is an IPS, or previously speaker was also, I think he was IPS. So they are also coming to take the practitioner aspect, or I think they can also communicate this message also, like yes, academician can also contribute with regard to the law enforcement agencies. And this also has been previously done in the lawmaking process also, like where the academician has been instrumental. Nowadays, I think one of the speaker was saying with regard to the drafting process, where I think Pandey sir was saying like juvenile, we should remove the word and we should keep the word child. Yes, this is the one difficulty we are facing in the lawmaking process, like you must have hearing about Companies Act or IBC, like not daily, but frequently circulars, explanations, and various things are coming. So some of the authors are writing that it is an example of very poor drafting, or some authors are putting a remark that there is a big rift in the lawmaking body, that due to which the healthy discussion in the parliament is not taking place. Some of the legislations are passed by voice vote, or I think with no discussion. So I think the theme is development in criminal law, past, future. So I think future with regard to the aspect, we can say like big challenges are approaching, as I think previously in one session a speaker told about that. economic offenses, offenses involving multi jurisdictions, like perpetrators are in one jurisdiction where no law apply, where there is no open court. For example, victim is an Indian or victim is a country where courts are open, legal system is very transparent, and as a result, nowadays economic offenses, organized crime are at very high rise. So I think when we look into the aspect of victimology and criminology, yes, they are posing challenge. So I think I will stop here now. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh, for sticking to the timeline and for your views. I am informed by the organizing team that Dr. S. Sanyal was expected to attend this session, but somehow she is not able to. So she has shared her view, which will be some video, a very short video on views on the topic.
Dr. Kapoor, you were talking about the chronology and the development of cities. You see, in 2007.
I am extremely happy that my article, Pains of Imprisonment Variant Effect, is getting published or has got an opportunity to find a space in the Indian Journal of Criminology, particularly when the 50th anniversary of the journal is being celebrated. To say a few words about the criminal psychology, that it plays an integral part in understanding the behavior of an individual who commits a crime, becomes an habitual or a recidivist. The criminal psychology speaks about emotions, attitude, personality, and these are the indicators of criminal propensity, on the basis of which my scale, criminal propensity scale, has been developed and is now very much in practice. As regards the article, I would like to say a few words that this article is based on research methodology. It started from the year 1974 and went on till I completed all my studies till 2007. It's on a large sample, and there are varied perceptions I had observed from the prisoners I have interacted whenever I met them all over the jails in the country, which made me feel that imprisonment is painful, no doubt, but not for all, particularly those who are convicts, hardcore criminals, habituals, and recidivists, and even mafias. It all depends on how one perceives it. It also depends on how the prisoner is getting support from the family. Therefore, in many occasions, imprisonment remains a further learning point, maybe an enjoyment point, but for many others, it can be a painful thing. So it has a variant effect. This is what I try to show in my article. Thank you very much for listening to me. It can be a painful thing. So it has a variant effect. This is what I try to show in my article. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Now I invite Ms. Aishwarya for the discourse topic.
A very good evening to everyone. Thank you so much, Vajpayee sir, for giving me this opportunity. So far, I believe that I happen to be the youngest commenter here present. So apologies if I say something which is not correct or maybe I have missed. So I would like to start with Dr. Vineet Kapoor sir's discussion. He focused upon victim-centric law, to which I agree that the first encounter which we all, or the victim which suffers, is that the interaction with the police. There are certain, before this I was into the practice, so I know that there are cases where the victims or the person who's reporting complaints has faced a lot of biases on the very first level. So to me, I believe that this is one of the cases where we need kind of reforms and kind of supervision, where the people who faces such things, that problem needs to be addressed. To second, I agree with sir that there are people who belong to the weaker sections, who are economically not really well, who are not having much funds, who are elderly, who are children, who are women with children, or people who belong to such categories who are not very well versed with the laws. So I believe that there is a requirement for legal awareness, to which I personally have dealt, that if, since I'm also working in legal aid, as a convener in legal aid society, we conduct surveys, and to my results, I've come across that there are people who are, as cited by sir, that poverty is a subject. People who are below poverty line are not really well versed with the laws. So definitely there is a requirement to bring awareness, and I think we as academics, the departments, we can work as a whole and bring change in our society. Thank you so much.
Yes, my sincere thanks to the speakers of this discourse and all the audience for their patient hearing.
Thank you, Mukul sir. As it's a very well known saying that every end is a new beginning, and they are the starting point for something better. I hope that we'll meet again and celebrate the Diamond Jubilee in 1948 with the same enthusiasm. Now I request Professor G.S. Bajpai to please give the concluding remarks.
So 2 minutes, yes, I know that. Thank you for a very fruitful day, and we have been here throughout the day. And believe me, placing 37 speakers in a day in 6 discourses, providing you a lot of opportunities and chances to speak. Frankly speaking, I tried an experiment with the format of this program in a manner so that we could hear many people, especially my focus is on young people. Though there is a very senior veteran people who are here to guide us, but I am invested in exploring the opportunities and the exercise knowledge from the younger generation. And it is our duty to nurture them to become a thinker, and I know that they would be doing always better than what we have done. And it is in that sense this program was conceived. There are lots of takeaways. But first of all, I would say that there is a now institutional commitment and inclination that many law institutions, law teaching institutions are now developing interest in criminology. From my own personal experience, when I was teaching in Layu Bhopal, Professor Chauhan was there. And around that time, I have heard Professor Pandey speaking on Packer, and I realized that knowing and bringing criminology into the discussion of criminal law, very few people could do. But if you are able to do, you can create miracles. That is something. Otherwise, criminal law remains very dull and pale. And in this university, when I started teaching criminal law, I brought a great mix of criminological imagination and understanding in that. And the classroom discussion changed suddenly. You are discussing the victim. And from rhetoric of law and reaching to the reality of law and contextual understanding of law. So criminology serves as a great methodology. And criminological reading of criminal laws is a great adventure. And last year in the same room, I remember Professor Pandey anchored a program. So there I developed a paper, Victimological Reading of Criminal Laws. So bringing victimology, criminology to the understanding of criminal justice system. And these are the methodology which we are learning. Today, I'm thankful to Dr. Vineet Kapoor. He has brought very exciting, issues for which we have been trying. And Professor Chauhan said, law and development, I tried and I taught that paper in 5th year. And Garima, who was there, she was my student in law and development course. And so I did a study long back on crime and development when I was serving in BPRND. And inspired by that thing, I have developed a couple of papers on the linkages of law and development. So how the level of developments are impacting. And lately I have done a paper which has reached to 67 countries. And I have received almost 600 responses on that. That is the linkages between happiness and criminal victimization. This empirical paper in 35 pages comparing the different countries with their crime level and victimization level with their economy and social indicators. So I think criminology provides these insights. if you are oriented in criminology, and therefore the young scholar getting trained into criminology and then practicing into the law teaching and doing that interdisciplinary research is going to be a real contribution. And in this criminal law reform discourse also, Professor Pandey is sitting, when we were discussing the principles, so it was a principled criminal law discourse, we had put it like that, which is coming as a second edition very soon, we'll be having it. But important part then in the morning, and since we have reached, that we are also teaching or training you how to raise your question, how to create those alternative paradigms for, because one paradigm is given to you which is a very classical paradigm. So everybody said, Professor Pandey like rightly said that that training in critical tradition is very important. Otherwise क्या है, कैसा माहौल बना है भी, वो कहते हैं ना, एक उर्दू की दो लाइनें हैं कि जो पहले जिद करता था वो अब सब्र कर रहा है. तो वो धीरे धीरे लोगों को वो हटा दिया है उससे कि ज़्यादा जिद नहीं, है ना. जावेद साहब कह सकते हैं ना, जो बात कहते डरते हैं सब, तो वो बात लिख न, इतनी पहले अंधेरी कभी थी रात लिख. तो ये लिखने का हौसला किसको चाहिए, यही तो क्रिएटिविटी है. तो आई रियलाइज दैट दीज आर द वेज एंड मीन्स. वो मुझे हरिशंकर परसाई जी का याद आता है, वो कहते हैं कि जो आदमी आपको अंधेरे का डर दिखाता है, इसका मतलब है वो अपनी कंपनी की टार्च बेचना चाह रहा है. तो हमें ऐसे अंधेरे का डर दिखाने वालों से थोड़ा सा सावधान रहने की जरूरत है. और यूनिवर्सिटी वो स्पेसेस है जहाँ हाँ सर जबलपुर के हैं हरिशंकर. अब मैं आपको बताऊं, मैंने बहुत सी देखिए क्या है, वी आर रेजिंग दोज थिंग्स विच हैव बीन सेड इन वेस्टर्न कंट्री. जब मैं प्रेमचंद को, श्रीलाल शुक्ल को और हरिशंकर परसाई को पढ़ता हूँ, मुझे वैसी क्रिमिनोलॉजी कहीं नजर ही नहीं आती. इतनी क्रिटिकली कहने की हिम्मत. आज हम सोशल उस पर बात करें, अगर आप देखें कि सोशल स्ट्रक्चर और उसको लेके, उसकी जो बुराइयों को लेके जो प्रेमचंद का कंसेप्चुलाइजेशन, अगर आपने सेवा सदन पढ़ेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि हाउ ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग इज हैपनिंग. अगर आप गबन पढ़ेंगे या नमक का दरोगा पढ़ेंगे तो आपको वो क्रिमिनलिटी की जो एक इंडिजीनियस अंडरस्टैंडिंग, अभी हम बहुत वेस्टर्न अंडरस्टैंडिंग करें. दिक्कत ये है, श्रीलाल शुक्ल को मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि आप इतना पावरफुली कोई सटायर है नहीं है. तो जो हम व्यवस्था पे क्वेश्चन करने के लिए, तो ये क्वेश्चन पूछने की जो ट्रेडिशन है वो क्रिमिनोलॉजी में, क्योंकि क्रिमिनोलॉजी में क्रिटिक बहुत पावरफुल है, बिकॉज वी आर एग्जामिनिंग द सोशल प्रोसेस एंड सोशल स्ट्रक्चर. तो मुझे लग रहा है कि बहुत ज़रूरी है. और वो सब शायर वगैरह कहते ही रहते. जावेद साहब ने एक नया हुक्मनामा लिखा, उन्होंने कहा किसी का हुक्म हुआ है कि हवाएं जब चलेंगी तो उन्हें बताना होगा कि उनकी सिमत क्या होगी. अरे इस तरह की पूरी आप बहुत सी चीज़ें हैं. बट सो आई बिलीव दैट दिस वाज ए ग्रेट लर्निंग. आई डिडंट स्पीक मच बिकॉज मेरा तो काम आज सुनने का था. एंड आई एम पर्सनली वेरी benefited from your discussion and discourse. I know spending a full day with a very serious discussion requires a lot of temperament and character, which you have shown. And I'm hoping that we'll be meeting soon. We have created a sort of list of people who are inclined to be with us, and maybe in next editions of similar activities we'll have you here soon. Thank you for your presence today. A word of gratitude to my colleague team who has been working relentlessly in all these days in making this program. I know to create even a one-day program requires a lot of effort on continuous basis. Many people have dropped back for some reason they wanted to change their schedule, but very patiently the team has been. So Professor Dr. Priya Rai and Akash and Manas, and there is a team member here. I am somehow not knowing your name. A very handsome boy there. You can see he is a very charming person doing photography here, and he has taken bites of yours, and this is going live on a very HD quality filming. So thank you for all arrangements and a lot of backup. I am backed up by a very strong team, I would say, which encourages me always to take up all such things. They have convinced me that this can happen. And there was a caution was also coming whether there's a long weekend time, whether people will be there or not. But you can see we hardly had seat in the morning to sit. So it shows your commitment and your character. And thank you one and all for this wonderful day. Thank you and wish you all the best. Merry Christmas and happy